"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's played what a moment. He don't play. Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run, get the winning hit, on come the crowd. Been a really wonderful game of cricket. What a catch that is for Tara Norris. It's going to be brilliantly caught by Nick. Again, that's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Salt. It's into...
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Astoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's not devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
Certain bits of it, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere in the book. So there will be a new heritage of the club which was comes over the last year. Some people say they're both.
Hi Noah, nice to meet you.
Can you believe it? No.
Well, good morning and a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford. It's nice to be back. A little bit of a road trip for Lancashire with 3 away games, but back at headquarters for this Metrobank One-Day Cup fixture between Lancashire and Middlesex. It's a little overcast, a little cloudy, but the forecast is okay, at least for the first part of the day. There's a suggestion we might get some rain a little bit later on, but fingers crossed we'll keep it nice and dry and we'll have a full game. The two captains are just out in the middle here. We're going to catch a word with Josh Bohannon, the Lancashire skipper, who's going to come and just you, if you don't mind, please, mate. Josh, what's the news from the middle?
We won the toss and we are having a bat.
And you've got a couple of debutants, I believe, as well.
Yeah, Boyden makes his debut and so does Kesh.
Is it nice to be back here after a bit of a road trip?
Yeah, literally everyone said that this morning. I think just having the home comfort of your own dressing room, everything just feels like more natural. So yeah, you know, everyone's up and about this morning and looking forward to hopefully having a good game.
Obviously, results-wise, it hasn't been a great week, has it? But what are you hoping to get from these final few games?
Yeah, I mean, it's been tough. Obviously, we've got a young squad and a lot of inexperience, but I think it's great that lads are getting opportunity and exposed to first-team cricket. I think it is still the hardest format to play and to get used to. So I think the learning that we're showing game by game, I know, you know, people watching won't see that with the scores that we're getting and obviously the results, which is frustrating for everyone, and everyone in this camp is equally as frustrated as everyone watching. But game by game we are learning and we are getting better, and everyone's trying to go in the right forward direction.
And the two lads on debut, Josh, just tell us a little bit about them.
Yeah, Boyden, left-arm seamer. He's worked really hard over the last few weeks and over the last couple of years, to be fair. Bless him, he's had a few injuries along the way, so to show the character to come through and to make it to now has been fantastic. So obviously really excited to see him go out there and express what he can do. Kesh obviously come from...
Batting in the highest quality from England's best player. This has been a masterclass from Graham Thorpe. England's premier batsman, there's no doubt about that.
Montage of some of his wonderful highlights of a spectacular playing career, and the players lining up just in front of the Player and Media Centre to pay their respects. A warm welcome to Emirates Old Trafford for the Metrobank One Day Cup fixture between Lancashire and Middlesex. The fact that the Lancashire players are heading back to their dressing room tells you that they're going to have a bat first. It doesn't mean we're not starting on time. It's dry for the minute. The suggestion is we might get some rain later, but quite frankly, I've given up trying to predict that, because you just get made a fool of. And for me, I get made a fool of too often. So I'm not going to bother with the weather forecast. But we're starting on time, which is the most important thing. The Middlesex boys there in their team huddle. The opening batters here, including George Bell, heading out to the middle, alongside Kesh Fonseca, who's making his debut. There's Kesh Fonseca just alongside George Bell, so a great chance for him, one of two debutants in this Lancashire side, the other being Josh Boyden, who's perhaps a little bit more familiar because he's been in and around Lancashire's squads for a season or two in different formats, but gets his first chance as well. So Lancashire win the toss. We just heard from Josh Barnum for viewers on Lancs TV, explaining the team news and that decision to have a bat first, and a great chance for young Fonseca to make his debut. Lancashire have had a bit of a torrid time, really. They've had a bit of a long road trip to Derbyshire, to Somerset and to Southampton, and they've returned back to Lancashire with not a point, I'm afraid, from those 3 games, and their One Day Cup competition is done for this year. Middlesex, however, have a chance to try and progress into the top 3. They've got 5 points and they've picked up 2 wins from 5 and sit currently 5th. So could yet well sneak into those top 3 qualifying positions, which are occupied by Somerset, Hampshire and Worcestershire for the time being. So we'll see how the game progresses. Middlesex are going to bowl first. Scott Reed and Sam Darling, your commentary team today here at Old Trafford. We're playing way out to the right from where we're looking at. But here we go, the first ball of the match is turned away by Bell, out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Ethan Bamber opening the bowling for Middlesex. Good morning, Sam. Are you well?
Good morning, Scott. Yeah, I'm very well. Delighted when I turned up. I like you, have given up looking at the various weather apps there are around there. I like to just turn up and see, because otherwise you get into that mentality where you think, I'm going to work, but actually I think it's going to rain all day. So we're here, we've got cricket to play, and yeah, Middlesex in with a fighting chance.
A couple of slips in place on the attack early on, why not? As that's defended away by Bell, and again there is no run.
So interesting that Josh Bohannon won the toss, selected to bat. I mean, I've been watching from afar. I've seen Lancashire once this year in this competition. Wasn't massively impressed, I have to say. It's not been brilliant for them, but Middlesex have a bit of momentum. They started off, it was a pretty sorry start actually. They had a couple of huge defeats. I think Derbyshire beat by 9 wickets, Worcestershire for 180 odd runs.
It's Bamber halfway through the first over. And that cut away by Bell, picked up at backward point, no run.
But they've got a bit of momentum, and a bit of momentum chasing as well. They had a rained-off game at Radlett against Durham. Poor old Durham went all the way down there for that one, only to just watch it rain. Oh, at least they got to get back on the bus early. It wasn't one of those days where you sit around. It was a day where you go, this isn't happening. But yeah, chased against Kent, 204 at Beckenham, but they had a huge chase as well at Radlett, which is quite a small ground, you know, but chased 317 down, so they won't mind chasing Middlesex.
Bamber again, 3 dot balls to begin with. Down the leg side, excellent leaping take by Jack Davis, the wicket keeper. And wide call by the umpire, so Lancashire's innings is up and running with the wide down the leg side by Bamber.
Into the final throes of his Middlesex career, Ethan Bamber, heading across to Warwickshire in the winter. But he will still be doing everything he can to win games of cricket for them.
In and bowls again to Bell. Carved away for 4. That's sat up. Nice juicy opportunity for him to throw his hands at that and carve it away for 4 and get Lancashire's first runs off the bat. 5 without loss.
Yeah, that'll make him feel a little bit better. And I like that intent from George Bell. And it sounds weird to say that in the power play of a white ball game, but I watched him make 50 against Somerset at the weekend, and while he made 50, there was just a lack of intent. The Lancashire whole side missed that. It's probably going to be boring, the theme of my chats today. But good to see some early intent from George Bell. I won't try and dwell on it too much.
Yeah, it's a couple of half centuries in that game at Taunton. One for Bell and one for Green. As Bell defends cautiously up towards mid-off. And there's no run. But it's not been a great week for them. They lost at Derbyshire and then lost at Taunton and then lost in Southampton. So that's not, of all the weeks away, it's not been the most fun. But Bamber bowls again, and that's defended by Bell, just pushed away into the offside, no run. That's the first over done then. The wide and then the 4, so 5 without loss.
At least all you had to remember in that little run was the venue. The result, you didn't have to go, oh, win or lose. I mean, it's small comforts. I can't imagine it was particularly lively coach journeys they had. Plenty of sleeping, a long time to mull over things.
Yes.
They're a better side than they have shown so far, Lancashire. They should be. I wonder if we might see Chris Green up the order. Any chance of that? He's the man scoring all the runs. Anyway, Noah Cornwall, the man that everybody's very excited about down at Middlesex. And to be honest, I think people are excited around the country because that's the way we deal with fast bowling, particularly left arm quick bowling these days. You see a left armer, you see someone able to bowl with a little bit of pace, and you see a couple of highlights on social media, and all of a sudden interest is piqued. So. Noah Cornwall, 19-year-old left-arm seamer, is going to start us off 5 without loss.
Yeah, he's not played much, has he? Just a couple of games in List A and a few T20s.
First season as a pro. He's one of those. He's shot up in the last couple of years. It's kind of 16, 17. You just thought he was a medium-pace swing bowler, and then suddenly he walked in the following pre-season, and everyone's like, hang on a minute, who is this lad? He's about 4 inches taller. He's going to begin with Fonseca on strike for his first ball of professional cricket. Leaves that one alone through to Jack Davies. Yeah, he's got good pace, Noah Cornwall. He has missed the entirety of last year, inevitably as a rite of passage. If you're a young quick bowler, you have to have a back injury and miss a season. So hopefully he is over that now, just growing into his body a little bit. And that can happen sometimes when you do have a growth spurt. We know how much quick bowling can take out of the body. He's going well so far this season, and he is in, and Fonseca, he's got his first runs in professional cricket. Full toss on leg stump, didn't quite get hold of it, but scrambles back for a couple, and a decent-ish crowd in. The locals always love how knowledgeable cricket fans are, and there was just a little extra applause because they will know that that is the first runs in professional cricket for one of their young lads. 7 without loss then. Lancashire Fonseca on strike. Second slip goes to Gully, and Cornwall is in, and Fonseca is defending down to mid-off, and there'll be no run.
He actually played in the One Day Cup warm-up match. So when the first class counties were playing their neighbouring national county sides, Lancashire went to Sebba School. Yeah, I know, it was lovely. And played Cumbria, and he actually played for Cumbria in that match. So Lancashire had their 11. They obviously wanted to give him a chance to play, but didn't find a place for him in their team, so he actually played for Cumbria.
Cornwall is in. A Yorker well kept out by Fonseca. It was a quick Yorker that. Cornwall just has a look back at Fonseca, who was trying to use his feet to come down the crease, and it was speared in. Will be no run. Did he make runs?
No. But it was a bit of it was a decent game. It was that match there, that warm-up fixture between Cumbria and Lancashire in the last couple of years has been really badly affected by the weather. Not had too much luck with it, really.
Not in Lancashire, surely not with Cumbria. As that driven, that's a lovely shot from Fonseca. No need to run over pitch by Noah Cornwall, and he just leant in to that and stood there and watched it. He's got a big smile on his face as well. He gets a tap of the gloves from his partner, George Bell. He just sat back into that one. Noah Cornwall was maybe expecting him to come down the wicket. 4 more to the total. Nice start, 11 without loss.
This is one of the things about the competition, isn't it? Which has been quite good. You've got a young lad here bowling, start of his Middlesex career. You've got a young lad on strike for Lancashire again, start of his career.
Cornwall is in again. It's speared into the pads, trying to turn it into the leg side. It's going to be a leg by. I think they come through for a single, and there is the signal from James Treadwell. And that is the end of the second over. So 2 gone. Lancashire, having won the toss, elected to bat a 12 without loss.
Well, it's been one of the highlights, I think, of the One Day Cup last couple of years for me. I've actually really enjoyed this competition. I actually quite like it where it is in the fixtures. I think alongside the 100, it represented a great opportunity for a lot of younger players to get first team experience when maybe that door would be a little bit more difficult to prise open when all the senior guys are around. And watching a couple more lads here at the start of their careers, which is great. 12 without loss, 2 overs gone. Fonseca's had some good scores in the last couple of months, playing for England's under-19s. A couple of big scores in Lancashire's second 11 as well. He's on strike as Bamber sets off again.
Yes, well, he and Noah Cornwall will know each other from that tour as well. I'm 100% with you on that. When the first season, it was called something different, but the One Day Cup, as we now, in its current guise, you did look at some of the sides and think, we'd come out of COVID, even the hardened fans were going, I've not even heard of these lads as being academy prospects. But every year, it's got a little bit better, and now you look at every single team, the Lancashire team, the Middlesex squad, you've got current internationals, ex-internationals.
Bamber to Fonseca. Just plays that late. Nicely steered down to third man for a single.
And you get that blend as well of the players that 3 or 4 years ago hadn't played any cricket have now suddenly played 30, 40 games of competitive first-team cricket in this tournament, so they've got a bit of experience. So I actually love the tournament as it is. I mean, the other tournament's going on, and I don't like the way they can just cherry-pick in the middle of a tournament, but that aside, I think there's some wonderful cricket being played on wonderful grounds by wonderful sides, so life is wonderful.
Unless you've lost them all. Here's Bamber in, and ball's carved away and caught at backward point, and Bell goes. And smart looking catch by Luke Holman at backward point. And Bell departs for 4, and Bamber picks up the first wicket of the match. And plenty of smiles on the face of the Middlesex players there with an early breakthrough. Bell departing for 4, and Lancashire 13 for 1 in the third.
Just didn't quite have the width, I don't think. George Bell got one from Bamber in the first over that was there to be hit, and he put it away nicely. He was trying to show a little bit of intent there, Luke Holman. Big man, got huge hands often in slips and gully in Championship cricket, and that was straight in. Easily held. I don't know if it was at the back of the hand from Bamber, but good catch from Holman. And George Bell has to trot on.
Rain and balls, Cobb.
Familiar theme is continuing early for Lancashire.
Bamber leaving Middlesex. Certainly rose a few eyebrows. He's been at Middlesex for a decent amount of time, hasn't he? Having been a young lad there and kind of made his way through and into the first team. But good opportunity for Warwickshire to pick him up. He's only 25. He seems to have played a lot of cricket for someone who's 25.
Yeah, and you just look at him and think, with Chris Rushworth, I always struggle to say that name quickly. I have to really think about it. Having missed most of the season, I think he's nearly back. He's almost, you're going, right, they're looking to replace him eventually. Who's their next guy who's going to just bowl line and length in the county championship? Even Bamber might well be that man.
You know, pushing 200 wickets in first-class cricket. He's played 60 matches. This is 20th List A game. 70 20s. Gets the first breakthrough of the day.
His T20 debut was that one on Sky a few years ago. Do you remember when Laurie Evans and Will Jacks had about 80 off the first 5 overs or something? Bamber was, but it was a bit of a baptism for him, bless him.
2.5 overs for 43 in that T20 debut, yeah. It happens.
Yes. It does happen.
Just don't want it to happen too often. Bohannon's the Lancashire captain. He's the new batter. It's a nice ball by Bamber. Just brings Bohannon forward into the gloves of the keeper. And there's no run. The pitch we're using here looks quite interesting. We're on the towards the right of the square. So that's quite some way over that. Don't often tend to play on pitches that are right at the extremes here, but so we're way over towards the hotel side of the ground. So it's a fair old hit. Oh, but they have brought the rope in, but still out towards the offside for Bohannon. As he gets on the front foot and defends, and there's no run, but it looks like it's been used a bit. I think that's fair to say, this pitch.
The square looks quite tacky from up here. I feel like if I went on there with Wellington boots, I'd sort of sink slightly. I know that's deceptive from up here, but from up here, do you know what I mean? Those ends, there's a sheen to them.
Yeah, it's kind of a classic-looking Old Trafford square at this kind of back end of the summer. It's almost like a slate grey colour, isn't it? But you can see the pitch that we're using there, so it's it's been used a bit. I don't know what a good score is here. I'm not so sure it's 300.
No. Well, Middlesex will be used to playing on the edge of squares, because whenever they're at Lord's, that's where they end up. You've either got a short boundary towards the grandstand or a short boundary towards the tavern. So it's not quite as extreme. No surprise to see keeper come up to the stumps actually here, Jack Davies.
Yeah, they've still got the 2 slips in place as well. There's quite a gap between the first and second slip. There's also a deep third and deep fine leg as well. So Bamber to Bohannon. Good delivery from Bamber, good take from Davis. It makes such a difference, doesn't it, when the keeper stands up and cramps the batter for room there. Good over that. Just a single off it and the wicket for Ethan Bamber. Lancashire 13 for 1. 3 overs gone. Fonseca on 7. And Bohannon's faced 3 deliveries yet to get off the mark.
And you feel Bohannon, you'll know better than I, but he's pretty key to Lancashire making a big score. He actually looked decent in the game I was talking about against Somerset. He looked decent. And then actually with a medium pacer with the keeper up, that just restricted him, and he wasn't quite sure. He wasn't able to use his feet. Didn't have that freedom. So I think it's a decent ploy. It's something that John Simpson used to do so successfully for Middlesex. He's down at Sussex now. And Jack Davies up, helmet on, putting the pressure on. But he's back to Noah Cornwall, left arm seamer. He was into Fonseca, a slip in a gully, and that's short. And he tries to put that one away. It was a decent shot. Unfortunately, it's gone straight to Joe Cracknell at backward point for no run. Probably should have been put away, so it's still 13 for 1. 3.1 overs gone here. Cornwall 10 on his back. As you can imagine, fairly lively out there. The Middlesex fielders, pretty vocal, pretty a brilliant start. They are in slightly different shirts. This one, I think, a slight issue with the kit, perhaps, as that one is short and wide. It's going to be a wide. Fonseca allows that to go through to Jack White, who tumbles away in front of first slip. He ends up at about a third slip, loses his cap. Big smile on his face. He's a lively little character. He's just what you want from a wicket keeper. Is to call him Jack White, Jack Davies. There's Robbie White and Jack Davies, but there is no Jack White on the Middlesex staff. He's a little live wire. Doesn't shut up, basically. Cornwall is in. That's another nice looking drive from Fonseca. Hasn't quite timed it like he did the first one, but does pick up a single to the left of Henry Brooks at mid-off, 15 for 1.
Dale Benkenstein said the other day that this competition, actually, to be fair, he said actually after the second game of the competition, they decided that they wanted to look at younger players, basically, and give some young guys a chance, and that he gets an idea as to what he's got kind of behind that first team, which you only kind of know, don't you, by playing these lads in competitive cricket rather than playing kind of second team cricket.
Bohannon on strike. Cornwall is in left arm seamer, defended into the offside. Mark Stoneman does the fielding, throws it straight into Jack Davies for no run.
Mark Chilton, Lancashire Director of Cricket, was with us on commentary a few weeks ago, and he was saying the same thing about, you know, as well as you want to try and make second team cricket a good standard and competitive, until you put some of these young lads into the first team and give them an opportunity, you don't quite know what you're going to get from them, do you? I think Benkenstein wanted to use this competition for that reason.
Cornwall is in, defended by Bohannon. Bowler does the fielding off his own bowling, so it will be no run yet. The twos, it's changed a bit. If you talk to some of the guys who have maybe recently retired, who are in their early 40s, they talk about second team cricket from the late 90s, early 2000s, and it was super competitive because you basically had a side packed full of pros with a fair bit of experience who were all pushing each other and wanted to get back into the first team, but it's a little bit different in the way it's set up now. As Cornwall is in to Bohannon and cut away in front of square, 4 runs to Josh Bohannon. He is off the mark. He's had to wait patiently, but from his 6th delivery, so his first boundary, it was just back of a length, a little bit of width, and it sat up in the pitch ready for Bohannon, who wasn't going to miss out. 19 for 1 ball left in the 4th over. The national counties actually is almost the way to go. That is just super competitive, and you see teams like Worcestershire who picked up 3 players from there who've gone into their side, and they're winning games straight away. As that's flicked into the leg side, there's no fielder at mid-wicket, but there is a deep square leg. Luke Holman, so it'll just be the 1 run to end the 4th over. Lancashire 20 for 1. Bohannon has 5. Fonseca has 8.
Yeah, you want that relationship, don't you, between the national counties, and certainly the national counties in and around the first-class counties to be quite strong, don't you? That should be a really good position, a really good route for players to try and either take a step back if they've struggled at first team level, and then try and start again to come back into first class cricket. You want that. That should be a good avenue, shouldn't it, for players, I think.
And we've always been envious of the Australian system, and it's not quite down to club cricket, but in Australia, if you got a couple of grade 100s, you were in with a chance of playing for your state quite quickly.
Comes Bamba. Played off the back foot by Bohannon, can't find a gap through the offside, stopped by Luke Holman, no run.
And what this competition actually does is, if guys have good seasons in the national counties for the first half, it comes to this point, like Worcestershire have done, and gone, right, who's in form, who's scoring runs heavily, let's give them some first team cricket. Because you take players on trial, they play a bit of twos, but really you're sort of looking at them, but you want your contracted players to be batting in the top positions or bowling most of the overs.
Bamba balls again, forward goes Bohannon in defence, no run.
And it means you can fall out. Is it Lindley? Is he the spinner that he took 5 for for Worcestershire? He was at Sussex and they released him, so he's had a second chance at it. Tommy Sturgis, who's the young Cornishman, who then went to Berkshire and is now bowling in first team cricket. That's brilliant. This competition, Scott, as you can tell, I blooming love.
Yeah, me too. I think it's been pretty good the last couple of years. But it does get kind of mixed reviews, doesn't it? It's had Bamba balls again. Bohannon plays off the Front foot just slowly, gently rocks onto it and defends with a straight bat, no run.
I'm very jealous. It outgrounds as well, doesn't it? Bring out some. I've never been to Sedbergh. I've been there visually via Paul Edwards' words, and that is almost like being there, I think.
Yeah, this is Lancashire's first home match here in this competition. The 2 previous home games have been at Blackpool and at Sedbergh School. The front foot goes behind them, pushed up towards mid-off. Anderson fields for Middlesex, and there's no run. Remains on 5, on Secker on 8. Skippering the team, Josh Bannon, following the drafting of Keaton Jennings. He was spirited away.
I see what you did there.
Oh no, that's the 3rd time I've used it, and I really need to think of something more original.
The first time I've heard it. So you're all right with me.
Bamber to Bahanan, trying to run it down towards 3rd man, picked up a backward point, and there's no run.
A tough one, that, because I love Keaton Jennings, and he deserves his chance at whatever there is at the very top level, because he is that sort of player. And didn't England do something odd, like take him on a tour to South Africa or New Zealand, and he warmed the bench, but then didn't take him on the subcontinent tour immediately after? Well, I think they did that. You're just thinking, well, what is going on? I know we like to be different, but...
Final ball of the over. And it's a maiden for Bamber, as Bannon just taps it away into the offside. The Middlesex skipper, Mark Stoneman, comes up to field. Tidy stuff by Ethan Bamber. He's bowled 3 overs. Picked up the only wicket so far. Fonseca and Bahanan are batting together. 5 overs gone, 20 for 1. We've got a full, hopefully a full day's cricket, but you can see how breezy it is, and that I think the wind potentially might be the issue that might just blow in the odd rain cloud that might bubble up. We might get a bit of interruption later on, but we've started here, blustery as it is in Manchester, but we are underway.
Change of bowling already, an early one as well, just a couple of overs from Noah Cornwall. It's going to be Henry Brooks, another big, tall, youngish quick bowler, not quite as young as Noah Cornwall. Came across from, went the other way to Ethan Bamber, actually came across from Warwickshire over the winter. And there's 3 of them, the Brooks brothers, aren't there? Ethan's now at Worcestershire, and there's an older one who's not in the pro game. It's always the younger siblings there, isn't it? Always the younger siblings. As Brooks is in, big tall man edged, but I give the Fonseca the benefit of the doubt there and say he played it with soft hands. It went through where second slip was. Wouldn't have carried, I don't think. He gets 4 runs, 24 for 1.
Yeah, just in between the gap, wasn't it? There's a couple of catches behind the batter, but quite a big gap between the 2 slip fielders.
I think my benefit may have been misplaced, having seen the replay. I like to be nice, though.
It was a slightly nervous glance over the shoulder, wasn't it?
Yes. It was the glance that made me realise he hadn't played with soft hands. 24 years old, Henry Brooks is. And he's bounding in again. Having gone for a boundary, this time it's just tickled into the leg, so I will just be a single. Ethan Bamber at short fine, puts the slide in, and does the fielding straight into Jack Davis's gloves. Now, the thing is, the problem is now I've called him Jack White in my head. It's just going to stick.
Yeah, can't get it out your head now.
Forever. We'll try our best. So 24 for 1, 5.2 overs gone here at Emirates Old Trafford. Decent corporate crowd in, actually. Is that always the way?
Yeah, on the balcony of the point.
Fired into the pads. Big appeal given straight away. Henry Brooks liked it. And it has to go. Josh Bahanan, who we said was potentially key to this Lancashire innings. He's fallen for 5. The bowling change has worked. Just 3 balls into Henry Brooks' spell. He's picked up the wicket. Josh Bahanan, LBW for just the 5. 25 for 2, Lancs.
He did like that straight away, didn't he? They all liked that, didn't they, the Middlesex lads? And crucially for them, the umpire liked it too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's a decent enough call, that, from the umpire. Bannon will have little complaints. And good start of this for Middlesex. A couple of early wickets.
He just wandered across to the offside, hadn't he, Bahanan? And that will nip back in slightly. Hit him probably in front of off middle. decent height. So the new batter is going to be young Rocky Flintoff, who I've seen a little bit of. I know there's a lot of excitement about him. I also feel that we've now, okay, we know whose son he is, but there needs to be a point where he's now just left alone to play his cricket and find his way in first team cricket. It's going to be impossible with that surname to completely escape the expectation. But people like him and Archie, I love looking at the scorecards. You've got Archie Vaughan, you've got Colleen and Mustard combining up at Durham. There's a Benkenstein playing.
There is, yeah.
Glorious.
We were hoping, weren't we? Well, one or two people were hoping on Friday at Taunton that we'd see Vaughan and Flintoff in the same side, but quite work out.
Well, they still managed to get a picture of the two together.
Did they?
Even though Vaughan wasn't playing, that still went out. And that's the sort of thing I mean. Just leave them alone. Let them play a little bit of cricket. Although it is uncanny how much this lad bats like his dad in terms of the mannerisms. He's got a bit of work to do here. Lancashire 25 for 2 early on. Leaves that one alone through to Jack Davies behind the stumps. And a little look back from Henry Brooks, who's in his first over, 1 for 5 already. He's the younger one, Rocky, of the brothers, is he?
He is, yeah, he's still 16.
Always the younger brother. There's definitely something in it, in how they're basically constantly battling against elder siblings.
Trying to prove their point.
Ethan Bamber is sent down to deep fine, and Luke Holman comes up from a deep square to mid-wicket. Remember, just 2 fielders allowed outside the circle in this power play. Henry Brooks is in, and Flintoff pushes it to mid-off for no run, and Noah Cornwall does the fielding, flings it in. So good to see he's still out on the field. I was a bit uncertain because he only bowled 2 overs. I wondered if there might have been something going on there, but just the change of angle. And it's fair play to Mark Stone when it's worked.
Yeah, didn't potentially quite get it right, did he? Noah Cornwall in the first couple of overs was a wee bit expensive.
Last ball of the 6th over coming up as Brooks is in. Tall man, as is Rocky Flintoff, who defends that off the back foot. 2 mid-off, 4 no run, so 6 gone, 25 for 2. Brooks picking up the wicket of the Lancashire skipper Josh Bohannon for just 5 in that over.
First game here actually for Rocky Flintoff at Old Trafford. In fact, both these batters playing in Lancashire's first team here for the first time. There's a slight height difference between the two. It's like a bit of a corporate day out potentially. Plenty of people peering over the edge of the balcony in front of the point.
If balconies go, it's quite a big one, that, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Be another over for Bamba. Fonseca is having a little flirt at that outside the off stump, taken by the keeper, and there's no run. There's a collection of supporters underneath the point and below the pavilion. The 2 previous home games, which, I mean, you mentioned outground cricket, and it does work really well for this competition, because the games at Sedbergh and Blackpool were terrific. They were really big crowds, over 2,500 at Blackpool, something similar at Sedbergh. Second drives to mid-on, no run, and it felt like a really good occasion, really. Everybody in, the weather was good, and supporters are right on top of the players, aren't they? And it feels like a bit of an event. You put a couple of thousand people in this ground, and it's empty, in it really. It doesn't quite have that same feel to it. Bamba to Fonseca, who goes back and defends, just taps the ball away into the offside, no run.
You can tell the forecast there, can't you? Because normally cricket fans like to be out in the sun, but the majority of people here have just gone for that shelter of the massive balcony, just in case it could start raining at any point. Don't have to move, get a bit of cover.
Yeah, might well have put a few people off. The forecast was a bit dodgy, wasn't it? Look at that. It's August and people are in the jumpers and jackets. Defended again by Fonseca. Tidy stuff this by Bamba, just probing away, just on top of off stump.
Yeah, this is what he'll do, and if you looked at it like cursory glance at the averages, you'd look at his bowling before in this tournament. Oh, 1 wicket 126. He must have been bowling terribly, but it's the economy rate. He might not pick up wickets, but actually he puts pressure on. He doesn't bowl many bad balls, and what we got, 3.4 overs just to 6 runs, economy rate of just over 4 in a tournament, and that often buys wickets for other bowlers.
4 dot balls in this, his 4th over. The 5th, as Fonseca gets correctly on top of that and defends on the front foot and presses the ball away to the offside.
So is he looking at being a ball away from back-to-back maidens?
He is, yeah.
In the power play is quite something.
.25 for 2. 1 ball left for the 7th. Keeper still stood up and a couple of slips behind. Bamber to complete his 4th over. And he does register back-to-back maiden overs, as that's just nudged defensively to Noah Cornwall at mid-on. And there's no run. And 7 overs gone. 25 for 2. Lancashire with Fonseca on 13. And Flintoff, who's faced 3 deliveries so far, he's on 0. Bamber has now bowled 4 overs. 1 for 6. Cornwall 2 overs for 13. And Brooks with his first over. 1 for 5. It must be chilly. Jackets are required for our umpires today. It's a fancy looking gilet type jacket, isn't it?
There's Robbie White bringing that on as well, the Middlesex sub. I wonder if that's part of the regulations. Each team is required to provide extra warm clothing for umpires. Neil Pratt just needing another layer as Henry Brooks is in. Slower ball Yorker. Flintoff pushes it back at him. Brooks tips it round the corner to mid-off for no run, so still 25 for 2. Be interesting to see how they go about this then, Lancashire, because it is a bit of a rebuild required. And they will not, just for confidence. I know they're out of the tournament, really. I was going to talk about how the scheduling is a bit naff because of how little time you have to turn around before a potential quarter-final, but probably won't affect Lancashire, not being too unkind. But they want a bit of confidence as Brooks is in, and Flintoff strikes that confidently. He strikes it hard, but it's straight at Cornwall at mid-off for no run. 8 balls without a run, sorry.
And I think for these two here, the 2 lads that are batting at the minute, this represents a fantastic opportunity, doesn't it? I mean, Fonseca on debut, Flintoff's only played 2 or 3 games, he's only 16. Got a great chance to bat here, bat at Old Trafford and try and build a partnership and, you say, try and rebuild the innings a little bit.
Brooks in, Flintoff drop and run. That's a good bit of running. He didn't strike it firmly at mid-off, he just dropped that ball into the offside. It was wide of the man at cover, so he's off the mark, comes through for a single. What I want to see is them enjoying themselves as well. Play a little. It felt like when I saw Lancashire previously, they just didn't know what they were trying to do, and they lacked energy, and there were not enough smiles on their faces.
I think that's a fair assessment. Yeah, that's the impression I've got. Certainly in the last week, we've been away from home watching the 3 matches. Felt like a little bit of kind of muddled thinking that maybe not quite everyone's on the same page with how they want to play one-day cricket, which is understandable because there's a lot of players that have made debuts, a lot of younger players that are in the side.
Here comes Brooks to Fonseca, who's playing a nice-looking drive. He's gone past Stoneman at cover. He'll be chased by Cornwall all the way. He's not going to get there, though. That's a nice shot. Just a push drive, checks it through the covers. We've seen a couple of those from Fonseca. He moves on to 17, and the score moves on to 30 for 2.
It's a lovely shot, isn't it? Crested away with the covers, nicely timed.
Yeah, that's good. And these two would have played 19s together?
Yeah, I think everybody in this competition has played under 19 cricket at some point. every game you play, there seems to be players that have played against each other. For England under 19s, they must have had the biggest squad.
Even the 30-year-old, as Brooks is in it, opens the face, runs it down to third, where Martin Anderson is going to do the fielding. Just a single then to Fonseca.
Went from Derbyshire to Somerset to Hampshire, and in the opposition, in every side, these two played against each other or played with each other on the 19s.
Did you see Harry Moore? Did he play at Derbyshire? Big, tall.
He did,
seamer.
yeah.
Always impressive. Good with the bat as well. He won a game on Sunday from nowhere. A really wonderful young lad to watch. He used to win wonderful a lot. I need a new adjective. Brooks is in. Flintoff waits, ducks underneath it, well directed. Bouncer, end of the over, 8 gone. Brooks has 1 from 11 from his 2. Lancashire are 31 for 2.
Sadly for Lancashire, his batting wasn't required in that game at Derbyshire. Just his bowling.
Yes, I did see that slightly cheeky yet funny tweet or X-post or whatever you want to call it. Was it around 20 overs or something? Lancs bowled out in exactly 20 and Derbyshire chased it in the 20th.
They did,
yeah. A T20.
Yeah. The game actually finished before the scheduled close of the first innings of the match. Bit of a tough day, that. We'll brush over it.
Particularly as they weren't going home afterwards.
No,
they
exactly.
were staying there.
No, well, I stayed down as well.
So it's 4 o'clock in Derby. What am I going to do?
Oh dear. Right, Bamba's opening spell comes to an end. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6, superstar. We see Noah Cornwall return, so he bowled a couple of overs from the Jimmy Anderson end. This is the Brian Statham end, where the player at media centre is. And Cornwall returns for Middlesex, a 31 for 2, Lancashire. Fonseca drives nicely away to the left of mid-off. Ball racing along the grass over the rope. 4 runs, a really positive, encouraging start by Kesh Fonseca.
Now I think, and I could be wrong, I think this lad is quite strong through the covers. That's 3 of those he's played. If you stick it there, Kesh Fonseca is going to put you away. That's some lovely shots. Just drag the length back a bit to this lad, I think.
35 for 2. Goes again. Same outcome as well. 4 more for Fonseca. The first was driven to the left of mid-off. This has gone to the left of cover. And successive boundaries takes Lancashire to 39 for 2.
Beautiful stroke. It's interesting, he just takes that little trigger step backward. I've seen that in all 4 of his boundaries. Starts just outside his crease, goes back on that right foot, bang, half volley through the cover. 4 of those already. Worth the entry fee alone. I've really enjoyed that. And he smiles after each one. That's what I like. Kesh Fonseca playing with a smile on his face. A little bit to think about now for Mark Stoneman and Noah Cornwall. It's been a tad expensive. Change of ends hasn't quite changed his fortunes.
Good to see the skipper there, isn't it? Mid-off, just having a word or two with his young bowler and taking a little bit of time. Cornwall back into Fonseca. He's run that down to 3rd man. There's a bit of extra bounce there. He's going to get another boundary. There is a 3rd man in place, but quite wide. And 4 more to Fonseca. It's just a little extra bounce here, and he steers that away down towards 3rd man. I should move on to 43 for 2.
Yeah, that one was quite deliberate. There was the one a little bit earlier off Cornwall from the Jimmy Anderson end. That was a genuine outside edge, but that was a lovely stroke.
It's Nathan Fernandez down on the 3rd man boundary, but played nicely away. Steered this down towards 3rd man for a single this time. He went hurtling through the first there to Fonseca. Maybe the ambitions of coming back for 2. Quickly realised that it'd just be the 1. So he moves on to 31. Encouraging start on debut. Kesh Fonseca, 31 not out. 44 for 2, Lancashire were in the 9th. Brings Flintoff back on strike. With 1 slip in place. Still in the first power play of the match. So just the 2 fielders beyond the fielding circle. They're at 3rd man and deep square leg. 10 overs the first power play. That's Flintoff going back and across, and it's defending out towards the leg side. No run. Final ball of the 9th. 13 off the over with those 3 boundaries. Flintoff drives to mid-off. Skipper Stoneman fields. And there's no runs. That's 9 gone. 1 over remaining. The power play, 44 44-2. There is 3 other games taking place today in the One Day Cup. I think one is a rain delay. But they are playing at Yorkshire, where Yorkshire are 34-2. That looks a lot like Scarborough. They're taking on Leicestershire, and the match at North Marine Road in Scarborough. So Yorkshire 34-2 after 10 overs in their match against Leicestershire.
Looks like Ian Holland doing the damage up at Leicestershire. From Hampshire is Brooks is in to Fonseca, who's defending on the back foot, and Joe Cracknell comes in from backward point, says that's my ball, skipper. So he does the fielding. 44-2 still. Fonseca has 31 of those. Rocky Flintoff has just 1. Ian Holland is a fascinating cricketer who's just won the MLS in a ridiculous team. He's been over there because he is US qualified. Had an amazing career. Won effectively a reality show over in Australia. Where they used to go every week, someone like Ricky Ponting or Matthew Hayden would come in and do masterclasses. Fascinating stuff. As Brooks is in, was a key part of Hampshire's side for a couple of years. That one goes to backward point. You know, open the batting. He's an all-rounder, but he's up at Leicestershire. I've forgotten he'd gone up there actually. Yeah. But it's slightly different surroundings for him to come back from winning in a team that I can't remember who was in his squad. It doesn't really matter.
But it was a who's who, was it?
Oh, it was a who's who.
Cricketing
It
names.
was quite a side. 44-2 here at Old Trafford. The 2 names we're focusing on Fonseca and Flintoff. Brooks is in to Fonseca, who started nicely. He's defending on the back foot. To Stoneman, who's swooping, easily identifiable even with his back to us. Or his number facing away from us because of his stubble. It was an elongated, a terrible way of making that point. Should have just given up on it. 44-2.
Is it designer stubble that, you reckon?
Oh, I reckon so.
Yeah.
Is stubble ever not designer?
Well, some of it's just lazy, isn't it? I mean, I'm in that category. It's born idleness, really.
After a few days, oh yeah, maybe I should. As Brooks is in, short ball, tries to pull it, doesn't get hold of it. Went up in the air a little bit. Nathan Fernandez does the fielding at mid-on. It bounced just in front of him. That was a well-directed short ball, actually. Fonseca took it on. Just couldn't quite get hold of it. I'll stop talking about Ian Holland, but I did look it up. Travis Head, Steve Smith, Rachin Ravindra, Glenn Maxwell, Andrew Tye, Marco Janssen. So, yeah, decent side to be winning against Pat Cummins and Harris Rapp. It's a good standard over there. Finn Allen. Anyway, he's playing in the more important competition right now, the Metrobank One Day Cup. As Brooks is in to Fonseca and genuinely beats the outside edge. He was just back of a length. And I think in fairness to Fonseca, he just realised and pulled the bat away at the very last second. 44-2, 1 ball left in the power play. 5 dots from Brooks in this over so far. Middlesex will be pretty pleased with their work. Josh Bohannon, who, about an hour or so ago now, won the toss, said we're going to have a bat. He's been and gone, as has opener George Bell. So the 2 probably genuine first-team players in the championship, both been and gone. 2 youngsters. This man, Fonseca, on debut, is facing Brooks, and he drives it back at the bowler. He fields it with his right hand on the bounce, threatens to throw it. Fonseca just looked at him and shrugged and went, all right, whatever. Power play done. 44-2.
Yeah, the 2 wickets to go. Bell and Bohannon. 4 and 5. 1 for Bambutt, 1 for Brooks. Fonseca and Flintoff batting here. 3 bowlers used so far by Middlesex. And this first 10 over block, the power play. 44-2. It'll be Cornwall to continue. I looked at that Yorkshire Leicestershire game. The other games were Warwickshire Glamorgan, but the game there's been delayed. Flintoff plays off the front foot and defence, no run. The Warwickshire playing Glamorgan, but they've had the toss. Glamorgan have won it, and they're going to have a bat, but they're going to have a bit of rain around at Edgbaston. This is the only game in Group A. The other 2 games are Group B games, and I mentioned the One Day Cup table. The top 3 all level on 8 points. Somerset, Hampshire, Worcestershire Flintoff drives. Good looking shot. 4 runs. Mid-off putting the dive in. Couldn't quite get fingertips to it and flick the ball back. Flintoff gets a boundary drilled away through mid-off for 4.
I thought he'd got there, Anderson, actually. I think he'd be a bit disappointed in not quite getting the right hand. He got down. I thought he was going to at least get something on it. Maybe he slightly misjudged it. He was struck firmly by Flintoff.
Takes him to 5, 48 for 2. Cornwall left arm over the wicket to Flintoff. And he defends, no run.
He just can't quite work out what he wants to do here. Cornwall, he's come over, he's come around, he's been hit for boundaries both ways. He just hasn't been able to settle. And that's good from Lancashire, not allowing him to settle. There's that intent that's been missing out. Not deliberately. I can't imagine any professional cricketer goes out there and thinks, today I'm going to bat without intent.
Cornwall again to Flintoff. Short. Pivots back and drops the hands and gets out of the way of that. Through to wicket-keeper Jack Davis, and there's no run.
Good pace there from Cornwall. It's been clocked at 86, 87 miles an hour. Is he getting on towards genuine quick?
I noticed in the match at Taunton that there was the speed gun, wasn't there, on the straight?
Yes, they've had that.
It's quite good, that.
It's like fun. That. Unless you're a bowler who's been telling everyone you bowl 80 miles an hour, and actually suddenly it's 72, 73.
Nice shot by Flintoff. Drives away through the covers. And might just get hauled back. It's a good effort by Anderson. I hope he's not hurt himself. It was a slightly awkward fall, that. Done well to just to work the ball back and save a run, I think, for his side. Brings up the 50, that, for Lancashire. 52 for 2. Just in the nick of time.
Just on a slightly wet outfield, you assume you're going to slide easily. Just like he got stuck. Been given us 4, is it?
Oh, he has been given us 4, yeah.
Good on Martin Anderson.
Flintoff moves to 9, 52 for 2. Final ball of the over. It's a lovely straight drive by Flintoff. Gorgeous shot for 4. Lovely off drive. And the home supporters quite enjoy watching that from young Flintoff. Lovely shot, 56 for 2.
I enjoyed watching that. So he's the opposite to Fonseca. He doesn't have quite as big a trigger movement, but it's just a slight shuffle forward. But when he plays that, he just holds his shape. He's completely on balance. For a 16-year-old, going to be a decent player, you'd think. Already is. So Middlesex, after that strong start early, picking up a couple of wickets, are just going to be wondering, right, what do we need to do here? Well, what they need to do is try and break this partnership first and foremost, which is building. 25 for 2 has become 56 for 2 as Brooks is in to Fonseca with that little trigger movement backwards, pulls it. There's a fielder out a deep square leg though, Luke Holman, who waits for it to come to him, bends over, just gives a signal to Jack Davis. So he's going to sling that in low over the stumps and does so. Holman, very tall lad, but a leg spinner. I think he's one to watch. I wouldn't be surprised if he plays white ball cricket for England one day, Luke Holman. I've got Martin Anderson, who will bowl. So another lad leaving. He's moving up to Derbyshire in the winter. There's Brooks. Is in to Flintoff after that trio of boundaries in the previous over. Just pushes that one to Noah Cornwall at mid-off, 57 for 2. Flintoff has Baker's dozen. Fonseca 32 at more than run a ball. It's been very impressive. Particularly anything pitched up has just been caressed through the covers. I'd quite enjoy watching these two bat for a little bit longer. I'm not sure Middlesex will want that to happen though. Flintoff waits. Brooks is in. Flintoff defends. No run, 57 for 2.
Yeah, we've been treated to some lovely shots, haven't we, by these two young players. The boundaries that they've hit, Fonseca and Flintoff. And some gorgeous cover drives. The Flintoff straight drive for 4 just a moment or two ago. Very nice to see.
I would imagine it won't be long before the Metro Bank One Day Cup social media account is clipping up a bit of Rocky Flintoff from this morning with a reference to familial links as Brooks is in and Flintoff is defending back to bowler Brooks, who grabs it with his left hand and quickly flicks it to the skipper, Mark Stoneman, in the covers. There's a little bit of work on the ball. If you're watching, you notice Middlesex seem to be in 2 different shirts. I think they've had a slight issue with kit supply.
Oh, right, okay.
So there's one that's a little bit more colourful than the other.
Ah, right. It's a mixture, is it? Right,
Yeah.
okay.
It's not, they haven't quite, I know some sides, Somerset, for example, have gone for batting and fielding shirts. Middlesex haven't quite gone for 2 bowlers and batters or anything like that. As Brooks is in and pushed out towards backward point for no run.
Oh, I see, yeah. So Henry Brooks, the bowler here, the back of his shirt is different to what we're seeing from one or two others, like Mark Stoneman, the skipper. He's got, So Josh DeCary's there. He's got a similar shirt to Brooks, who's the bowler. But if you look at Stoneman or look at the slip fielder, Stoneman, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, you know,
good spot.
Nice to be different, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm sure the powers that be will be delighted I've highlighted that. I won't check my WhatsApp for a while. Brooks is in, Flintoff waits, and it's a short ball, a well-directed short ball that leapt over Jack Davies. Took him by surprise a little bit. It was an excellent delivery that Flintoff played really well, and I say played, he dropped his hands and swayed out the way of it. They've targeted him with a couple of short balls. It's going to be a bye. Just gets big on Davies. Look at this from Brooks. It zips back in. Flintoff does very well to evade it. Davies tips it over the bar. End of the over. 58 for 2.
Good short ball, wasn't it, by Brooks?
Yeah, you only get what you want for the over. Use it wisely. As a bowler, you sometimes look at someone like Rocky Flintoff, because bowlers get frustrated when the over shoulder height no balls get called. But if you've got a tall man, you can get away with a proper bouncer. For Fonseca, that's a no ball.
Yeah, that's definitely no balled.
I saw that called the other day as well. Ian Blackwell called one. You don't normally see the over shoulder height no balls called when the batter gets bat on it. Anuj Dal actually tickled one to third.
Okay.
And Somerset were off celebrating. And the finger was out for that over shoulder height no ball. Anuj Dal, brilliant 100 from him.
It's had a good game. That was on over the weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was.
It's great to see Derbyshire doing well. Actually, I like them as a club. Had some difficult times.
But a chance of qualifying.
Yeah.
Top 4 have all got 8 points.
Good chance, good win.
Luke Holman, going to see some spin for the first time. In the 13th over.
He's become a regular in white ball cricket for Middlesex the last couple of years. T20 bats in that middle order. It's a fairly long ball, tall leg spinner, gets that little bit of bounce. It's a decent googly. He's played a fair bit of cricket for still a relatively young man, and we talk about spinners needing time to develop.
Yeah, 5 wickets in the One Day Cup this season for Middlesex, a joint leading wicket taker with Brooks. Flintoff plays it off the front foot down the ground, but for no run. Bamber comes round from middle.
Yeah, still only 23. Probably played 4 or 5 full blast campaigns now.
.58 for 2. Holman to Flintoff. Tapped back down the pitch and gathered by Holman off his own bowling. No run. Watchful start by Rocky Flintoff. To the leg spin of Holman, who's in. And Flintoff punches down the ground for a single. Dropped Noah Cornwall, who was at mid-off, down towards the boundary. So Flintoff works it through the gap. Takes 1, moves to 14, 59 for 2. Change of plans for Fonseca. He's calling his square leg fielder up, so there was 2 on the leg side boundary, no, just the 1.
Yeah, Joe Cracknell is the man they want out there riding the boundary. I think he was just chatting to the sub fielder and he got a shout of oi from Luke Holman. Wasn't subtle.
Did the trick. Square leg just moving a few paces away to his left, so there is a deep square leg and a deep point. Long off as well Fonseca looking to sweep. This first delivery faces from the leg spinner. Slip in place and then the backward point cover. Short fine leg, mid wicket and mid on. Into Fonseca off the back foot, cracks it away through the offside. Takes him to 33. And Lancashire move on to 60 for 2 with a delivery to go of the 13th over. Gentle start by Luke Holman. He's got Flintoff back on strike. One ball left of his first over. He's gone for a couple so far. Bowling over the wicket to Flintoff. Goes back into the crease and whips it away to the leg side and keeps the strike. And moves on to 15 not out. That's the end of the 13th over. 61 for 2. Live here from Emirates Old Trafford on the BBC Sport website and app. And via Lancs TV as well. Guiding you through this Metrobank One Day Cup fixture. And there's cloudy skies in Manchester, but it's dry at the minute. And hopefully it remains dry for the rest of the day.
That is the key. Cloudy is fine. Wet, less keen on. Less keen on. It's going to be Brooks to continue then. 14th over of this Lancashire innings. Rocky Flintoff on strike. One slip, still in. Sam Robson is there. As Brooks is into Flintoff, who uses his feet to go down the pitch and beats the outside edge, does Henry Brooks, who again has a little look. Genuinely squared up Flintoff. He was batting probably up about 20 yards by the time that ball got to him. Flies through to Davies. As I think Henry Brooks is just being told by umpire James Treadwell here that he needs to watch where he's landing. When the umpire goes and stands in the middle of the pitch like that, you don't usually need to hear what they have to say. And the general gist is you just watch that follow through, please, young man. 1 for 12. Brooks picked up the wicket of Josh Bohannon in his first over, LBW. But well, good pace, a couple of decent bounces. That one's back of a leg. Flintoff just dropping it into the leg side. Scramble through for a single. Nathan Fernandez does the fielding. See him at the top of the order for Middlesex a little bit later on. 100 on debut against Northamptonshire. Another exciting young talent. Got a few of those Middlesex. As have a lot of clubs. I mean, just look. Yeah, I always find now everyone touts these players for England. You think if everyone that's touted plays for England, we need a tournament of our own. Exciting white. You could get a team of exciting white ball wicket keepers as an England side. As Brooks is in to Fonseca. Joe Cracknell does the fielding at backward point. Just throws it gently, just to let Rocky Flintoff know that can't be stealing a yard or two there. 62 for 2.
Maybe it's like England's under-19 squad. Maybe it was a squad of 65, because everyone appears to have played it at the same time in that under-19 squad.
I might just start claiming that.
Everyone does.
19s.
Yeah, play from the 19s, yeah. Captain that team.
Well, it's like there was that COVID squad, wasn't there? The 55 squad. So basically everyone's been in an England squad.
Yeah.
If you were left out of that, it's a bit disappointing, isn't it? You know you're a long way away. Brooks is in to Fonseca. He's batting beautifully. Oh, that's a lovely shot. And there's a fielder at backward point, and there's a fielder at extra cover, and he's just placed the ball perfectly between the two of them, and very satisfyingly for the batter. Joe Cracknell's dived to his right, not got there. Josh DeCaires has dived to his left, not got there, and it's raced away for 4.
Oh, he's a lovely shot, isn't he? He's played that late, hasn't he? Just waited for it, and then eases the ball away behind square. Nice shot. Really good start by Fonseca.
I really like the look of him. Plays with a smile on his face. Plays for England under 19s, don't you know? 37 off 35 he's got. Brooks is into him. That little shuffle backwards opens the face, runs it down to third, where Martin Anderson will do the fielding. Just a single, 67 for 2.
Quite like there's on the player profile on Lancashire's website for Kesh Fonseca, who plays for Hyde Cricket Club. The chairman of Hyde Cricket Club described Kesh as not just a player of rich promise, but also a well-mannered and pleasant young man. A credit to his family. Oh, that's lovely,
that's
isn't it?
Yeah. Batting beautifully. Smiles after each shot, so he's a winner for me. As Brooks is in, Flintoff defends on the back foot, and he was thinking about a single. Mark Stoneman was having to move to his left. Kesh Fonseca said, no thank you, Rocky, I'm going to stay where I am. 67 for 2, 14 gone.
Yep, hour of play here in this one-day cup fixture. Lancashire have lost 2 wickets. Mark Stoneman being asked to field first. There's a problem to solve, a partnership which has so far provided Lancashire with 42 runs between Fonseca and Flintoff.
Good name for a business, that, isn't it? Sounds like a Fonseca and Flintoff and Associates. Rolls off the tongue.
What would you be like, law firm, something like that?
Yeah.
Accountant is a bit dull, isn't it? Yeah. You want something a bit more sexy, don't you?
Wow. So I'm a lawyer in another life, and I'll let you in behind the curtain. It's pretty dull. It's a lot of paperwork. As Luke Holman is in to Fonseca, who's defending it off the front foot for no runs. So Fonseca 38. They are not an accountancy firm nor a law firm, Fonseca and Flintoff. They're 2 young Lancashire batters. Fonseca making his debut, batting beautifully, 37 for 2 to the leg spin of Luke Holman, who throws in the Yorker. Fonseca was trying to push it out into the offside. Be no run, so still 67 for 2. Holman into the second over of his work. He's got a deep square leg, a deep cover. It's a big boundary out there on the offside, long on, long off. A couple of fielders in close on the offside and at mid-wicket, so short cover, mid-wicket. That one's cut to backward point for no run. Remains on 38. Mark Stoneman signals to Henry Brooks to disappear down to the deep square leg boundary. And that bridge between the two, well, the one Hilton Hotel, but there's a bridge going from one part to the other. He's down in front of that. Holman is in. A little bit of a heave there. And what's the first full shot he's played, or apart from that nick actually, down through third, but it gets Luke Holman a little bit excited. They pick up a single. Flintoff on strike, so a slip goes back in for him. Sam Robson at first. Still a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket. Long on has come up to mid-on though. There's a long off. Flintoff has 16. Holman's in. And that one's just back of a length, and Flintoff gets that down to deep square for a single. He'd almost premeditated his sweep shot there, and then the length did him, so he was playing the sweep shot almost from chest height. Might have been better just sitting and waiting for that. Maybe Luke Holman saw him coming. 1 ball left of Holman's second over, 0 for 5 so far. Lancashire 69 for 2. Fonseca on strike, 39 from 40. And there's Brian Statham end. Holman is in, just pushed to cover for no run, so a decent over from him. 15 gone now. 69 for 2. Fonseca has 39. Rocky Flintoff has 17. Batters to forward already. A George Bell, he went early, played one nice shot off Ethan Bamber, cut him away in the first over of the game for 4. Tried to do the same a couple of overs later though, and only found the hands of Holman at backward point. And Josh Bohannon, the skipper, he made 5 when he was trapped LBW by Henry Brooks in his first over of the day. I think we're going to see a double bowling change actually. I think we're going to have young Nathan Fernandez from the Jimmy Anderson, and so deciding to go with a little bit of spin at both ends. So Henry Brooks, good spell for him. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. That wicket of Josh Bohannon, who just shuffled across to the offside, exposed his stumps, 1 nip back off a length, and James Treadwell's finger was straight up. A bit of left arm spin from Nathan Fernandez, who's just having a chat with his skipper, Mark Stoneman. Getting a little bit of instruction, a bit of guidance. It's been good to see Stoneman as a very engaged skipper. I like that, particularly when you've got young bowlers.
Yeah, it's quite a big role to play, I guess, isn't it, for the senior players across all the different sides in this competition. As much as it's been given a chance for some younger players, as Fernandez balls to Flintoff, has steered away into the offside, no run. There's actually quite a lot of sort of experienced players across many of the counties. I guess when you've got some younger players in the side, then those experienced pros play an even bigger role. Flintoff using his feet this time to Fernandez and just dabbed away into the offside, no run.
Yeah, you look at this and you've got 4 internationals playing in the 22 and then a load of players who are in that sort of Lions or equivalent bracket or might be.
Flintoff drives through mid-off for a single, 70 for 2.
Couple of England under 19s. And that just shows the standard. And playing, it's great to see people like Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman getting to play some white ball cricket, because they might not otherwise, if it was a tournament played as a standalone with no other cricket going on at the same time, they might not be in the side. But it's taken it back a little bit to the kind of early 2000s 50-over cricket.
Fonseca facing Fernandez for the first time, looking to sweep. Off an appeal from the bowler.
Yeah, the telltale sign there was Jack Davies was not interested at all. He was looking at short fine leg doing the fielding.
70 for 2. It's the single so far off the first over from Nathan Fernandez, who creeps his way in and balls around the wicket to Fonseca, trying to find a way to create a scoring shot here, going late, trying to bring it down towards backward point. Picked up by Bamba, and there's no run. Final ball of the 16th. Turned to the mid-wicket this time by Fonseca, and there's no run. So a good start by Fernandez, just a single off the over. 70 for 2, 39 to Fonseca and 18 to Flintoff.
I think Lancs will be quite happy with this. I think Lancashire will be quite happy with this so far.
I think so. I think this is lost the 2 of the more experienced players in the top 4. These 2, I think, are battered very, very nicely. I suppose maybe now it's battered together for some time, and maybe the next challenge is to just try and see if they can accelerate a little bit, going at just over 4.5 and over. But yeah, I think Lancashire's coaching staff will be really pleased with how these 2 young batters have played here. There's Holman bowls to Flintoff. That's driven down the ground for 1. Cornwall's there to field. I suppose now we're going to get spin from both ends. This little section of the match now. We're in for a reasonable stint from the 2 spinners. Is the next challenge, I guess, isn't it, for these 2 batters? As Fonseca drives up towards mid-on for no run to try and keep that score ticking on. You've not got the pace on the ball like they had, not got the fielding restrictions that were in place for the first 10 overs.
And that's the pressure, because you can lose overs quite quickly.
And over the wicket to Fonseca off the back foot.
So what you don't, if I spin at both ends for 20 overs, that could be over in an hour. And suddenly you look up and, oh, we're 35 overs into this. And if you haven't accelerated a little bit, you haven't been proactive, and you don't have to hit boundaries every other ball, but you do have to rotate the strike. Take 4 or 5 and over minimum.
Holman to Fonseca. Finds a gap through the covers. Takes a single, takes him on to 40. 72 for 2.
Can't allow these spinners just to settle into it. Because these 2, they're not going to bowl 10 overs. They aren't going to bowl 40 magic balls out of 60. But you can't be bowled at. If you allow yourself to be bowled at, and you're going to put your team under pressure a bit later on.
Holman to Flintoff. Takes another single through the offside. Moves on to 20 not out. 73 for 2. With 1 delivery left of the 17th over. He's 40 from 47. Fonseca's Holman in and bowls. punched off the front foot through mid-off for a single. Keeps the strike as well. 4 coming off the over. 17 gone, 74 for 2. Fonseca 41, Flintoff and 20.
And if you take Noah Cornwall out of it, which you can't do because Noah Cornwall is playing, so those sort of statements are always a little bit odd. It's like in football when they say, oh, but the keeper made a load of great saves. Well, that's what the keeper's there to do. But you take Cornwall out of it, hypothetically. He's bowled 4 overs for 38. Bamber's economy rate 1.5 from 4 overs. Brooks just 3.6, and the 2 spinners so far. Holman's bowled 3 overs for just the 9 runs. Fernandez 1 over for 1 run. Might see a bit of Josh DeCare's bowling spin. There's a 3rd spin option. Martin Anderson is the other seamer. Sam Robson still in at first slip then. Fonseca on strike to Fernandez. Slow left arm. Ball for Dox as Fernandez pushes that one down the ground to mid-off, and that is the 50 partnership between this pair. A round of applause here at Emirates Old Trafford. And Rocky Flintoff just wanders down. There's probably be a fist bump. I know, it's a bit of a high five, I like it, and a hug, lovely. I like that. Had to bend down, but be careful, Rocky Flintoff, you don't want to put your back out, bending down to hug Fonseca, who's moved on to 42. It's been nice, they're in a bit of trouble, 25 for 2, and then there have been a few Lancashire fans going, oh, not this again, as Fernandez is in, quicker one. Flintoff hits it wide of cover, and Mark Stoneman just looked to get himself set for the dive. He did put the dive in, they're going to come back for 2, they're going to have to be quick. They do get back for a couple though. Josh DeCare's down at long off, so this is good pressure. Flintoff gives the thumbs up to Fonseca. He's only got little legs yet to scramble. Stoneman got half a hand on it, but couldn't cut it off completely. So 3 from their first 2 balls, and this is the sort of thing Lancashire need to do. Just keep this scoreboard ticking over. Good from Flintoff, good from Fonseca, good from Fernandez, that who bowls a Yorker that does the fielding off his own bowling, and then Stoneman wanders across to him, talking him through it. What do you think? I think this skip. What do you think? Wonder who pulls rank in that. I think the bowler always just bowls what they want to bowl anyway. They have that control. Fernandez in to Flintoff, who goes for a big hit down the ground. That's lofted all the way over the rope down at long on. First 6 of the game. There's your show of intent from Rocky Flintoff, who moves into the 20s. He's batting nicely. In his arc, that.
It's good batting this by Flintoff. The shot obviously caps it off, but it's what happened before that. He's just given himself a little bit of time, hasn't he? He's had a look at both spinners here. Just nudged the ball around, just got himself into the field of facing these spinners, the left-arm spin and the leg spinner. Picks his shot out there. 83 for 2. And Flintoff just pushes that to mid-on for no run. Already 9 off the over though, so no pressure. It's good batting. 28 from 37 Flintoff has, but it's only a couple of blows to get back above a run of ball. So there's no real pressure. Fonseca is 42 from 49. Fernandez in for the last ball of his second over. Looks to be dabbing that down to third. Doesn't quite get anything on it. Goes through to Jack Davis behind the stump. So the end of the 18th, 83 for 2. That's perfect from Lancashire in terms of batting. It is, yeah. It's really sensible cricket, isn't it, by 2 young lads here. And just giving themselves a little bit of time, just facing Holman and Fernandez for a few deliveries and just giving both a bit of a look. Just pressed on a little bit in that last over, but it was actually started by the running. It wasn't any particularly big shots. It was just by moving the ball around and turn 1 into 2 for the second ball, and then obviously the 6 from Flintoff. Yeah, good by Fonseca and Flintoff. 58-run partnership. Oh, he's gone for a big hit here. Skied it. There's Fonseca. And Holman takes the catch off his own bowling. And Fonseca going for that shot, looking to sweep it, but the top edge, it ballooned a mile. And Luke Holman takes a good catch. And it ends a really encouraging debut with the bat for Kesh Fonseca. He's gone for 42. Lancashire lose their 3rd wicket, and the partnership eventually broken, 83 for 3.
It was in the air for a long, long way. I think Luke Holman just let out a few choice words, as much in relief as anything. Fonseca's head goes down, he stays in that sweep position, he rehearses the shot he wanted to play. You can just see, we can see there. So that, well, you can try and go out after me. That's what might happen. Lancashire will be disappointed. Middlesex probably needed that breakthrough. Fonseca, 42 off 50, batted really, really well. Shame he couldn't keep going. It was a good start, promising start to his professional career. Just that pressure, probably looking at Luke Holman, thinking we haven't been able to get him away yet. Seeing Rocky Flintoff hit a 6 down the other end. Short boundary towards the leg side.
Obviously likes the sweep shot, doesn't he? Fonseca, we saw that the first ball of spinny face, he looks to sweep it. He's put that shot a couple of times, hasn't he? He went for a big shot. It wasn't just a little tap around the corner, he did go for a big sweep shot. Took a thick leading edge. And loops open. As you say, it took a while for Holman to take the catch, but number 2 disheartened there, Kesh Fonseca. Maybe he'll feel like he's given that away a little bit, but he's made a very encouraging start to his first game for Lancashire.
Some of those cover drives, ooh, they were glorious, weren't they?
We'll have a look at some of his shots at the end of this over, actually, in what has been a good partnership between the 2 young batters. Venkatesh Iyer is the new batter out for Lancashire. Missed the last game with a finger injury picked up at Somerset, as I didn't play in Southampton on Sunday against Hampshire, but back in the side today. So 83 for 3. And Luke Holman with his first wicket of the day. So having gone from 2 teenagers and 2 young lads starting out, Venkatesh has played international cricket, just won the IPL, slightly more advanced in his career. Here's Holman in, pushed away off the front foot, but there's no run.
He's under a bit of pressure to put in a performance when you bring someone in of this stature. They don't come cheap, overseas players, particularly ones that have just won the IPL, wouldn't have thought. And as a senior player, expected to lead from the front.
Holman to Venkatesh, that's driven. Good stop by Bamba. He's gone away to his right hand side at mid-off, tumbling stop, but Venkatesh gets his first run.
Real challenge for the young Middlesex spinners. Holman, I think that was the wrong one, bowling at someone who'll be so adept at playing. I wonder if they change tack to Middlesex and maybe go back to a seamer. What Venkatesh may not have faced is an English seamer under the clouds wobbling around at 72 miles an hour against spin. He probably relatively comfortable.
Holman to Flintoff. It's a cute shot, just paddle that down towards fine leg. Little lap sweep from Flintoff. Knew the gap was there with fine leg inside the circle. Plays a lovely little touch cricket there. Into position early and just paddles it around the corner for 4.
Yeah, he's starting to look good. And he's scoring in different areas as well, Flintoff.
Moved on to 32. Bowls again. Forward, right forward in defence. And there is no run. This is his highest score. In fact, I think in every game he's played, I think he's beaten his previous highest best. He's had a couple of low scores, but he's gradually got better and got a new top score in every innings, and comfortably his best so far. He gives himself a bit of room, looking increasingly more confident, and drives away through the offside for 1. And that is the end of the 19th over. So the wicket fell in the over, so it ends the partnership between Kesh Fonseca and Rocky Flintoff. They've both played some beautiful shots. That off drive, maybe the pick of them from Flintoff, and some good cover drives from Fonseca. They put on 58 together, batted exactly the same number of deliveries. Both faced 38 balls. One got 29, one got 28 in the partnership, and some glorious shots along the way between the pair.
Yeah, fairly enjoyable to watch. Flintoff still going, as is left arm spinner Nathan Fernandez, and Flintoff just gives himself some room and dabs that really, pushes it into the offside pass marks. Then will just be a single, almost hit it too well to come back for a couple. I think is it Joe Cracknell out there? Usually is. Out in the deep. Left-hander Iyer then, so something a little bit different. What a challenge this is for young Nathan Fernandez. Him and Stoneman having a word. Looks like there's a long on. Long off is going to come up into the circle, I think. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. Deep extra cover. Short backward point, not short backward point, but a backward point. And the ring. Sam Robson at first slip still. Iyer is sweeping, half a shout for LBW. At least Jack Davis was interested, James Treadwell, not in the slightest. He's got his light enhancers on there, James Treadwell. It's a little bit gloomy. No rain yet, though, crucially, as Fernandez is in, and Iyer is pushing it back to him off the back foot, and that one just flicked up, bounced just before Fernandez, hit him on the knee, potentially. No run, 90 for 3. Iyer has 1. Venkatesh. This is a big wicket. Middlesex would love to get him early. Uses his feet, goes up. He's hit that a long, long way. An early show of intent. Bang into the lower tier of the hotel. Thought for half a second maybe he hasn't got a hold of it. Now this is what Venkatesh does so well. He's going to put these young spinners under a lot of pressure.
This is what you want, isn't it, from Venkatesh, the senior guy there, picking his shots. A big hit. He's cleared the DJ stage, the 100 DJ stage. No DJ required today.
Well, I don't know. We could do with one.
Well, maybe we should go across there and just
multitask.
Yeah. During the interval.
I think my music would be a bit weird, random selection.
Well, that would fit in well for the 100.
True.
The more bizarre, the better, I think.
Iyer has 7 after that 6. 96 for 3. Fernandez is in. Iyer is driving that through the covers. Just be a single.
It's been a bit all or nothing with Venkatesh. He's not. Well, at the minute he's been nothing really. But I get the impression that he's that type of player. Watching him back, that if he comes off, I'm sure it will be quite spectacular. He came into this Lancashire dressing room on the back of 2 really good performances in the IPL. His last 2 games in the IPL.
Fernandez is in. Flintoff just pushing that to Stoneman at cover to end the over. So 20 overs gone. 96 for 3. Flintoff's 34. Venkatesh has 7.
Yeah, 2 half centuries for the Calcutta Knight Riders. 1 in the final to help win it, and 1 in the eliminator match. 52 and a 51. But it looks like a player that, if he gets going and gets in, then it could be quite spectacular. He's just not quite got going just yet, but maybe today could be his day. 97 for 3. 20 overs gone. Needs his bootlaces tying up now, as Venkatesh.
Just reading a message from my wife. So we've been without power for the last 12 hours. I got home last night, powerless, and we kept getting these texts saying, it's coming back on, we promise. I woke up this morning, couldn't have my coffee. I was very grumpy this morning because I couldn't have a coffee first thing. Just a message to give us the reasoning, and apparently your power cut was caused by a grounded overhead conductor that was brought down by a goose, which I did not expect to read this morning.
Feels like it's almost made up, that, doesn't it?
Yeah, only in Cheshire. So thanks,
Goose. Those goose in Cheshire.
Pesky.
Yes. I see someone out there shooting them, ready for supper.
Well, electrified, probably. I shouldn't say that. I have the RSPCA on to me.
Yeah.
I had nothing to do with the incident, if anyone is listening.
Let's hope nobody was injured in the process of power being
absolutely
cut off. Holman to Venkatesh. Wanted 1, but Flintoff wasn't too keen, just pushed away to point. Gives Rocky Flintoff the thumbs up. Maybe it's a good call, he says, in hindsight. 97 for 3. Over number 21. It's stopped inside the circle at short, fine leg.
By Josh De Cares, who we always forget about in our chat about sons of, because of the surname. So yeah, the England team of the late 90s, early 2000s, basically all their children are playing in this tournament. That's what the tournament was designed for. It's the ECB's master plan after all. What's Venkatesh up to here? He's saying something to James Treadwell at square leg.
Yeah, not sure. Need a bit of a conference here. The 2 umpires need a chat.
Does he want a runner? No, I don't know. I mean, that's a complete guess. There was a shake of the head, wasn't there?
It was, yeah.
By Neil Pratt.
We go again. Throwing away down towards short third man, where fielded by Brooks, no run. 97 for 3. Venkatesh is on 8. Holman's in with his leg spin. Balls carved away through the offside. Good work out on the cover boundary. Just a single to Venkatesh. He's having a right old natter out in the middle, isn't he? Anyone that wants to listen by the looks of it. Got a smile on his face and having a chuckle away. 98 for 3. Brings Flintoff back on strike. Holman in. Beats the diver Stoneman at short cover. Flintoff through for a single. Takes him to 35 not out. 99 for 3. One ball left of the over. 2 coming off it so far. Reinforce the offside. There's sweeper on the cover boundary plus 3 fielders inside the circle. Goes back, plays it back to Holman, who takes a brilliant catch off his own bowling. Venkatesh departs for 9. Fabulous catch by Holman, low down to his left off his own bowling. Punched away by Venkatesh Iyer. Has been so far a little bit of all or nothing for Venkatesh. And again, unable to go on and get a score here. But a great reaction catch by Holman. 99 for 4.
And the thing is, Scott, it looked like it was going to be all. Just the way he'd hit that first 6, and even a couple of those ones, the way he struck the ball, you thought, OK, this is a man with his iron. I'm not sure that's the wrong one from Holman. It's a brilliant catch. He makes it look very easy. I'm really enjoying how angry he's looking after each of his wickets. Luke Holman. I don't know if maybe they checked him in and he only had a single bed or something overnight. He looks fired up about something, Luke Holman. And that's a huge wicket for the young leg spinner. It's a feather in his proverbial cap because he's got out an IPL winner, a player who's so good against spin. But in the context of this game, to get Venkatesh Iyer for just the 9, huge wicket. And that partnership now between Flintoff and Kesh Fonseca, it set Lancashire up with a platform. Are they going to throw it away? You just worry. Flintoff's still there though, 35. And Chris Green, who's been in terrific form in this competition. Did he get 100 in the last game?
He did, yeah.
50 at Somerset, where everyone else would make you think, oh, is there a few demons in this pitch? And then Chris Green comes out and makes it look very easy.
Yes, he's had a brilliant couple of games, Chris Green. 65 at Taunton on Friday, and then the century, his first career century, that against Hampshire on Sunday. He's had such a brilliant career, but also equally odd and unusual because it's been almost exclusively T20 cricket. He made his 50 over, or his List A debut, 3 months before his T20 match debut, which was 10 years ago. And this is his 25th List A match compared to 200 T20 matches.
Playing against his former side as well. Played a little bit of T20 for Middlesex. Yeah, it's a great career if you can have one, isn't it? Going around the world, just playing a bit of T20. He plays a T20, goes on TV for a bit, plays a 50 over game in rotation. That's the sort of life. Is that what you do? Is that when you're not doing the live stream, are you playing some kind of... Were you in that MLS side with Ian Holland? Didn't see your name.
Wasn't? I was in at the under-19 squad. 99 for 4.
Ethan Bamber back into the attack. Change of ends for him. As Rocky Flintoff is defending off the back foot. Stuck in the 90s. It's the nervous 90s almost for Lancashire at the moment. After that little bit of acceleration. Lost Fonseca. The score on 83. Remember, they were 25 for 2 a little bit earlier on. Venkatesh Iyer, 99 for 4. And actually, Middlesex will be looking to try and pick up these wickets quickly because there is rain in the air. And I hate to do this. I've looked at the forecast and it is quite heavy from a little bit later on. So if you can wrap this game up quickly, as Flintoff drives that straight to Mark Stoneman at cover. You've got a feeling they're going to need to get Rocky Flintoff, though. He looks in terrific touch. Tall man, as you can see, Jack Davies behind the stumps. Dwarfed by Rocky Flintoff, who just looks unflustered by it all. 16-year-old. There's a bit of pressure on him with his team sort of crumbling around him. Not phased. In comes Bamber, who drives that again to Mark Stoneman, who juggles it a couple of times, does the fielding. He's in his retro kit, Mark Stoneman. I think that's the old one. I think he's gone retro. .99 halfway through the 22nd over. Remember, Josh Bohannon about 10:30, a couple of hours ago now, called correctly, said we're going to have a bat. I wonder what he's thinking of that decision. Could go either way, this, though. Bamber into Flintoff, who pushes it to mid-off, takes a couple of steps, thinks about a single, decides against it. Martin Anderson does the fielding, there'll be no run. Kevin Hand's been in touch. He of the U of Middlesex is what I call him, though that's probably not the correct way of describing it in terms of my use of the English language. He's asking if the Scott Reed party stand is empty again. Presumably he's talking about that huge temporary structure to our left as Bamber is in. Flintoff is opening the face, goes to backward point where De Caires does the fielding for no run.
Yeah, the party stand is closed off today. There's just one camera operator in the party stand. I don't know who's on the camera in the it's Jazz, I'm told, on the camera on the Baywatch Tower in the party stand.
Yes, this could be a scene out of Baywatch, actually, now I think about it. As Bamber is in, Flintoff on the back foot, pushing it out into the offside. If you just put the music to this, you'd hang on a minute. Have we reinvented the 90s? 100 up for Lancashire. Stuck in the 90s, but the last ball, the 22nd over. Rocky Flintoff has pushed a single that's brought up the team 100, but they are 4 down.
Yeah, party stand not required for the Metrobank One Day Cup. Be in full swing for the test match, which is here in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, that'll be. There's a. Is the right word to say tribute to Jimmy Anderson? It's not. I don't want to make it sound like he's passed. It's not the Jimmy. It's a celebration of his career.
That's yeah, well, yeah.
But that's the modern way of describing a funeral, though, isn't it? A celebration of. People know what I mean.
Yeah, there is something. There's a big do going on.
Oh, that's what I do.
There's a big
5-day shindig.
Here we go. I'll quote the official press release.
Safest.
We'll get us both out of trouble now. Lancashire Cricket to celebrate the international career of James Anderson at Emirates Old Trafford. This is the first day of the test match, so the Wednesday. And it's Flintoff, who's on 36, works for Holman. It's a clip to the leg side for a single. So Lancashire Cricket will celebrate the international career of James Anderson with a special presentation at Emirates Old Trafford outfield during day 1 of the first test match against Sri Lanka.
No time given. It could be any point at day 1. It's like one of those radio shows where you phone in when you hear this song.
The presentation will take place during the lunch interval on the opening day.
If it was the 100, they just do it in the middle of the game or something like that.
They do it on that DJ stand. Chris Green taking guard from the umpire, bowler and captain in conversation. So the Lancashire chair, Andy Anson, we are incredibly proud of Jimmy and all his achievements in an England shirt. It will be an emotional day and a chance for fans to say thank you, Jimmy. With this being one of the only tests in the North this summer, it will provide supporters with a special opportunity to celebrate one of the all-time greats. It's the Jimmy Anderson Day on the 21st of August. I don't know if it's sold out the first day or not.
That's my next question.
Oh, no.
I might try and get along because the one, guess which day I had tickets for the Ashes last year. One day. Yeah.
You sit there and watch it.
Oh yeah, we played a lot of cricket out the back.
Yeah, watch it rain for a bit.
We went, shall we go, shan't we go? We watched it rain for a good 3 or 4 hours and eventually gave up on it.
103 for 4. Right, I think we're ready. Green waits as Holman's in. Goes for a big shot. Does it get enough to clear the infield? Just about. It's spinning out towards the boundary. In fact, he gets 4. I think it was Sam Robson who was just reaching for it, trying to get fingertips, and couldn't quite get a hold of it. Just enough. There goes the reach. Beyond Robson's fingertips, 4 runs.
It never looked like he was going to take the catch. It always just felt like it was going to be a little bit beyond him. It was spinning in the air, he spliced it. I think it was the wrong one that went back into Chris Green. And I tell you what, I'd like to see Luke Holman's face, because he's angry when he takes wickets. I don't know what he's like when the catches go down off his bowling. Half a chance there at best.
4 to Green. Slip in place, Holman to Green. Push away into the offside, calls Flintoff through for a single.
He's got that really exaggerated bobbing, doesn't he? It's almost like a nodding dog when he's batting, Chris Green. Goes up and down a couple of times.
It's a very smiley noddy dog, isn't he?
Yeah, happy noddy dog. He was smiling when that catch was put down. He knows he sort of got away with one there, which will only have infuriated the bowler more to see the batter grinning back at him.
He's got a very stern look on his face, hasn't he? Luke Holman. It's a lovely drive by Flintoff down the ground just before 1.
Subfielder on is Robbie White. Just try and... I should have worked out who he was on for before I mentioned it, but I didn't. I said what I saw. Now I'm working backwards. Be one of the quick bowlers, won't he? Yeah, I can't see Ethan Brooks.
Holman to Green off the back foot. Punch down the ground. Holman went again leaping away to his left. Took a brilliant catch of his own bowling to get rid of Venkatesh Iyer. Went low to his left to try and stop that ball and prevent the single for Green.
Or indeed Henry Brooks. It would have been a surprise if I saw Ethan Brooks out there.
It's too many Brooks.
Too many Brooks, spoiler.
Something. 110 for 4. Holman in. Flintoff with a single. Clipped away to mid-wicket for 1. Takes him to 40. No, it doesn't. Takes him to 39. Not out. And it's 111 for 4. With 1 ball remaining of the 23rd over. Holman 2 for 28. Spins the ball from one hand to the other. Green bobbing up and down. And then defends to Stoneman. And there's no run. End of the over. 111 for 4. Flintoff 39 and Green on 6.
And just a brief interlude off the pitch for Henry Brooks. As Robbie White departs, there's that Lancashire dressing room. A few concerned faces. Not quite gone how they would have hoped. The scoring rate's okay. Had they just lost a wicket or two, maybe they'd have built themselves a platform. Chris Green, though, has been the man to dig them out of a couple of holes. Well, he hasn't quite managed to dig them out, but he's at least attempted to, whatever the metaphor is, some soil back in, Bamber in to Flintoff, who looks really good. And I shouldn't keep saying that, because you know what happens when a commentator says someone looks good. But he's just looked so assured since he's been out there. There was a short ball from Brooks quite early on that jagged back at him. He just swayed out of the way of it and completely unflustered, and that's just how he's gone about this whole inning so far. You'd never guess this was his best score in this. You'd think he'd be playing for years. That's a lovely shot. Not going to get a run for it though. Take a couple of steps, realise mid-off is going to be there. Martin Anderson, not seen him with ball in hand yet. Mentioned it already, he'll be off to Derbyshire over the winter. So they've got a couple of players out there, Middlesex, who have already signed deals elsewhere. Happens more and more often now with that. Not quite a transfer window, but when you can talk to out-of-contract players, I just find it a bit disruptive as Flintoff is on the back foot, pushes it out towards Joe Cracknell. Deep extra cover, just a single, 112 for 4. 23.5 overs gone here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Yeah, since Lancashire last played, they've announced a new signing as well with Michael Jones.
Oh yeah, good signing. Re-signing? Was he before? He's a boy from around here, isn't
He is, yeah. There's a bit of confusion as to whether he was with Lancashire's academy or not. But yes, he's certainly a local lad. Skirk.
He had a really good year last year when they won Division 2. Just found himself out of the side, and they've signed Emilio Gay and Will Rhodes, haven't they? So they've got a couple of openers in.
Yeah, Michael Jones joining from Durham, 3-year contract, and he will join Lancashire at the end of the season.
Oh, I can tell you for a fact he played for the under-14s.
Okay.
That's back in 2012. So I don't know if he was on the academy, but he definitely played youth cricket.
We'll push up towards mid-off, a cheeky single that by Green. May have been tight with a direct hit. Made his mind up early, Green, to go through for 1. He's on to 7, 13 for 4.
That's me just in the Michael Jones research hole, neglecting my actual duties. 1 ball left in the 24th over. Flintoff on strike. Bamber is in. Flintoff is defending into the offside where Mark Stoneman sweeps. No run. 24 gone. 130 for 4. Flintoff's got 40. Green has 7 at the other end. 4 batters to fall for Lancashire. A young Kesh Fonseca who batted nicely. George Bell, Josh Bohannon, and the big one, Venkatesh Iyer. The most recent man to go to this chap on screen. Luke Holman, who's picked up a couple for 2 for 28 off 6 overs, bowled well. Really well.
Jones has had 7 seasons up in the northeast with Durham. Scotland international. So he's signed a 3-year deal. Will join Lancashire at the end of the season. But we're at that part of the season now, where you do get to see players moving around and announcing they're not going to sign contracts. They're going to leave at the end of the season, and you get players being picked up by other counties. It all seems a bit odd, that player movement right in the crunch time of the season as well, isn't it? Green off the back foot. Takes a single out towards the leg side.
And then you're in that position of, do you pick them, don't you pick them? You sometimes don't have a choice in this tournament now. It's very difficult. You'd like to think most players would continue to give everything they've got until the point they leave. But then as a coach, you're thinking, well, do I play someone who's not going to be here next year? Do I want to give someone else a go and see if they can do it? It's very difficult.
Holman to Flintoff. Second time he's played that little paddle shot down towards the fine leg boundary. Bamber will catch up with it. Flintoff comes back for 2. Moves on to 42, not out. 116 for 4.
You almost need a realignment, a bit like when a business changes an accounting year. You want contracts to expire at the back end of September or in October. I know that would only be for the English domestic season, but
there's Holman to Flintoff. Forward in defence, no run.
Well, there should be a window at least. That's when they do expire. But June is really early in the season. You've only just started the current season to be starting to get distracted and have lads talking about it.
Holman to Flintoff again. Play back down the pitch, gathered by Luke Holman off his own bowling, and there's no run.
It's impacted the women's game actually. And, what Lancashire have done really well is they've had people, they've lined it up, but for a lot of the other sides, suddenly first week of the season, brilliant, got this new structure.
Back and takes a single to mid-off this time, moves on to 43, 117 before.
Which is fantastic, but then everyone suddenly went, now we have to start a professional sports team from scratch in a couple of months. And players in the dressing room were all going, well, actually I'm out of a job, technically, come the end of the season, unless like Lancashire, you've got ahead of it. Coaches are thinking the same, so it's a little bit disruptive, all that stuff. I don't know how you really combat it. I'm just offering problems, not solutions.
Final ball of the 25th over. Cut away by Green out towards point for 1. And that is the halfway stage of the innings. 25 overs gone. 118 for 4. You wouldn't notice it, or you wouldn't think it, but he's bowled quite well, Luke Holman, but he doesn't look it. 2 for 33 from 7 overs. And Green and Flintoff batting together here for Lancashire. So they've got half their overs remaining. 25 to go. We're going to have a drinks break. 118 for 4. Flintoff on 43. And Green on 9. Looks a bit gloomy outside. I'm surprised we've not got the floodlights on.
I was about to ask. I know we haven't got rain yet, but it's just felt a little bit darker. And I think there's a fair few of the Middlesex players have sprinted off, so I think a lot of them need a comfort break.
Right. Oh, it's well timed.
There's the forecast.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't look utterly horrific, does it, the radar? But it looks, there's a suggestion that they might get the odd shower coming our way. We've had a week of glorious sunshine. The Derbyshire and Somerset and Southampton were lovely.
It's felt like actual summer, hasn't it?
Yeah. There's only one other game which is in play elsewhere because the game between Warwickshire and Glamorgan's been delayed, but they are playing at Scarborough, and Yorkshire are batting first, and they're 81 for 4. Looks like the hospitality tent's doing a good trade. So 81 for 4 Yorkshire. Match taking place at Scarborough. That's the only other game that's taken place.
Umpires on screen, I think, are on the walkie-talkies, and the question they might be asking is, please can somebody turn the lights on? So it is gloomy.
Yeah, might get the floodlights on. So drinks break here, having reached the halfway point of the Lancashire innings. The wickets to fall in this Lancashire innings so far. Right, we'll have a little look at these wickets, shall we? They've lost 4 of them. To begin with, Ethan Bamber with the first breakthrough. Bell cutting to backward point, fell for 4. Good catch by Luke Holman. And then Brooks trapping Bohannon, LBW for 5. Lancashire 2 down early on. And then a really good partnership between Fonseca and Flintoff. In the end, Fonseca going, followed by Venkatesh Iyer. Good catch off his own bowling by Luke Holman. So he's picked up 2 of the 4 wickets to 4. 1 for Brooks, 1 for Bamber. And that leaves Flintoff and Green currently batting together here. 10 to 1. Lunchtime for some inside the ground.
They looked very relaxed there, Flintoff and Green. They were just having a chat, both smiling away. They were talking about cricket or just distracting themselves. All these scenes of people eating. It's the one downside of this tournament is when do you have your lunch when you're on commentary? 2:30. He's noticed he's on the screen. School holiday, so a few youngsters in as well. I wonder if many have made the trip up from Middlesex. I'm sure there'll be a few, always is.
Maybe in the hotel, potentially.
He definitely hasn't made the trip up to Middlesex, that young man. Big Lancashire fan. People have clocked on, I think. The reaction time is good, actually, now. What's the name of that cricket club he's got on in the hoodie?
I can't quite see that, no. This guy come with an umbrella hat, so he's ready for all weather. Well, there's a reasonable sprinkling of spectators around the ground, and they've enjoyed watching themselves appear on the big screen.
Just joining us, the cricket is about to resume. Had a bit of a drinks break halfway through the Lancashire innings. 118 for 4. Chris Green has 9. Rocky Flintoff has 43. And Henry Brooks has the ball in his hand on the Jimmy Anderson end. Still a slip in for Green. He's bobbing up and down. Pushes it back Past the bowler, but straight to Nathan Fernandez at mid-on. 4 no runs, so remains 118 for 4. Brooks picked up the wicket of Josh Bohannon in a very, very good first spell. Noah Cornwall actually opened the bowling, just bowled a couple of overs, and Mark Stone went, well, your radar isn't quite right, so I'm going to turn to Brooks, and 4 balls in, I think it was. Josh Bohannon trapped LBW for just the 5. This Green plays a lovely, lovely drive, but it's straight to the fielder at mid-off, so he won't get anything for it. Robbie White, sub-fielder, on again. Throws it into fellow wicketkeeper Jack Davies, who has the gloves on. Sam Robson, he is the slip. It's not really a first slip. If there's one slip in today, it doesn't tend, or these days, doesn't tend to be a first slip, does it?
No.
It's usually a second or a 1.5, but the keeper expects to cover that traditional first slip position. Here's Brooks in. Green waiting, short ball pulled, top edge. There's a fielder down there. It's Noah Cornwall who takes the catch. Drinks, brings wickets. Fist pump from Henry Brooks, and that's a big one as well. Chris Green, who's been in fine form in this tournament, 50 at Somerset, maiden list day, 100 down at Hampshire. He has to go today for just the 9. Lancashire now in a little bit of trouble, 118 for 5. Brooks has 2.
It's a good catch, isn't it? By Noah Cornwall, because he's had to make up a little bit of grass to get across to it, and then take a tumbling catch. And of course it's Green who's the informed batter here. He's been Lancashire's best batter in the competition. So it's a good catch, banged in, went for it, and he's shifted away to his left, in position, and takes a good catch. It's a really, really good breakthrough that for Middlesex, because of what we've seen in the last couple of games by Chris Green. Now he didn't bother straight away, doesn't he? On the back of his first century at Hampshire, in a real terrific 65 against Somerset on the Friday. He departs, and Brooks with his second wicket, and Lancashire 5 down.
Yeah, all smiles. Brooks has used the short ball really well, actually. There's a lot of bowlers, you can just bang it in, but batters can sway out of the way of it. They don't have to do anything with it. He had to play it, that Chris Green, because it was right at his body. He had to play it, it'll duck out of the way. He's made Flintoff sway out of one. It's good from Henry Brooks. Twice, Mark Stoneman has said to Henry Brooks, on you come, get us a wicket, and twice Henry Brooks has delivered. 5 down. All, well, not all, but a lot on Flintoff here. George Balderson is out in the middle now, left-hander. We've got Josh Boyden, got Jack Morley, Tom Bailey. No Harry Singh yet.
No. He has in previous games opened the batting, yes, for Lancashire.
And it surprises me slightly, given we're down to number 7. Presumably he's got to come in 8.
Yeah, they've changed, chopped and changed quite a bit with their batting order through the course of the competition. I mean, Flintoff's been up at 4, he's been down at 6, and Bolton likewise. They've interchanged a little bit. He's been up at 4 and down at 7 now. So yeah, they've kind of changed it around a bit through the course of the campaign.
Brooks into Balderson, first ball, left-hander, pushes it into the offside, and now be no run. Trio of subfielder White, Josh De Cares and Holman all descending on that ball. Sam Robson's at first hit.
Robson's coming into the team because of the Keaton Jennings joining up with the London Spirit. He has opened the batting in the previous games. But he'll be in next.
Brooks is in to the left-handed Balderson. Another good short ball that Balderson just ducks out of the way of. Yeah, a couple of ducks either side of 14 at Taunton for Harry Singh. 25 at Sedbergh in that opening game. Bit of trouble here, Lancashire. 118 for 5. Remember, having opted to bat Josh Bohannon, called correctly. So we're going to have a bat. So Middlesex will be delighted with the way this has unfolded. Just that one partnership really between Flintoff and Fonseca as Balderson is defending. Straight to mid-off, so end of the over, 26 gone that first over. After the drinks break, brings a wicket. It was a big one as well. Chris Green caught well by Noah Cornwall at long leg. Henry Brooks has 2 wickets. Lancashire after 26 overs, or 118 for 5.
Yeah, wicket maiden that for Brooks. Super return after the drinks break. 118 for 5. Be happy, Mark Snowman. Having a conversation with Luke Holman, who's bowled 7 on the spin from the Brian Statham end. Looks like he's going to bowl 8 on the bounce here, 2 for 33. Flintoff on strike, who's 43 not out.
I'm sure deep inside, Luke Holman is a happy man. He just doesn't show it on his face.
And bowls to Flintoff, who's off the front foot. It's pushed away back down the pitch, and there's no run. I'm hoping that before his 10 overs are done, we're going to see a little smile at some point. Just a little one. Into Flintoff. Stoneman at short cover to field, no run.
Maybe when his 10 overs are done, maybe we'll just get a little glint in the eye.
Twirls his way back in, ball. Flintoff goes back and defends. Holman moves a few paces away to his right, scoops the ball up and back into position. Keeper standing up behind the stumps. Holman bowls again. Forward goes Flintoff, defends. And again, there's no run. 118 for 5. Holman with a white towel hooked into the back of his trousers. Maybe a little bit of grease in the outfield. Played late by Flintoff, just trying to roll the ball down towards third man. Tumbling stop at short third. Flintoff does get through for a single. 44 now to him. 119 for 5.
He just had to slow down a tad, hasn't he? The momentum that they did have, that he gave them from that, was it Nathan Fernandez over where he hit that 6 and picked up that quick 2, 9 off the over, and he thought, okay, this partnership's going to build. And actually it was the very next over, wasn't it? Fonseca fell sweeping to Luke Holman. At that point Lancashire were on top, but it's changed quickly.
Balderson waits as Holman's in. Goes back, plays a nice shot. Square drive out towards the point boundary just for a single. That's his first run. Picked up on the cover boundary by Joe Cracknell. And Balderson keeps the strike as well, so that's 27 overs completed. It's 120 for 5. Flintoff 44. Balderson on 0. Yeah, the biggest partnership of the innings has been that Fonseca and Flintoff 1 for 58. Flintoff from Green 19, Flintoff and Venkatesh Iyer 16. Need to find another one here, Lancashire.
That man on screen, Henry Brooks, will be doing everything he can to ensure they aren't able to. A couple of slips in for left-hander Balderson, who's got just one new to the crease. Sam Robson at first. Josh Cares at second. He's coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Just goes a little bit too straight. Tickle round the corner. There is a fielder down at fine leg. It's Ethan Bamber. Keeps it to just the 1. Balderson moves on to 2. 21 for 5. Just one slip in for Flintoff. Settled. Technically just one strike away from what would be a maiden 50 in the professional game for Rocky Flintoff. Batted really nicely, batted really sensibly as well. A couple of beautiful strokes we've seen from him. Doing the job for his team. Drop and run, that's good. Nathan Fernandez is quite deep at mid-on. Necessarily positioned because how well Flintoff's been striking the ball. Drop and run. 2 singles off the first 2 balls of this over. Over number 28 of this game. It's a big one for Middlesex, still with an outside chance of qualifying. It's a really tight top of this group actually. Top 3 go through. It's going to go right down to the wire. As Brooks is in around the wicket to left-handed. Balderson is trying to cut, can't quite get it away. Holman just bounces awkwardly in front of him at extra cover. Gets both hands on it. No run. Still no floodlights. It's very gloomy. I always forget, sat in press boxes, we're usually looking through slightly tinted windows.
That's true, yeah.
But still, I wouldn't say it's the height of summer. Maybe in date, but not quite in conditions. It has been beautiful. Back over the wicket this time. Brooks, change of angle. He's into Balderson. He just turns him quite comfortably into deep square leg. Joe Cratner will do the fielding. Picks up 1. 22 overs remaining after this one. Still plenty of time for Lancashire. First task is not to leave any overs out there. We're going to want Rocky Flintoff to bat for most of them as well, if they're going to set a competitive total. Brooks turns, Flintoff on 45, stands. Slower ball, Flintoff waits, opens the face, thinks about a single. George Balderson says absolutely not. Martin Anson was sweeping from backward point. Slip comes out, Sam Robson given the nod. We go to a shortish mid-wicket on the catch. Still nothing down at Edgbaston. Well, nothing but rain. Not what you want to see. This time Flintoff is trying to do the same, opens up the face, but then again Martin Anderson is there. Still not seeing him with ball in hand, though he does have the ball in his hand right now. He does the fielding. Just free off that Henry Brooks over. He's bowled 7, taken 2 for 21. Wickets of Josh Bohannon and Chris Green. 123 for 5, Lancashire. Here at Emirates Old Trafford, Sam Dalling alongside Scott Reed. On a gloomy day, a day that we were expecting, truth be told, a lot more rain. Haven't had any yet, which is good news. Or maybe it's not good news, I don't know how Lancashire feel about it. Change of bowling. Luke Holman isn't going to bowl out. He's bowled brilliantly. Picks himself up a couple of wickets from an 8-over spell that's cost us 35 runs, but they're going to use Nathan Fernandez. Change of ends for him, left arm spinner. About half an hour ago, Rocky Flintoff just started to get going against Fernandez, picked up a couple, and from nowhere plonked this 6 over long on. That forced Middlesex into a bit of a change. But Fernandez is now back from the Brian save from medium centre end. That's defended into the offside for no run. Fernandez past the umpire, delivers, and Anderson again, who seems to be the only fielder in the game for this last 5 minutes or so. This time he's at short extra cover. I think he's fielded 4 balls in a row, following him around. False start there, as Balderson just pulls away to make some adjustments to his shirt. Quicker one from Fernandez, pushed down to long on. Noah Cornwall comes around, does the fielding, chucks it in left-handed. Noah Cornwall taking the catch 10 minutes or so ago that saw off Chris Green. Short ball from Henry Brooks that Green wasn't ever in control of. Turned it round the corner, he looked and his head dropped because he saw there was a fielder down there. It was a good catch from Cornwall. Stoneman and Fernandez deep in conversation. Stoneman's been brilliantly proactive as a skipper, talking his young bowlers through all of this. On the back foot, but can only find Stoneman, so there will be no run. 4 balls gone, just the 1 run off it so far. What will Flintoff do here? His 6 came out of the blue. This time he's watchful onto that front foot, defending it back. So it remains 124 for 5. 1 ball left for the 29th. Single to end the over. Flintoff had a look. They were slightly hesitant. There was a shy at the non-striker's end from Josh De Caires. An apology from Rocky Flintoff. It's about the first thing he's done. I'll say wrong, but half error, misjudgment. 125 for 5 after 29 overs. Rocky Flintoff has 46, George Bolton has 4.
Yeah, only 2 batters into double figures, and it's the 2 young lads, isn't it? Kesh Fonseca, 42. Rocky Flintoff's unbeaten, 46. Single figure scores elsewhere. Bell 4, Bahanam 5, Venkatesh 9, Green 9. And Balderson just starting out. He's on 4. Because you're looking for kind of shoots of encouragement from this One Day Cup campaign, and looking at some of the younger players that they might be able to get into the team and be given a chance. Well, Fonseca and Flintoff certainly today so far are the shining lights for Lancashire. Josh DeCare is going to come into the attack from the Jimmy Anderson end. So we'll see some more spin. They've used 3 spinners so far. Holman 8 overs, Fernandez 4 overs. 4 overs for 19. Holman's bowled 8 overs, 2 for 35. So leg spin, left arm spin, and now some off spin. So Flintoff just flicks the ball away off his hip. Through for a quick single. Moves on to 47. 126 for 5.
He's done a fair bit of bowling. I mean, he's an opening batter by trade, really, DeCare. Certainly in red ball cricket. Actually, he took that 7 for against Hampshire last year. And he's become a genuine all-rounder. Another one who's been on a Lions tour.
He's got Balderson on strike. He's off spin from around the wicket to Balderson with a slip in place forward in defence. Just calmly plays the ball back down the pitch and gathered by Josh DeCare. Is off his own bowling. Creeps back to his mark.
Do these two just have to bat for a bit now without really worrying too much? Can you afford to do that? I don't know.
And again to Balderson. Drives on the bounce to cover. No run.
Can you give yourself 10 overs of being happy enough, scoring at 3 or 4 and over, if that's all that's on offer? Just to have that last 10 with wickets in hand.
Balderson back to Josh DeCare. No run. Yeah, it's tricky, that, isn't it? I suppose that Dale Benkenstein, the head coach, has been telling us he wants his team to play a certain kind of attacking way and to keep going, to keep trying to find boundaries and take the positive option. It's a good shot by Balderson, drilled down the ground for a single. 127 for 5, but
that hasn't always been evident.
I think it's been a little muddled thinking at times from Lancashire in the One Day Cup. Yeah, I'm not sure if they... Which, it's a new side and some young players, so you can factor that into the equation. 1 for Flintoff, moves on to 48 as he drives through mid-off for a single. End of the over as well. 128 for 5, Flintoff 48 and Balderson on 5. So you got some new players, you got some younger players, you got a new coaching setup. Some and maybe just a little bit of understanding as to how they want to play their 50 over cricket. At the minute, just ticking along here, aren't they? With 20 overs left. Going at fraction over 4 runs and over.
I'd like to see them just relax. You almost feel like they need to have a bit of a team day out. Go to Chester Zoo, or whatever's it, just have a bit of fun. Take all the pressure off. They just feel like players who are playing under, feel the weight of pressure on them. Fernandez is turned into the leg side for just a single, because there's some brilliant cricketers in this side. Just not quite clicking.
I mean, the Zoo's an interesting choice.
Yeah. Don't know why it came to me first. Yeah. It's a good zoo, though.
Chester Zoo?
Yeah.
Have you been to Blackpool Zoo?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Should I?
Well, I just wondered if you could compare the two for us.
No. But maybe next year, if there's a one-day cup game up there, I can combine them both, 2-day trip. Pencil it in. Fernandez is in, and Balderson is using his feet. See, even that's a little bit more positive. Just showing the bowler that you're not just going to sit there and allow him to do the same thing over and over. I know there's no run, it's still 129 for 5. Balderson has 5. turn that into the leg side, but he's turned it straight to Stoneman. Always difficult to field on the square as well. If you field on the squares, they're rock hard. You end up losing most of the skin on your knees and elbows by the end of the season. Can't quite get it away though. George Balderson on the back foot this time, pushing it out to Martin Anderson at cover. He has tried to at least find the single, the last 3 balls. And Fernandez and Stoneman just having a chat. The young bowler has seen something, has got a feeling, and just saying to his skipper, see a field change. Looks like it's as is, backward point and a short third. Fernandez in, just a little bit short, and Balderson has rocked onto the back foot. It was just a fraction short. It's going to pick him up 4, I think. Noah Cornwall chases it valiantly. Much needed boundary for Lancashire. George Balderson moves on to 9. They move on to 133 for 5.
Yeah, he's found a way of finding a boundary, hasn't he, there? Dragging the ball around, plenty of strength in that, muscled out towards wide long on.
Whatever that conversation was, I don't think it involved bowling that ball the next delivery. Last ball the over. Fernandez 0 for 25 or 4.5 so far. That's played off the back foot, this time into the offside. Joe Cracknell comes around, does the fielding, keeps it to 2, gets a big cheer from a group down there. 135 for 5. So 7 off the over. That's better from Lancashire. Flintoff will be on strike on 49. Balderson has 11.
I suppose that's the challenge in this format, isn't it? The middle chunk of your innings here, you can get a little bit bogged down. It can get a little bit tangled up and things slow down a little bit. Positive play by Balderson in that 31st over. Flintoff's a run away from 50 here. 3 times he's gone past his previous top score in List A cricket in this group campaign, and this is comfortably his highest to date. Daps the ball out towards the leg side. And it's picked up at mid-wicket by Martin Anderson. There's no run. There's a long off and a long on. There's a deep mid-wicket. Deep point as well. Over the wicket to Flintoff, who drives for a single through mid-off. And 16-year-old Rocky Flintoff, first appearance here at Emirates Old Trafford, gets himself his maiden List A half-century. 50 off 77 balls, 4 fours and a 6. And plenty of smiles from his teammates on the balcony. Very nicely done for Rocky Flintoff. 50 not out, 136 for 5.
A couple of lovely shots in there as well. See little delicate sweeps, some booming drives, and that's 6 down the ground off Nathan Fernandez not so long ago.
Worked out to the leg side, slapped away by Balderson over mid-wicket. And 4 runs, 140 for 5 now.
So half a cry catch here. I think Mark Stoneman was, to be honest, more in danger there. Yeah. Absolutely flew at him.
He's at quite short, straight mid-wicket, isn't he, Stoneman? And that was slapped right over his head. In the firing line there was the Middlesex skipper. Clip it down towards fine leg. Balderson picked up inside the circle by Noah Cornwall, and there is no run. Offside field well guarded as Balderson off the back foot tries to find a gap. Picked up by Sam Robson in at cover. 140 for 5. Final ball of the 32nd over. Streaky single by Balderson, but he keeps the strike with it. Takes him on to 16. And it's 141 for 5 at the end of the 32nd over. With Rocky Flintoff 50 not out. He has played some lovely shots along the way, driving straight down the ground. Back over the top for a big hit for 6. Little paddles around the corner for 4. He's enjoyed his first game in Lancashire's first 11 here at Emirates Old Trafford, and a lovely moment to get to 50 as well. Just pushing it towards mid-off, and acknowledges the support from the members. Nicely battered Rocky Flintoff.
Yeah, it's battered beautifully. Probably only half a job done though if his team were to post anything substantial. Nathan Fernandez is in, and Balderson, who showed good intent since he came in, a 16 from 23, pushes it back at him. Left-hander on strike, so left armour bowling to him. And those two keeping it between themselves for the time being, just pushes it back at Fernandez. Floodlights are creeping on. Creeping's probably not quite the right word for lights being turned on, is it? Fernandez is in, Wilson using his feet, pushes it down the ground for a single where Noah Cornwall will do the fielding. 142 for 5.
Yeah, kind of flickering into action a bit, aren't they, the floodlights?
Yeah. Flickering is probably a better description. Fernandez, left arm around the wicket to Flintoff. Just reached 50, 50 from 77 balls. He had to be patient. Lost partners, a fair few of them. Hits that hard, cries a catch, but it's well to the right of short cover. Will just be a single though. Moves to 51. Almost at full beam now on those floodlights. Gone on the days of someone having to wind them up. Taking about half an hour to turn them on and off. Back foot from Balderson, who hits that firmly down the ground, but again, just one, but good intent from the over. So Fernandez has bowled 6 overs, 0 for 31. No, he hasn't quite. He's got 1 ball left. The scorecard was too quick for me.
There's been a sense of trying to be a little bit more urgent in the last couple of overs by 2 batters here.
Fernandez in. Flintoff turns it into the leg side for another single. So Fernandez has 6 overs, 0 for 31. Lancashire 145 for 5. Flintoff 52 from 79. Balderson 18 from 27.
It's not been risky cricket either, has it? Just been pretty steady, sensible cricket. Work the ball around. Just try and put a little bit of pressure back on the bowlers. Scenes here in Manchester look like it could be November really, with the floodlights on and dark cloud in the distance.
I came to a gig here in the summer. I came to a couple actually, I was very lucky, but the Green Day one is the only time I've ever seen bright sunshine and pouring rain at the same time. It was very weird.
Josh DeCares continues from the James Anderson end, just tapped back towards him by Rocky Flintoff, and there's no run.
Only in Manchester that. What it did mean was a beautiful rainbow. Yeah, a bit surreal. Half the ground was getting wet, half the ground was sunbathing.
Flintoff from 52. Plays this down toward long on for 1. He's on to 53, 146 for 5. Left-hander Balderson back on strike. Back around the wicket from the off-spinner forward in defence. And there is no run. 146 for 5 here on the BBC Sport website and app, and across Lancs TV. And the Metrobank One Day Cup. Balderson driving down the ground. Oh, terrific catch. Again, another excellent catch. A return catch this time to Josh DeCares off his own bowling. We saw Luke Holman take a spectacular one-hander catch to dismiss Venkatesh Iyer early in the innings. And now Balderson having to depart. Good work by the off-spinner. Good low catch. Balderson goes for 18. Lancashire lose a 7th wicket just as they were starting, or trying at least, to try and find a bit of momentum and play a little bit more attacking cricket, and he's just chipped it back to the bowler and takes a good catch.
He was taking a risk by playing against the turn. He was just trying to push it down to long on, wasn't he? for a single. Gets that leading edge. Cares reacted quickly. Good low catch. But a big smile on his face. Less angry than Luke Holman at taking his wickets. He's almost smiling before he's taken the catch there, Josh De Cares. Very casual. Carries on, picks it up, flicks the ball away and carries on chewing his chewing gum.
Yeah, neat work off his own bowling. Just trying to press on a little bit, haven't they, Lancashire, in the last 3 or 4 overs. For them, an untimely wicket, that. Partnership was just developing. Not been too many big partnerships in the innings. Fonseca and Flintoff, by far the biggest, with 58. Flintoff and Balderson just adding on 28 runs there. Harry Singh's the new batter. He's back with 2 of the youngsters to try and find another partnership. Singh, who was opening the batting in this competition for Lancashire, coming in at number 8 now.
And so in that sense, you could say not a bad player to come in at number 8. Bit of work to do, that's for sure.
De Cares over the wicket to Singh. Does well off his own ball again, just galloping away to his right, one-handed stop. 146 for 6, Lancashire, 34th over. Final ball of it into Singh. Drilled down the ground. Again, good work off his own bowling. Leaping out towards his right-hand side, jumping across Flintoff at the non-striker's end, just to make sure there wasn't a possibility of a single there to end the over. Just the 1 run off it and the wicket as well. 3 overs for Josh De Cares, gone for 10, picked up the 1 wicket. Lancashire 146 for 6.
It's going to be young Fernandez to continue from the Brian Statham media centre end. It's a tap on the back from Mark Stoneman. Are we delighted with the way his side have gone so far? Be interesting to know what they would have done. What they were asked to do was have a bowl, and it's gone pretty well. Just that one partnership of note between Flintoff and Fonseca. Flintoff on strike, still there on 53, pushes defensively. And Martin Hansen does the fielding at mid-wicket. 53 off 82 balls, so just slowed down a little bit. Flintoff has had to. Just bat sensibly, he's batted beautifully, barely a false shot. Not sure I remember one actually from him. Been in complete control. Drives that into the ground and into Mark Stoneman's chest, I think it was, at the end, at short cover. His designer stubble. Brilliant signing for Middlesex a couple of years ago from Surrey. He's been a brilliant player, a lovely career. Little dab, we've seen that a couple of times from Flintoff. Didn't quite get hold of that one, it was in the air for a little bit. Ethan Bamber scrambles around. It's almost a short square leg, or just normal square leg. Even a bit finer, may have been chance of a catch, but it's just a single. Move Flintoff onto 54.
Yeah, it's been quite profitable, that shot, hasn't it, for Flintoff? A little paddle around the corner.
Slip in for Harry Singh. Couple of balls into his innings, yet to get off the mark. Sam Robson at slip. Backward point is quite short. Fielders around, and that's a nice looking shot from Harry Singh, but it's straight to Martin Anderson at mid-wicket. 4-no run, 147 for 6. Just the 1 run off Fernandez's 7th over thus far. Floodlights are firmly on now. It's a little bit brighter around Emirates Old Trafford. This one is pushed straight to Noah Cornwall though, at mid-off, so Singh not quite able to get him away. 1 ball left of Fernandez's 7th over. Not 32. Cornwall sent down to long off, happy to give Singh the strike. Singh goes aerially just to the right of Martin Anderson at short mid-wicket. Will just be a single because Joe Cracknell is out there. So Harry Singh does retain the strike. He's off the mark, 148 for 6. 35 gone, so 15 to go in this Lancashire innings Metrobank One Day Cup game between them and Middlesex. Rocky Flintoff has 54. Harry Singh has just the 1.
It was enjoyable watching some of those highlights of Flintoff, wasn't it, before that boundaries he's got in this innings, 4 fours and that 6 back over the bowler's head. Rotated the strike well. He's enjoyed a good partnership with Fonseca.
Didn't 3 of those 4s come in the same over? Didn't he go bang bang against Cornwall?
I think he did. Yeah, he did. Singh on strike over number 36 for Lancashire, shuffling back and across and whipping the ball away to the leg side. Gathered by Martin Anderson at mid-wicket, no run.
The difficulty we've got, Scott, here is I don't know what a good score is because of the way they batted and the way they've lost wickets.
Gets in and bowls to Singh. That's driven away into the offside, no run. And that's a good point, isn't it? On what looks like as well a pretty tacky pitch, doesn't it? It's obviously a used pitch, and what Lancashire will think is defendable, having been out there and batted on it for a wee while. Run down to 3rd man by Singh. Below from face of the bat, bends his knees and steers it along the ground for a single. Doubles his total. Lancashire edging towards the 150 mark, 149 for 6.
I don't think they're in a good position, even on a tacky pitch. Funny, isn't it? Look, on outgrounds, you're getting brand new pitches because it's a big day for the club, but actually, if you come onto the main grounds, there's a lot of used pitches at this point in the summer.
Single for Flintoff. Back into his crease, up onto his toes, and then just whips it out towards the leg side. Holland's on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
And that isn't, by the way, intended to be a criticism of ground stuff, because they do a wonderful job as a 150 comes up for Lancashire. They have these spreadsheets where they're having to try and plan where they can have all these pitches for all the games, and then you get all the rain over the winter and the summer. Not easy.
Singh plays off the front foot. Again, cares he's good off his own bowling. I suppose you should be, shouldn't you? But he's gone darting away to his left to try and get something on it to stop the ball. Singh does get a single. 1-5-1 for 6.
Presume this green one here in the middle in front of us is going to be the test match pitch.
Cares in and bowls to Flintoff. Drives down the ground. There goes De Cares again, leaping away to his left, cartwheeling away, trying to stop the ball. He can't. Single for Flintoff, 56 to him now. End of the over, 1-5, 2 for 6.
Yeah, that little flurry of momentum has gone. That wicket changed it. There are the ground staff. It's one of those days where they're on high alert, aren't they? I wonder which one of those. Some of the younger ones are probably on their weather apps the whole time. More experienced guys of that. Well, they just know. They know when it's going to rain.
Can smell it in the air.
Yeah, they have a sense. Just get a little tingle. The hairs on the neck start to stand up. Time to grab the covers. So much cricket. Fernandez to continue. Long on, long offer out for Flintoff. He's on the back foot, pushing it wide of Sam Robson, who for half a second thought he was going to try and cut that off, and then I went, Luke Coleman, you're out there. They're going to get a single anyway.
Always amazes me at Edgbaston how they. I don't think Warwickshire play any or very, very few games away from Edgbaston. They seem to play the majority of all their cricket at Edgbaston. The amount of games that are played at that ground.
Fernandez in. Lovely looking shot. Just chipped down the ground. I think that's going to split the two fielders. It was a valiant effort from Noah Cornwall. Couldn't get there though. Harry Singh has his first boundary. Really, really straight. Nice shot. He moves. On 7, Lancashire 157 for 6. Holds his shape beautifully there, Harry Singh.
This ground gets a little bit of respite. They've played 2 championship matches away from here already. They've been at Blackpool and at Southport. They've played one-day games at Sedbergh and at Blackpool.
Fernandez in around the wicket. I'm not sure if that's a bit of pad or a bit of bat, but it's going to run away down towards the boundary. Ethan Bamber is going to chase it. Slows up in the pitch a little bit. Not sure if Ethan Bamber hasn't messed that up though. Yeah, he signalled it straight away. He thinks it was. He's just double checking. Honest from Ethan Bamber. He was trying to slide and pull it back, and I think he ended up pulling it back into his own hand or body. Made a bit of a mess of it.
Seemed to get a bit tangled up, didn't he?
A little bit of bat on it too. So Harry Singh moves on to 11 from 11. Back-to-back boundaries. He'll feel good about life.
Lancashire actually building a second ground.
I saw that, yeah. Looks impressive.
Just outside Preston.
Fernandez around the wicket. Push down the ground. They wait because Mark Stoneman is there. It goes past him, though. At short extra cover. Noah Cornwall does the fielding, pick up a single. Singh moves to a dozen. 2 pitches, is it right there, Paul?
Yeah, so I think there's one that would be used for the community, one that will be used for the cricket club.
Fernandez to Flintoff, a son of Preston. Just a single down the ground. Or a son of Preston. I'm not sure where Rocky Flintoff was born. Grandson of Preston. Anyway, sorry, you were saying.
So I think they're going to play some second team cricket there, age group cricket there, women's cricket there, and first team cricket there. So that venue will help, I think, try and ease a little bit of the pressure on playing here.
Fernandez in. Singh trying to ease some pressure on Lancashire. Doesn't quite get hold of that one. Just a single into the leg side. Slightly sloppy throw from Bamba. End of the over. 8 done from Fernandez. 37 in the innings. 164 for 6. Will it be an academy? Is it going to have an indoor school and things like that attached to it?
No, I think that's still going to be based here.
Okay.
The pavilion, which will serve both pitches. In the centre, I think there's going to be 18 pitches across the square that Lancashire will have as well. So it's quite a big oval that they'll have use of, and they're very fortunate. Lancashire, they've got some brilliant outgrounds that they can use, and Southport, Blackpool, Sedbergh at the minute are the 3 that they tend to use. Liverpool I don't think it's too far away, so they've got the option of having lots of really good outgrounds. But I suppose it means that they don't have to rely on that, that they can have a second base that is their own, that they can kind of manage and run themselves. Driven away by Singh to cover where Stoneman fields, no run.
Looks in good touch, Harry Singh. Hitting the ball, striking it well.
Just dropping down the order potentially might just help to free him up a little bit. Certainly has that licence here, and he's trying to find some momentum off the front foot. Sends it back down the pitch. Gathered by Josh Cares off his own bowling, no run. Singh on 13, 164 for 6. Down he comes again. That's a nice shot worked through mid-off. Just for 1. He's used his feet nicely to the spinners as Harry Singh. Takes him on to 14 not out. 165 for 6 now. Halfway through the 38th over. Flintoff is back on strike. And happy just to take 1. Clipped out to square leg. Sam Robson fields. Flintoff moves on to 59. 166 for 6. Cares in and balls to Singh, and that's played from deep in the crease. Off the back foot, punched up towards mid-on. No run. Floodlights now in full effect. Singh waits and comes down again and works the ball into the offside. Stoneman low to his right, one-handed partial stop. Did get underneath his body, but he was quick up onto his feet, Mark Stoneman, to make sure there wasn't a chance of a second for Singh. Having got through the first quickly. And he keeps the strike as well. Singh to 15. Flintoff's on 59. Lancashire have got 12 overs, potentially 12 overs remaining. There is a possibility that if whether it takes a turn for the worse, that might not be the case. But at the minute, it's okay. 167 for 6. 38 overs gone.
So we've been talking about sons of, fathers of in this tournament a lot. Probably will do for a long time. I think I'm right in saying that Singh's dad played a couple of ODIs for India, is it? So he's another one that people will have an eye on. Naturally, he's played for England under 19s, presumably.
He has.
Who hasn't?
Yes, he has. He's in the squad of 75.
So he's a little bit older than that now, isn't he? So it would have been the last couple of years.
Yeah, the sons of it's quite scary, isn't it, I suppose, if you get to a certain age and you're watching these young lads and remember either watching or indeed commentating on their dads.
Ethan Bamber then into the attack, or back into the attack from the Brian Statham Media Centre end. 12 overs to go. Ethan Bamber could potentially bowl 4 of them. 6 overs, 2 mains, 1 for 9 is his work thus far today. As Singh is defending straight to mid-wicket for no run. The problem is, though, there'll be sons of England international cricketers around the country right now who will be so bored of their friends and family turning to them, well, his son's playing for England, why aren't you playing professional cricket? It'd be such a dull joke for them. You can imagine it, can't you? Oh, well, Michael Vaughan's son's playing professional cricket. Flicked into the leg side and away for 4. Nice looking shot from Singh, who's looked really good since he's gone out there. He's moved to 19. That was nonchalant. Flicked away. There's a fielder out there at deep mid-wicket, goes wide of him. That's our camera crew are predicting a little bit of rain. They're starting to set themselves up a little bit of shelter. Fair play to camera crew. They're out there in all weather, long days. Don't think I could do that job, partly because I don't like the sun, so I like to be in an air-conditioned room watching cricket. Here's Bamber. Singh plays a nice shot, but straight to mid-on for no run. Henry Brooks does the fielding. 171 for 6. Now, people often think, and they maybe say the same to you, you spend your days watching cricket, must really enjoy the sunshine and the heat. No, I'm behind glass.
Yes.
The outgrounds are quite nice in that sense. You get to feel a bit of fresh air. Henry Brooks just starting to warm up again at mid-on as well. Bamber is in, 54 on his back, slower ball. Singh waits for it, can't quite get it away. It's going straight to Stoneman. He's been busy in the covers. Henry Brooks' warm-up routine just getting a little bit more vigorous at mid-on. It's a long way down for him to hit those toes. And you just saw a flash of him in the background. He's been brilliant so far. Twice he's been turned to by Mark Stoneman, and twice he's picked up wickets in the first over of his 2 spells. 7 overs, 2 for 21. Bamber is in. Singh's gone aerial. Had he got over Noah Cornwall? No, he hasn't. He has to go. It's been a bright innings. 19 from 22 balls, but he's fallen. He's become the 7th wicket. Ethan Bamber has his 2nd. He was looking to accelerate, looking to go over the top. Just didn't quite get enough of it, and Noah Cornwall is a tall man, takes the catch and mid-off.
Yeah, running away to his left, fingertips above his head. And always looked like he would take the catch. Singh trying to be positive, going for the big shot. Just not enough on it to clear mid-off. Cornwall using all his height, and just a little leap off the ground to take the catch. It's bright and breezy from Harry Singh, 19 from 23, 3 fours in that. But Middlesex continuing to chip away. Taken 7 wickets, 171 for 7. Singh departing for 19.
That's 3 times Mark Stoneman then has brought on bowlers who've taken wickets in their first over. Brooks twice now, Bamber. I don't know if that was a slightly scrambled seam. Wobble team, he bowled a slower ball. He's worked really hard, and actually that debut we were talking about a little bit earlier against Surrey, you know, Bamber's had to go away and think about it. He doesn't bowl with any great pace, but it maybe he's watched someone like Sam Cook, who has become a brilliant white ball bowler despite his lack of pace, as Tom Bailey is the next man out for Lancashire, and Bamber's had to just work on those variations.
I suppose this type of pitch might suit that as well. You can produce some slower balls, some cutters as well. That might be the type of wicket we're on here that might benefit that. And it's difficult to know actually whether or not Lancashire have got a good score here with this. It's hard to tell really. It'd be interesting to see how Middlesex go about whatever it is that they're set. But I mean, I was out there for the toss and listened to what the captains were saying. It just, I mean, I mentioned it's a pitch that's been used, and it doesn't look like it's a. Well, it's not a quick hard surface at all. It's not a pitch that you're going to get 280, 300 on. So this could yet still be quite a decent score, this for Lancashire.
Bailey on strike, his first ball. And he defends it to Stoneman, who flicks out the back of his hand at the non-striker's end. Rocky Flintoff was back, but he wasn't looking.
No, he wasn't.
He didn't have his bat down.
Cheeky, that, wasn't it?
Lively from Stoneman, buoyed by the success of his side. 171 for 7, 39 gone. Flintoff still there on 59.
He's had a good day, hasn't he, the Middlesex skipper, as you mentioned, Sam? Everything he's turned to, every change he's made, has tend to got himself a wicket, and his bowlers have backed him up nicely.
Yeah, if you look at some of those economy rates, Bamber 1.9 off 7 overs, Henry Brooks just 3 and over off 7, Holman 8 overs, economy rate of just above 4, 4.38.
We are going to see Brooks return as well, so he prized out the 7th wicket. Bamber coming back in to get that 7th wicket. Stoneman goes back to Brooks as well. 7 overs, 2 for 21. Back to his 2 premier bowlers here.
Just feels like Stoneman has gone, right, they're on the ropes here, we're going to finish them off. All right, we've still got 11 overs left. These two have only got 6 between them, but let's do the job in 45 overs, bowl them out.
Flintoff on strike for the return of Brooks. Just dabs the ball away into the offside. A couple of stray pigeons lurking around on the edge of the square.
Though Flintoff won't mind these changes too much, I don't think. I think a little bit more pace, particularly Brooks, might suit him. Good value for his shots. We saw him take a bit of a shine to Noah Cornwall earlier on. He's only bowled 4 overs, and the reason for that is he went for 38 runs with them.
Oh, come on, umpires.
171 for 7. Brooks from the Anderson end bowls to Flintoff. That's pushed up towards the leg side. Nathan Fernandez comes across from mid-wicket to his left, maybe 4 or 5 paces to his left to field. And there's no runner. We've got a couple of brollies up by the looks of it.
Oh dear.
A bit of rain around.
They've still not got on down at Edgy, have they?
No, they haven't.
I don't know why I just called it Edgy. I've never called it that before.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I like it. Yeah, I'm going with that. Edgy's fine.
It's raining at Edgy. They've had a toss, that's about it.
Well, that's quite exciting. Brooks is into Flintoff. It's Paul down to fine leg. Cornwall's in position to field for Middlesex. Flintoff to 60 with that, and it's now 172 for 7.
It's not a lot for the social media teams to work with, though, isn't it? Pretty good now. The coverage of county cricket is wonderful. Only so many times you can clip up the toss and put a different, whatever they do, filters on it and a bit of music.
Try and jazz it up a bit.
Yeah. Slow-mo replay of the team stages.
Of the coin coming down in slow motion, yeah.
Bit of dramatic music on the back of it. Lovely.
172 for 7. Bailey waits as Brooks sets off again. Striding in over the wicket, bowls to Bailey, slip in place. He's defended to mid-off. It must be a little bit of grease around, a little bit of drizzle falling, and the ball a little bit slippy. Towels being required to dry the ball. He's not belting it down, but it's obviously just a little bit of rain in the air. It's getting 1 or 2 supporters to huddle under a brolly. A few brollies up in front of the hotel on the far side. 172 for 7. Brooks to Bailey, short, and through to the keeper. And there's your 1 for the over, says the umpire. 2 fielders on the leg side boundary. Should Bailey look to try and take that pull hook shot on? There's a deep square leg and the fine leg. 1 slip, mid-on, mid-off, cover, point, and fielder out on the cover boundary below the hotel. Brooks to Bailey again. It's in the air, but it's chipped over mid-on, and it's racing up towards the boundary. There's a chase on by Nathan Fernandez, and he does get to it, claws the ball back, and Bailey's run 3 for his first runs. And Lancashire move on to 175 for 7. Bailey onto 3 with that. And that is the end of the over. Oh, it's just got a little bit heavier now, the rain, isn't it? It's starting to fall a little heavier. The minute, looks like the umpires are happy to go. There's probably somebody under there. There's always somebody under these cameras. Who's under there?
Oh.
There we go. For the viewers on Lancs TV, there's always someone hidden under a tarpaulin operating the camera.
Chat now between umpires Pratt and Treadwell. The issue is if they come off in this, and they're going to keep going. The forecast is just steady rain, isn't it? If you come off in this now, no. They tried.
They did, yeah. They kind of had a brief chat. Let's carry on, but maybe just getting a little bit heavy.
Yeah, it's a shame. To be honest, Lancashire will be the happier, I think of the two sides. Even though actually it might be a 240 pitch, so they might be in a decent position if they can not lose wickets. As we hear the cover, the hover cover, fired up. So rain has brought us a break in play. 40 overs. Rocky Flintoff has 60. He's going to be the key to this Lancashire innings. Middlesex will be a bit disappointed to be going off because they've got a little bit of momentum. They've bowled really well. They've barely bowled a bad ball. Picked up wickets at regular intervals. Yes, there's been one partnership between Flintoff and Fonseca, but as a fielding side, you expect to see a partnership. Umpires Pratt and Treadwell did their best to keep them out there, but rain just too heavy.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. They did. They played on through a bit of drizzle, didn't they? And they had a chat about carrying on, but just got a little bit too heavy. So the hover cover is out there on the in the middle. The two umpires at the minute, well, I think are they staying out or going back in? Maybe they're going to head back towards the dressing rooms. So the players have disappeared. Flintoff, we just saw Rocky Flintoff sprinting back up the stairs, didn't we, and back into the Lancashire dressing room. So he's enjoyed a really good day. 60 not out for Rocky Flintoff. He's batted really well. A really kind of mature innings, isn't it, by Flintoff? He's took his time when the spinners came on just to give them a bit of a sighter, and then looked to try and score one big shot for 6, but worked the ball nicely. But all round, a really mature innings from a 16.
I'm trying to think if he's had the outside edge beaten. I don't think he has. I don't think he's really given half a chance. Maybe a couple of those paddle sweeps could have gone to hand, but it's felt like he gauged quite early on that because it's very easy as a young batter, having grown up watching T20 cricket and watching England go, well, we need to get 400 minimum in a 50 over game, otherwise we failed, to get into that sort of mindset, think, well, that's what I need to do, and then I'm behind a run of ball, I need to actually try and play some shots and do things a little bit silly, whereas Flintoff seems to have gauged a pitch and gone, all right, we're not in a great position, but if I can bat 50 overs and get us to 240, then that gives us a bit of a sniff. So yeah, maturity for a 16-year-old, way beyond his years.
So the stand out for Lancashire, along with Kesh Fonseca, who Sam mentioned there, batted very, very nicely for his 42 in that. So far, the biggest partnership in Lancashire's innings, 58 between those two young Lancashire batters. This is how these partnerships are looking, actually. 58 between Fonseca and Flintoff is the standout. There's been a couple of starts, hasn't there? Flintoff and Balderson, and then Flintoff and Singh. But two young batters there for Lancashire with the biggest partnership of the innings. So we're off for rain with Lancashire on 175 for 7. I mentioned the Warwickshire Glamorgan rain delay at Edgbaston, and in Scarborough, Yorkshire are playing Leicestershire. And there's the views from Scarborough. Oh, it looks busy there. Good crowd again at Scarborough.
Place to be. When is it ever not, in fairness?
Quite, yeah. Nice sunny conditions. That's how the Yorkshire scorecard looks. They're 162 for 6. So they're playing against Leicestershire. It's the only other game that's taking place.
Here he is, my favourite cricketer. Perfectly timed. Ian Holland, nicknamed the Dutchie. No idea why.
Couple of wickets for Holland. He's enjoyed his day. Well, the ground staff are heading back towards the pavilion, and we're off for a bit of rain around. Hopefully not for too long. Fingers crossed. We'll be able to resume Lancashire's innings. At the minute, 40 overs gone, 175 for 7. Flintoff 60, Bailey on 3. We'll take a break and hopefully back with you soon.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Mistoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Miss Dory would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's not devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of and taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
So bits of it, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of it being nurtured over last year. Some people say they're both.
Hi Noah. Nice to meet you.
Can you believe it?
No.
No.
I can't stop smiling. Trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All are welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. That, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite! Gone! When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954.
So we're heading back out after a short delay due to rain, and I think we just heard that this game now is 48 overs per side, so lost a couple of overs. The two batters head out to the middle, Flintoff and Bailey. The cover went on, the main pitch cover went on, and then the extra sheets to protect the bowlers' run-ups, and it looked like actually we could be in for quite a lengthy delay, but thankfully the shower kind of disappeared almost as quickly as it arrived, so we're out there with not too much delay neither, which is excellent. So 175 for 7. So viewers on Lancs TV, that the details on the screen there are just not quite right, but they'll get up to date. The overs remaining are 8, not 10. So it's now 48 overs per side rather than the 50 over per side game. So just having lost a couple of overs, but not too bad. Sam, it looked like it was set for a while, that.
Well, I nipped down for a comfort break, thinking, oh, we were... As soon as the sheeting comes on, the umpire stayed out and chatted to the ground staff as Noah Cornwall is going to resume. Just the 4 overs for him so far. They've been quite expensive. What's he got now? Starts with a back of a length ball to Bailey, who pushes it out into the offside, and they just have 3. So you think, oh no, because what umpires do is say, look, ground staff, you know, they probably call them by their names, but they say, you know this well, what's happening here? And they just said, oh, maybe set in, okay, bring the sheeting out. And I came out and was delighted to see that we were ready to get underway again. It feels like cricket shoots itself in the foot a little bit as Cornwall, left arm seamer, young fast bowler, beats the outside edge of Bailey with an absolute beauty. Did we need to lose effectively 4 overs from the game for having come off for 10-15 minutes at a test venue with floodlights? I don't know.
No, I don't. I always thought there was a little bit of time you could absorb. I say it was 10 minutes, wasn't it? But
and I don't know if the regulations of this competition are maybe baked around there being a lot of outground cricket where you couldn't do that, as Cornwall, I think, takes the pace off and he's flicked wide of mid-on. Ethan Bamber does brilliantly to cut it off. I thought that might well have been a boundary for Tom Bailey. It's not, just a single. Bamber immediately pulls the flannel from, not his back pocket, but just where it was wedged in between his... I'm going to stop that description now, you know what I mean. He's drying the ball off. Still a little bit of moisture on the outfield, as you would expect. It has been raining. Lancashire 176 for 7. Flintoff on 60. Flintoff can bat these next 8 overs. It could be a decent total, this, from Lancashire. Pace off again from Cornwall. Fielded at mid-wicket by Josh De Cares. Good stuff from there, Cornwall. Pretty rapid rise, and you're always going to turn heads when you bowl left arm with a decent bit of pace. Only signed his first pro deal ahead of this summer. As I was saying a little bit earlier on, has had his issues with his back, missed the whole of last summer. Oh, and that's a short ball. Flintoff, that's probably the first shot where Flintoff's been out of control. Just doesn't quite get up. He was through it quite quickly and lost his balance as he was trying to play the pull shot. Dot ball. This is good from Cornwall, who was a tad expensive up top. There was an over actually from this end. I think it was the last over, young Noah Cornwall bowled, where Flintoff hit him for 3 boundaries in the over. Took a little bit of a shine to him, but this has been better. Pace off has been the way to go. Just a single pushed out towards deep extra cover by Flintoff. He moves on to 61. 177 for 7. End of the over. First over back after that rain delay. We have 7 remaining. We're down to 48 over game, and it's 177 for 7, Lancashire.
Yeah, and which might be a decent score. It's tricky to know, really, especially when you've got a bit of rain around. If that is going to affect potentially the second innings of the match and the Middlesex run chase, if forecast was for it to be potentially a little bit more consistent with the rain later on this afternoon. So yeah, we could be in for quite a decent game if we do get enough time to have a proper match without too many more interruptions. 177 for 7. Luke Holman is going to return potentially. Well, what's he got left? Yeah, 2. So this will be his final couple of overs. He's bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end. 2 for 35, including a good catch off his own bowling. Get rid of Venkatesh Iyer. Hit it back to Holman, and he went diving away low to his left. one-handed catch. One of his 2 victims in this game. I'm being distracted because the screen to my left is of someone eating fish and chips there. It's keep catching my eye, does that? Here's Holman in and balls to Flintoff. And that's played up towards the long-on boundary for a single.
I was hoping that rain today might bring us a bit of lunch. They were just starting to put it out, and I thought, oh no, I can't. If we're going back on, I can't be doing that. Yeah, standard Scarborough fare.
Yep. Can't go to Scarborough without getting a chippy, can you really? Holman to Bailey. Single for Tom Bailey. Just nudged down the ground. Sam Robson's on the long-on boundary. There's 3 fielders on the boundary on the leg side. So long on, deep mid-wicket, and then the deep square leg. Long off and deep point as well. Short third man, short fine leg, backward point. And then Stoneman, who's kind of fielding kind of wide mid-off, in between mid-off and cover, really. Actually put himself now really at cover. Having gone across to have a brief chat with his bowler. And Holman's into Flintoff, whipped away, plenty of bottom hand, step to the leg side, and flicks it out towards Nathan Fernandez on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Takes a single, Flintoff to 63. And Lancashire now 180 for 7. Gets Bailey back on strike. Another change to the field, so they put another man in on the leg side, inside the circles, and there's now a short mid-wicket. Holman spins the ball from one hand to the other, twirls his way back in, his leg spinner, short and wide down the leg side. Quicker ball by Holman, but a wide call by the umpire. 181 for 7.
Yeah, I like the move to bring the leg spinner back, by the way.
Into Bailey, that's defended to the leg side, no run.
Just hoping, we've got a couple over, well, an over and a half left now, but just, can we pick up a couple of quick wickets? Maybe Bailey's eyes can light up. Try and disrupt them.
Holman to Bailey off the front foot. Works it through mid-off. Just for the single, Bailey to 6. It's 182 for 7. Flintoff comes back on strike. Holman back in to Flintoff, goes on the reverse and just about gets it beyond the reach of the fielder. Dive came in, he hit it firmly though, Flintoff, the reverse sweep. Gets 4 for it. Early decision to go on the reverse. Away from the reach of the fielder. Down towards the boundary and 4 runs, 186 for 7. Flintoff to 67 not out.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was half a chance. It looked like Bamber had taken a little step to his left, thinking it was going to go a little bit finer, and then it went to his right. He was at full stretch. A nice shot from Rocky Flintoff, who just wanders away in his own little zone. He's batted beautifully for his 67. 16 years old. But the temperament, I tell you what, is of someone who's been playing cricket at this level for a long, long time. No Cornwall to continue as the pigeons break from just above Tom Bailey, who is defending back down the ground, to Cornwall, who's into his 6th over now. Bailey's got 6, and Toff's got 67. That run rate 4.41. So if you keep that going for the 50 overs, it gets you to about 220. They can just get a little boost, a little energy boost at the end, like when you're playing Mario Kart and you get that little boost of energy, a little flurry as that's pushed into the offside. I think they're going to get at least 2. Luke Holman is very good out there in the outfield. He slides and gets a little bit of assistance from the wet grass, keeps it down to a couple. What I was trying to say was a little flurry gets you to 240, and I reckon that makes a really good game of it. Although I then never know if we do get rain what the calculations do, whose favour they work in. I don't know. Whether Lancashire's total will get boosted because we're down to 48 overs.
I get very confused by these things.
There's no point trying to second guess or even guess. Opens the face. Cornwall into Bailey, into the offside. To backward point. Martin Anderson does fielding. Haven't seen him with ball in hand yet. get the feeling we won't now, given how late stage in the game we're in.
Yeah, I was quite surprised by that. I just assumed he would bowl, but then looking at what he's actually not bowled that much, has he, in this competition? He's only bowled 8 overs in the group stage.
In comes Cornwall to Bailey, short ball, pulled away, swivels it. That's a lovely shot. There's a fielder at deep square leg and there's a fielder at fine leg, and that goes all the way along the ground, right between them. It was at the back of the hand. He rolled the wrist on that really nicely, Tom Bailey. Let's have another look at that. There he goes, almost like a topspin forehand. Made sure that was along the deck. Nice shot. 192 for 7. Martin Anderson's an interesting one. Very talented cricketer. His role seems to change every year, what they want him to do. Or do you want him to open the batting in the power play? Did it a blast season a couple of years ago where he would bowl quite a lot early on? Never quite found his true role, and perhaps that's why he's decided to move on. Is that pushed out into the offside for just a single? Bailey on to 13 from 15 balls.
So he's off as well, is he?
He's going to Derbyshire, yeah.
Okay. Can't keep up.
So we're going to get like a transfer deadline day. We need the yellow ticker.
Indeed, yeah.
Where's Jim White and his tie? Cornwall in, slower ball, pace off. Seems to be the way to go on this pitch. And I don't think he clocked that early. Just a single for Flintoff out to deep cover. It was those pace-on deliveries that were just getting caressed away for early boundaries. But in this sticky, tacky pitch, which I seem to be saying about every one-day cup pitch I've seen so far. I've done games here at Taunton, up at Durham. Tacky pitches, used pitches. 43 gone, 5 overs left, then Lancashire 194 for 7. Flintoff has 68, Bailey has 13.
Holman will bowl out. 2 for 44 from 9 overs. Flintoff 68 not out. So he's marshalling his troops on the boundary. Deep cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket and deep backward square leg.
I'll go down there, Katie, if they're doing it nearby.
5 overs left for Lancashire. Flintoff on 68. Oh, he's down the pitch. Flintoff comes off the inside edge of the bat. Just, disappears out towards the leg side. He's on to 69, 195 for 7. Holman may have just seen him come in there and fired that in. Bailey's back on strike. He's 13 from 15, Tom Bailey's been quite aggressive so far. Off the back foot and just works it back down the pitch to Holman. And there's no run.
Rocky Flintoff does make 100. Not only will it be a lovely moment for him, but that I think will mean that Lancashire have got a score they can defend here. Will fancy defending.
Holman to Bailey. Chipped away into the offside. Stopped by Mark Stoneman at cover, no run.
Also, Josh, if you let Katie know, Flintoff score back.
Into to Bailey, that's worked off the front foot through the leg side, just in front of square. Back comes Henry Brooks from the square leg boundary. Single for Bailey, takes him on to 14. 196 for 7. So edging towards the 200 mark. 4 overs left after this one from Luke Holman. Into to Flintoff. Played back down the pitch and gathered by Holman off his own bowling, and there's no run. Final ball for Luke Holman today. First bowler to get through his allotted 10. Flintoff's down the ground to him, in the air, and bouncing in front of long on. And Flintoff moves on to 70, and that's the end of the 44th over. 4 left. And for Luke Holman today, he has completed 10 overs and picked up 2 for 47. 4 overs remaining for Lancashire, 197 for 7.
We're just waiting to see if we might get that flicker of a smile from Luke Coleman. Now he's finished his bowling. Very good effort from him. Very, very good white ball cricket. I'm slightly surprised he wasn't picked up for the 100, actually. I think teams have missed a trick there. Middlesex will be delighted he hasn't. Dynamic cricketer for them, might be key with the bat, as Mark Stoneman almost certainly will be. He's just having a chat to Ethan Bamber. 4 overs left, and actually losing 2 overs makes his job a little bit easier as a skipper in terms of finding people to bowl those death overs. He doesn't mind it too much. So Cornwall bowled that 1 over after the rain delay, and now we've got Ethan Bamber back into the attack. He has got 2 left, which means I'd imagine he will finish off from this Brian Statham media centre end, and Henry Brooks, who's got 2 left, will finish off the Jimmy Anderson end. And so those 2 overs have just helped Mark Stoneman. He might have had to find another couple, either from Fernandez or De Caires, or Noah Cornwall's been a tad expensive. He bowled 2 overs in that last spell. Here's Bamber. Pace off, slower ball. Swing and a miss for Flintoff.
It's bowled beautifully, hasn't he, Bamber, today? 2 for 13. Bowling in the power play as well, and now bowling at the back end.
He's gone for 2 boundaries and 4 singles. So he's bowled 37 dot balls.
What's up here now? Bit of a delay, maybe just
change of ball, is it? Sawdust, maybe?
Sawdust, yeah, a little bit of issue with the bowler's landing, potentially. Dave's coming out with his bag of sawdust.
You see the lovely video, the spoof video that Fletch, the Derbyshire commentator, did, where it was a rain delay, and went, so we're going to the ground staff shed. And this is what the ground staff like to do, actually. What they don't like, it looks really ugly when you put sawdust on the pitch. So the Derbyshire groundsman, he hand paints every fleck of sawdust green. And there were a few people who took it seriously. Oh, he's great on social media. Had it all set up with him just neatly painting.
So they played along with it then? Like
oh, yeah. The ground staff were all on board.
Brilliant.
Be quite something, that, as if there were people that thought if they did paint it, it would be by hand. Bamber in, short third, backward point, short fine leg. Flintoff bunts it down towards long off. They'll think about 2. They're going to come back. Tom Bailey said yes. Flintoff might be in a little bit of trouble here. I think he gets home just about. He was slightly hesitant at the non-striker's end. Henry Brooks is quick. He's a tall man. He made ground well at long off, but Bailey was absolutely certain they were coming back for 2. Proved a good decision. And this field suggests to me they're going to bowl a lot of, Ethan Bamber's going to bowl a lot of pace off. Not so worried about the ball flying over down to third or deep fine leg. The deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, deep extra cover. Mark Stoneman is the only man in the ring in Rocky Flintoff's line of sight here. As Bamber is in for the 3rd ball of the over. Pace off, Flintoff goes leg side. He's got all of that one. It's lofted away into the back tier of the seats there in front of the hotel. Second 6 of the innings for Rocky Flintoff. Beautiful pickup. He moves on to 78 Lancashire. Past 200, 205 for 7. It's uncanny, isn't it?
It is,
shot?
isn't it?
I don't like to keep saying it, but even that shot, the way it's played. 78 for him. .26. Bamber, what's he got? Goes Fuller. Flintoff hits that down the ground, but it's a bit closer to Ethan Brooks. Will just be a single. So I had a question, which I thought was an interesting one, from Will Unwin. He's one of the Guardian's finest. Writes about football, lives up here, Lancashire fan. I think he's a member. He says if Rocky Flintoff is the son of a former pro cricketer that bats or plays the most like their parent, who is the son or daughter of a pro cricketer that is least like their parent? I quite like that as a question. It's one to ponder on. Open to suggestions. Pace off, goes into the leg side, goes over deep mid-wicket. This time it's Tom Bailey into the action. Second 6 of the over, and I think that may well require a replacement chair here at Emirates Old Trafford.
A bit of damage there, hasn't he, Bailey?
Yeah, Tom Bailey's wage slip at the end of the month. We'll have a slight deduction for damage to the ground. This is good. This is the flourish. This is that little booster that on Mario Kart, they've just gone over a little mushroom or something and they've got a little bit of extra speed. And to some people that will make no sense whatsoever. Bamba's figure's taking a little bit of tap. Umpire just inspecting the ball after it is passed through a plastic sea, which is not a sentence I've said very often. Last ball, the 45th, and we've only got 48. Fuller beats the outside edge. Pace on there from Bamba. The variation, the quicker one. 212 for 7. 45 gone.
Yes, Pickett's taken a bit of a denting in that over, but some really good clean hitting by Flintoff and by Bailey. Terrific pick-up from Flintoff to whip it out towards square leg for 6, and then plunging down the ground by Bailey, doing some damage on the seats away to our right-hand side. So 20 off 20 for Bailey. Just the perfect way to come out and try and get some energy into the back end of the innings here for Lancashire. 212 for 7. And Bamba now 2 for 28 from his 8 overs. Having been 2 for 12 was it? Right. These things could change quickly, can't they?
41 off 37 this partnership. Just what Lancashire needed.
Well, Luke Holman's bowled out. So he's got Mark Stoneman, the Middlesex skipper, the option to come back to Brooks, which he does. Brooks has got 2 left. There's 3 remaining in the innings. Bamba does also have 2 left, so he can go with Brooks and Bamba at the end if that's the plan. It will be Brooks to Flintoff. He's on 79, make that 80 now. Step to the leg side and fiddles it down the ground for a single. 213 for 7. Brings Bailey back on strike. Only been 1 50 partnership in the innings for Lancashire. These two now put on 42. Brooks to Bailey, that's pulled down towards Cornwell. Oh, it's gone through his fingers and through his legs. And doesn't reach the boundary, but little fumble allows Bailey to come back and jog 2. Takes him to 22 not out. 215 for 7. Because you're trying to apply a bit of pressure on the Middlesex fielders here and maybe force a few errors along the way. Brooks strides in, bowls. Bailey hammers it down the ground, straight down the ground. 1 bounce and cut off right on the boundary rope by Luke Holman. That's terrific work. He was right by the rope with little room to manoeuvre with, in truth. He's done ever so well there to push the ball back and somehow just, I think his left foot did step over the rope, but he released the ball. So he's done really well there, Luke Holman. He's saved 2 runs for his side. Bailey moves to 24, 217 for 7. 5 off the first 3 balls. Pulled out to the leg side. 4 more for Bailey. It's a really important knot, this. He's enjoying himself too, Tom Bailey. 221 for 7. 50 partnership as well, in just 41 deliveries between Rocky Flintoff and Tom Bailey. Taking just over half an hour to get there. Excellent work. Bailey to 28, 221 for 7.
Well, we said, didn't we, that Middlesex wouldn't have wanted to come off the rain. They had the side with the momentum, and so it's proven. I think just had a chance to gather their thoughts and work out how they're going to approach these last, 8 overs.
Brooks back into Bailey. Thumped down the ground for a single. Holman's there at long on to field. Bailey to 29. 1 ball left and then 2 overs remaining. 222 for 7. It's Flintoff back on strike. And Brooks to Flintoff. So there's 3 fielders on the boundary on the leg side. Flintoff steps to the leg side and Brooks pushes it full and outside the off stump, and the umpire says that's too far outside the off stump, and he's called it as a wide. 223 for 7.
Let's see that again, because he took a step back, and once you start moving around, you sort of change those lines. James Treadwell, though, formerly a bowler himself, so
just a little step to the leg side, wasn't it, by Flintoff, and the bowler then pushed it outside the off stump. It's drilled away into the offside, hit firmly by Flintoff. Stopped at backward point, good stop as well. Cracked away by Flintoff, who keeps the strike. He moves to 81 with 12 balls left of the Lancashire innings. 224 for 7. And a partnership that Lancashire were really craving at the end of their innings. And they've found one between Flintoff and Bailey. Bailey 29 and Flintoff 81.
if they can finish with a flourish, I think it becomes a good score, not just a defendable score. It's very hard to tell because it's been an odd innings. It's felt like they've had no real momentum other than in small parts. Even Bamber is going to finish off. A little bit of stick for him in that last over he bowled. 16 off his 8th over having bowled. 7 overs for 12 before that. Bit of acceptance that at this stage in the game you're likely to go for a few more. Rocky Flintoff on strike. He's got 81. Interestingly now, there's a deep cover and a deep backward point with deep square leg up. So if he's going to try and hide this ball outside the off stump, you wonder. There's the first one. That's exactly what he's going to do, having been hit over the leg side for a couple of sixes on the shorter boundary.
Yeah, anything that was straight is in Flintoff's range, isn't it, to that leg side boundary. Fallen wide of off stump.
Here's Bamba into Flintoff, again hiding it outside off stump. Flintoff strikes it firmly down the ground, just a single. Bamba won't mind that. Henry Brooks does the fielding, chucks it into the wicketkeeper Jack Davies. I always think they do that almost to say, yep, I can throw it that far, so don't you take on that too. Just a little warning throw. Good from Bamba. Just one off the first 2 balls.
He's bowled beautifully to his field there, hasn't he, to Flintoff? He knows the dangers that shorter leg side boundary.
Same field to Tom Bailey, who has already done some damage to one of the chairs here, or the seats at Emirates Old Trafford, with a 6 in the previous over. Again, Bamba, that's beautiful. Yorker outside off stump. Does his best to try and stop it. Throws at his left boot. He could have done himself a bit of a mischief there, Bamba. In the aim of nothing, really. I think they were always going to take a single there. He was never going to be able to stop that ball dead and pick it up. Anyway. Flintoff and Bailey come together. 226 for 7. 9 balls left this Lancashire innings. We're in the 47th over. They lost a couple of overs due to the rain. Rocky Flintoff, 82 from 110 balls. Been the standout batter. Bailey at the non-strikers end, 30 from 25. Bamba's in. Flintoff's gone up in the air. I think that's going to land safe. The fielders are down on the boundary. They'll think about 2. They won't get there. Luke Holman to scuttle in from long on. It's only landed 10 yards or so behind the stumps at the non-striker's end. In Flintoff's head, the shot he's just rehearsed there, that's gone over the hotel. He just didn't quite get hold of it. Just a single, though, is the critical thing. 3 from 4, Bamba. He's into Bailey, who's crouching. Again, hides it outside off stump. Bailey tries something a little bit fancy, a little reverse dab, which is a fair enough shot because he knew what the bowler was going to try and do there. The plan is obvious with kind of deep backward point, deep third, and third up. Worth an effort from Bailey.
It is, yeah. The 2 fielders, third man, fine leg inside the circle, and I guess anything on it, he's probably going to get 4 for it.
This is super for me from Bamba. This will be his final ball of the innings. He's in. Bailey uses his feet and crunches it back at Ethan Bamber. And just 3 runs from the penultimate over of the innings. Bamber set his field. He was going to try and hide the ball outside off stump, having taken a bit of tap in his previous over. It was obvious, but when you execute it that well, it was very difficult to get away, and they just took those 3 singles.
Yeah, superb over that, isn't it? It's a great comeback. The previous one, he didn't get right, did he? And he was just a little bit too straight with his line, was Bamber, and he opened up the chance for both Flintoff and Bailey to bring that shorter leg side boundary into the game, and both whacked him away for 6 in different times in the over. His comeback was brilliant. He's got the field set, and he's managed to consistently bowl full, either just on or just out wide outside off stump, and make it really difficult for the batters to try and bring the shorter boundary into play. So really good over that by Bamber. He's bowled very nicely. His figures maybe a little bit damaged because of the previous over, but 2 for 31 from 9. Brooks to send down the final over. Flintoff launches it high towards the leg side. Lands safely beyond the reach of a diving, despairing grab from the fielder at deep mid-wicket, Joe Cracknell. It's 4 to Flintoff. And Lancashire move on to 231 for 7. Went for the big hit out towards deep mid-wicket. It's in the air. Dive came in. Bounces over the rope, and 4 to Flintoff. He moves to 87 not out. 231 for 7.
Yeah, it would have been a wonderful catch, wouldn't it? Just maybe 13 short. He won't be thinking about that. Probably will be a little bit.
Yeah. Brooks to Flintoff. Has he got that past the infield? No, it's picked up at short third man. Well, actually, he's got to cross the stumps to scoop it down towards the boundary behind him. And Noah Cornwell comes away to his right, low down to his right, and stops the ball. So just a single to Flintoff.
And you could see that little look behind. It was almost not a desperation, but a please, go on, just go a couple of yards to his right.
Well, if that sneaks past Cornwell and that goes for 4, then he's into the 90s and eyeing up potentially something really special. It's been a great knock for Flintoff, though. Bailey's back on strike, hammered down the ground, long off underneath it, takes the catch. Josh DeCaires takes the catch, and Bailey has to go, but it's been a very, very good knock that by Tom Bailey, and I think Rocky Flintoff quite enjoyed batting with him as well. Goes for 30. He's shared an important partnership potentially. It's the biggest of the innings for Lancashire. They put on 61. Bailey hauling out towards long off, and Lancashire 8 down now. 232 for 8.
Yeah, just that late impetus that Lancashire needed. It gets Flintoff back on strike as well. So Tom Bailey has very much done his job there. And the job of Josh Boyd on debut is very much just to run. And run 2 or watch Rocky Flintoff hit it to the boundary.
Well, there are 3 balls left of the innings. And Flintoff's on 88, 232 for 8. It was really good batting by Tom Bailey, who's given Flintoff and Lancashire some support there at the back end of the innings. 30, so he scored half the partnership, Bailey. 30 off just 28 balls. 232 for 8, 3 balls left. Third that for Henry Brooks, 3 for 42 from his 9.3 overs. 232 for 8. Brooks to Boyden. It's chipped up towards mid-off. He gets a single, and he gets off the mark and brings Flintoff back on strike.
Yes, we don't do crossing anymore, do we? I can never get the regulations. No, it changes.
It does. It's different for different competitions, isn't it? Which doesn't help.
It'd be so hard to be an umpire, particularly for a lot of the umpires that are doing Metrobank, who they're on different panels. So you're doing a different competition with a different set of rules. And there's quite a lot of laws. We don't have rules.
2-3-3 for 8. 2 balls left. What's Flintoff got here for Lancashire? Here's Brooks in and bowls. Tries back down the ground on the bounce, stopped by Brooks off his own bowling low to his left-hand side. And a dot ball for the penultimate over of the innings. Brooks wandering back to his mark. This is the final delivery. 233 for 8. It's felt a bit stuttering at times by Lancashire, but got themselves a score on the board here. Brooks to finish it. Flintoff goes big as he cleared long off, who's under it and takes the catch. Flintoff caught at wide long off. Ends a very, very, very good innings for 16-year-old Rocky Flintoff, playing at Emirates Old Trafford for the very first time in Lancashire's first team. Top scores with a brilliant 88. Some fabulous batting, some wonderful shots. He's found ways to score all around the ground, and his teammates come out at the edge of the balcony to applaud him, as indeed do the supporters inside the ground. Tucks his bat under his arm, and Flintoff will enjoy the moment, the start of what could be a very, very exciting career for the young man. And he puts together a fabulous 88. That is it. Lancashire 233 for 9, and it's 234 to win.
Yeah, it was a joy to watch that. Had a little bit of everything, and a lot of nous. A player with an ability to read the game and to bat in a situation way beyond the handful of list day matches he's played in his 16 years. So that was superb. That was a standout. It feels like a long time ago, but I thoroughly enjoyed Kesh Fonseca. I've just had a check on social media in the Metrobank One Day Cup account. I said, look, it might be an early shout, but does Kesh Fonseca have the best cover drive in the world right now? Which is some praise. It was beautiful. So he batted beautifully for 42. That Tom Bailey 30 was also just what was required. That partnership, those were the two partnerships, basically. Flintoff and Fonseca. Flintoff and Bailey, they were the only two partnerships above 50 in the innings. Again, Lancashire not really getting going. There's that scorecard. Flintoff by far the top scorer, more than twice the next nearest. He needed a little bit more support. I still think this is an okay score on a tacky pitch. They lost Bell and Bahanam. I tried to say both names in once there. Ayer and Green in that middle order. Green's been in such good form, the two overseas players. Both falling in quick succession. And there's that Middlesex bowling card. I thought they were superb. Led by Ethan Bamba, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 31. He bowled 7 overs for 12. He went for 16 in his penultimate over. He came back for the penultimate over of the innings and went for just 3. Luke Holman picked up a couple of wickets, 2 for 47 for him. And Henry Brooks as well. He bowled in 3 different spells. Took a wicket in the first over of his first spell, LBW Josh Bahanan. And he picked up a wicket in the first over of his next spell, and 2 in that last over leaves him with figures of 4 for 43. So he's a standout figures-wise, but he was well supported by Bamba. Holman, Josh DeCares, picked up 1 for 17 off just 5 overs. Other bowls were Nathan Fernandez, about 8 overs, 0 for 35, and Noah Cornwall was a promising young left-arm quick, not quite his day. 6 overs, 0 for 48. So Middlesex 2-3-3 to win.
Cheers, Sam. We'll take a break then. That's the target for Middlesex. A victory will help narrow the gap to those qualification positions in Group A as they try and sneak into the knockout stages of the One Day Cup. We'll catch you in about half an hour or so.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the Red Rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the Red Rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the Red Rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the Red Rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red Rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Mistoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Mistoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure you're The advice you're getting is the line with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of and taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
Everyone is ready now in position for our awards for 2024 and to present the awards. Will Williams and Charlie Sharp to present those awards. Starting with our Lifetime Achiever Award, the winner of the Lifetime Achiever Award is Peter McDermott of Triple Cricket Club, and the winner of the Cheshire Lifetime Achiever Award is Stuart McLeod. Next is our Coach of the Year Award, and the winner of the Lancashire Coach of the Year is Sanchez of Gibson CC, and the winner of the Cheshire Coach of the Year Award is Stuart Ryan of Scotland. Fortunately, Stuart is able to today. Lancashire's Sub-Hero Awards. It's Heather King, and joined with us in Sub-Hero Awards are Sam O'Connell of Wirral Club and Paul Trower of Runcorn Club. Unfortunately, Sam and Paul are able to be with us here today. Next is the Metro Bank Championship of Girls Wickets Awards. The winner of the Lancashire Award for that is Sarah John, Second Park Cricket Club, and the winner of the Metro Bank Champion of Girls Wickets Award is Karen Bees from Woodford. Next, the Inspired Award, and the winner of the Lancashire Award for that is Anne Ross of Suttonfield Cricket Club, and the winner of the Cheshire Award is John Jones of Crawley Cricket Club. Next is the Outstanding Contributions Coaching Award, and the winner of the Lancashire's Outstanding Contribution Coaching is Martin Miller of Bucketfield Club, and the winner of the Cheshire's Award is John Kenny of Officer Cricket Club. Next is the 1625 Game Changer Award, and the winner for Lancashire is Alf Stamper of Wickets Club, and the winner of the Cheshire Game Changer Award is Harry Carter of Alfrington Park. Unfortunately, Harry is not able to get into it today. Next, the British Gaming Award, the winner of Lancashire's Award is Shane Byrne of the local business house's name. The winner of the Cheshire's Award is Jane Williams of North East Cheshire Cricket Club. Unfortunately, Jane is not able to be here today. It's the volunteer ground support and the winner of the Lancashire volunteer ground support is Clive Boyd, who's Green Cricket Club, and the winner of the Cheshire Award is Officer. Next is the Safe Hands Award, the winner of the Safe Hands Award in 2020. The Cheshire's Safe Hands Award is Sharon Short of White. Unfortunately, when he's been able to attend today, so that's the closing of their power. It's her husband, Joel. winners of the Rising Star Award is Michael Show, the winner of Cheshire Rising Star Award. The Olympic ready not passing to the CCC. And our final award is Innovative winner of Anthem for Lancashire is Tarleton Huntington's women's section. Collecting their award is Penalty Well Done, and the winner of Cheshire Innovative Award is Roger Pickering of Oakley. Sadly, Roger is going to leave the stage now. That brings us to the end of the collective awards for 2024. Congratulations to all our winners, and thank you once again to everyone who volunteers across Lancashire. Enjoy the rest of your day here at Middlesex.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Stay them, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
dressing room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plumb, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Mistoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Mistoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
Certain bits of it, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of being that was observed over the last year. Some people say they're both.
Hi Noah, nice to meet you.
Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
Order
local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and his face, what a morning.
Well, a real thrust of that innings came from Hagan's Fairbrother.
Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd.
Three to win.
Strangely.
Which is very confusing for everybody, because Lancashire finished on 233. But the old Duckworth Lewis Stern has got himself involved, and Lancashire have been, as a result of that, Lancashire's score's been reduced by 1 run. So 2-3-3, I think that's right.
It is right. My baffled look is not because you've got it wrong.
There's every possibility I've got it wrong. Boyden then to open up the bowling for Lancashire. He's on list day debut, and the first run off the bat by Cracknell worked out to mid-wicket. And Middlesex are up and running. So yeah, 233 to win, which means that if Middlesex finish on 232, the game will be tied. Which should be terribly exciting.
As Paul Edwards said, they've got to tie to win.
Yes, he did. They've got to tie to win, yeah. There's Boyden in and balls, left by Fernandez, through to Bell, and there's no run.
Now this looks fun. Boyden, this is decent pace, quite skiddy. I haven't seen him bowl before. Left arm, everyone gets excited by left armour.
Yeah, everyone loves a left arm. Yeah, he's played a couple of these warm-up matches. I think he played in the warm-up match against Cumbria at the start of this competition, and again the previous year to that. He's been around Lancashire's squad for a season or two. A couple of injuries along the way. That's a good ball. That nips past Fernandez and into the gloves of Bell. He started very nicely indeed. Josh Boyden. Middlesex are 1 without loss.
Yeah, Fernandez is one to watch. 80-odd against Northants in this competition. The big chase, that 320 chase I was talking about earlier. 100 on his first-class debut, also against Northants. They won't like seeing him turn up earlier in the summer. Classy left-hander. Who will have played England under 19s?
Of course. It's defended this time by Nathan Fernandez. Just drops the ball back down the pitch and gathered by Boyden off his own bowling, and there's no run. Probing start. This is a good opening introduction to list day cricket for Josh Boyden. Right on the money from the first ball. One without loss. Middlesex target of 2-3-3 to win. Lancashire got 2 slips in place. Could be in for a good game of 50 up for cricket if we can avoid the rain. It's a lovely drive by Fernandez off the front foot, driven it to mid-off where green fields. And there is no run. We have 1 interruption, which was during the Lancashire innings, which reduced the overs down from 50 to 48. That's the reason why DLS has got themselves involved and the score's been adjusted.
What was the chap? I've forgotten the scorer's name. Sorry, forgive me, for Lancashire downstairs.
As Boyden comes in and bowls to Fernandez, that's worked out towards the offside where Bailey fields. There's no run, end of the over, just the one coming off it. Ken was giving out
Ken.
the DSL.
Okay.
Yeah, Ken.
But Ken came in, he explained it to us, and he said, right, I've got to disappear down and tell the players. And he came back all happy. I've been in there, I've made sure they all know. And I can just imagine the looks from even the players, even professional cricketers, would have looked at each other and gone, oh, wait, what? How does that work? We've had 2 fewer overs to bat, which in itself I think is a little bit of a nonsense, but I'm not going to go into that. We were off for 10-15 minutes. We've got the floodlights on. Anyway, it is what it is, but I would have enjoyed seeing the quizzical looks. And here we are where we are. 2-3-2 is the score required to win. Joe Cracknell, 1 not out. It's on strike, hard-hitting Joe Cracknell. It's going to be Tom Bailey. From the Jimmy Anderson end, 1 slip. And Cracknell just played that really late. I thought he was going to leave that one alone. Ends up just dabbing it down to third. Where young Kesh Fonseca, who we saw make a glorious 42 earlier on. He was really impressive. And I'm just looking to my left, there's another screen. It's raining up at Scarborough.
Yes.
Raining heavily.
Yeah.
It's raining at Edgbaston. It's raining in Cardiff.
Edgy.
Down at Edgy. But here at Old Trafford,
glorious.
In Manchester, everything is relative, Scott. Left-hander on strike, turns it into the leg side there. Nathan Fernandez, who is off the mark with a run to deep square leg. George Balderson does the fielding out there.
Absolutely lovely it is. Cracking the flags.
I've got my shorts on.
You have? It's a bit bold, is that?
It's a bit nippy.
Yeah, that was a brave move when I saw you in shorts today.
Well,
it's the summer, isn't it?
It is the summer, and I've got a couple of days away from home. I've got a bit of a road trip up to Durham, then down to Worksop on Saturday of all places. Haven't packed a pair of trousers, so I'm hoping it improves. As Bailey is in, Cracknell is cutting that away, and it's going to be 4 runs. Doesn't quite get all of it, but it is going to race away slightly up the hill towards the short boundary. That chase from Venkatesh Iyer will be in vain. First boundary of the innings, 7 without loss, Middlesex. Just sat up nicely in the pitch there for Cracknell. Hard hitting top order batter. One of 3 club mates actually in this Middlesex side is Bailey is in. Just a little bit of late shape. I think it was well past the bat by the time it started to move. So 7 without loss. So there was a moment in the first innings actually where Luke Holman sort of shouted across to Joe Cracknell and went, oi, because he was chatting to the fielder, the sub-fielder, and he wanted to move him. But actually Cracknell, Holman and Ethan Bamber all play for the same club side at North Middlesex. So if you get them on the wrong Saturday, when there's no county cricket, watch out. Oh, that's a beauty from Bailey. Gets a nod of approval from Joe Cracknell, who just played down the inside. Fizz through to young George Bell. Impressive young wicket-keeper batter. Played in England under 19, was it World Cup final, semi-final? But what I was going to say was there were 3 keepers in that side, and he is the one that they chose to keep wickets. Obviously highly rated. I know James Rue was in that side, and there was another keeper. I'm trying to think who it was. Not a very good stat if you can't actually remember it. 1 slip in, waiting for Cracknell, who cuts that away, just sat up nicely. He did hit that one hard, firmly. It was only a yard or 2 to the left of Venkatesh Iyer at cover, but there was nothing he could do to stop that. Couple of boundaries in the over for Cracknell. Middlesex 11 without loss.
Yeah, that was short and wide, wasn't it, by Bailey? Hammered away, having hit a previous delivery which wasn't too dissimilar to that. Basically to the same region. Outside off stump, carved away. able to free his hands up and get a couple of boundaries. 10 coming off Bailey's first over. 11 on the board for Middlesex.
Bit of early pressure.
It's fascinating, isn't it, to work out and to see just how good a score like 230 is, because working a little bit in the blind, aren't we, with regards to how we think this might pan out. As Boyden comes on, bowls to Fernandez, that's left and through to Bell.
Oh, look, they're on at Edgy. Glamorgan are about to go out and back. They have a 21 over game down at Edgbaston. Yeah, people might look at that and think, hang on a minute, chaps, you've been watching 48 overs of this game. How are you blind as to what the score might be? But it was a weird innings, wasn't it?
Yep. A bit of a tacky pitch here, and 230 could be a good score, yeah. We'll see. Here's Boyden to Fernandez. He's playing away from his body at that. A wide ball, just chopping it down towards it's George Lavelle, who's out there for Lancashire. Second slip, got wide at second slip, as tends to be the case. You got Singh at first slip and then the gap to Lavelle. And there's 4 fielders, actually 3, inside the circle. Backward point cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket. Fine leg, third man. Played down towards Boyden by Fernandez, and Josh Boyden doing his best to try and get fingertips under that and scoop the ball up off his own bowling.
Is that technically a drop catch? I think it is. It would have been an absolute stunner. As a left armour, where your follow through is going to be, it was low down to his right, but it's a chance, half a chance. It's getting stuck in the pitch.
We've seen 2 caught balls in Lancashire's innings, Venkatesh Iyer and George Bolson, both hitting it back to the bowler. Steered away through the offside, nice looking shot. And Blatherwick can't get down to his right at point, just forward of point. And it's gone for 4. Steered away by Fernandez. 4 to him, and Middlesex move on to 15 with that loss.
I always think it's harder for a quick bowler to take a corn bowled, the spinner, because their action just tends to finish them in that position, ready to catch. A quick bowler in their follow through.
Yeah, both Lancashire's wickets were off spinners that were caught and bowled. Oh, it's down the leg side. Bell trying to stop it and get a glove onto that. Umpire calls it a wide, 5 of them. Score moves from 15 to 20. Just in the blink of one delivery. 20 without loss in the third over. Not got too many wrong there, Boyden, so far in this opening spell. And just darting that away down the leg side. And 5 wides is the call from the umpire. 20 without loss. Fernandez remains on 5. And here comes Boyden. Galloping in again and bowls. And Fernandez calmly just nudging the ball away. And gathered by Chris Green, who's thought of something because he wants to chat with his captain. He's polishing the ball and has run across from mid-off to mid-on. Little natter with Josh Barnon, the Lancashire skipper. Boyden goes back to his mark. 1 ball left of his second over. There's Josh Boyden, left arm over the wicket, bowling to Fernandez. And he leaves that one through to the keeper, George Bell. And that is the end of the over. 3 gone. 20 without loss. Cracknell 10. Fernandez on 5.
Would have been quite a tidy couple of overs. Just that couple of balls, well, only 1 legal ball. 5 wides and that boundary. After the drop return catch and the nominally drop return catch, it did get a hand on it, maybe even 2. Umpires coming together for a discussion. Not quite sure what that is about. George Lavelle out there as a sub fielder. Maybe they're just checking. Why are you out here, by the way, George? Who's off there?
Who's not out there? Oh, he's Flintoff. I mean, Rocky Flintoff's not out there.
Here's Tom Bailey. He is out there and he is bowling to Joe Cracknell, who can just stand and watch as that half volley is punched away. Front foot, Venkatesh Iyer has had 3 bits of fielding to do at cover. All 3 have involved him turning around and trotting away towards the boundary to pick it up. That's another lovely shot from Joe Cracknell. Score moves on to 24 without loss. 3.1 overs gone here. Tom Bailey, a little bit expensive start. 14 from just 7 balls. Joe Cracknell has all 14 of them. In comes Bailey and opens the face to backward point. There will be no run.
It was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Just eased his way into it. Caressed it away through the covers.
And they've just changed the field slightly to plug that gap. So Iyer's gone a little bit squarer almost to an extra cover. And there's extra cover in the covers for in the form of Harry Singh, as well as a backward point. So they have quickly clocked on that that is Joe Cracknell's V. And there is a V of fielders trying to protect that short boundary. As Cracknell is pushing it down the ground back to Tom Bailey for no run. Still 24 without loss. Halfway through over number 4. Quick reminder, it's only 48 overs. That run rate required at 4.7 to very, very comfortable at the moment. But still 209 runs to get. So a lot of toing and froing. Floodlights are on. Rain has stayed away other than that brief little interlude. But if you looked at the forecast last night, you'd have thought we got no chance of any play. So consider ourselves lucky as that's a beauty. Joe Cracknell pushing at it. A little bit of movement maybe through to George Bell.
Bailey and Williams opened the bowling on Sunday at Hampshire and bowled beautifully. A really good opening spell. So as if the ball is going to do a little bit early on, the newer ball, and Bailey's chief exponent of it. Such an experienced player, leads the attack for Lancashire.
Rocky Flintoff looks like he's going to return imminently. He was just down there, perhaps a little bit of extra recovery. He's a young athlete. He was just taken the high visibility jacket and he went off to high five someone.
He did, didn't he? Yeah.
I was just thinking, oh, who's he high fiving? Could it be? He's a false start. He's trying to get back on. Told not to. Is that his brother? Or one of his mates? I don't know. Bailey is in, and Fernandez is pushing it into the offside for no run. And of the over, then 4 overs gone, 25 without loss.
Positive start by Middlesex. Ahead of the run rate early on. Lavelle heading off and Flintoff heading back on. 88 with the bat. In Lancashire's total of 233 for 9. Revised to 232.
There's a few standout shots. That late flick off Ethan Mamba into the leg side, just sailed over the leg side boundary. 6 down the ground over mid-on, which came from nowhere in a little period where Lancashire were almost getting stuck. Didn't see it coming, neither did Nathan Fernandez. He was plonked over long on. Couple of straight drives as well. Oh, sumptuous.
Yeah, the off drive was terrific, wasn't it, early on in the innings? As is that, but to mid-on this time by Cracknell as Green comes across to his left to field. And also as well, not just his, I mean, the 6 you mentioned, that flick over square leg and the 6 down the ground, but played some nice little touch play as well, didn't he, off the spinners. His little lap sweeps and little paddles around the corner were excellent. Power, but also got the deft shots as well he can play. Fires in a Yorker, does Boyden. Really good Yorker to Cracknell. He did extremely well to dig it out, jabs the bat down and keeps the ball out. 25 without loss.
Now, I don't know if I'm falling into the trap, the left arm seamer trap, but I really like the look of Boyden here. Quite whippy action, little bit of shape. It's very fluent. Maybe it's a bit like the left-footed footballer. It just looks more aesthetically pleasing.
Boydham into to Cracknell, trying to get forward and forcing the ball away into the offside. Venkatesh Iyer fields at cover, and there is no run.
Love to know what kind of paces he's bowling at. It looks like a decent lick.
Cracknell 15. Here's Boydham again. Nips through into the gloves of Bell from over the wicket from Boydham. Left arm over into Cracknell. Right hand batter angled across him. May have been a few butterflies, I'm sure, for Josh Boydham on debut. Debut here as well at Emirates Old Trafford, but he's settled very nicely into this opening spell. Into Cracknell. It's a little bit of width. It's a full ball, but he drives. Cracknell picks out Venkatesh at cover.
What do you reckon? For a bowler, helps that they batted first and he got a little bit of time in the middle with no pressure on him, or would you prefer to have ball straight in hand?
Well, maybe that, yeah, maybe that. I suppose it helps, I guess, that the team batted pretty well there, haven't they? They got to kind of 230. We think that might be a half-decent score potentially. Something to work with. There's a chance for it to settle in, maybe. A ball away from a maiden here. They want a quick single, it'll be tight. They have managed to get through for one. Spoiled the chance of a Josh Boydham maiden, but he bowled very, very nicely indeed. 3 overs gone for him. Only gone for 11 runs. 5 overs gone. Middlesex 26 for that loss. Target of 233 to win.
Yeah, good single that from Cracknell. Just taking a little bit of the pressure on, not allowing Lancashire and Boydham that maiden. It says here he's an alumni of the same school as Tom Smith. Here's Josh Boydham. Chorley lad. Here's Bailey. Into Cracknell, turns it into the leg side. Call is 2, not going to get it though. Oh, he's looking. It's straight to Jack Morley. 1 or 2 fielders allowed outside that 30-yard circle during this 10-over opening power play. It's been a decent start for Middlesex, who are now 27 for 1. Joe Cracknell's got the lion's share of the runs. He's got 17 from 18. Leif Fernandez, 5 from 13. Big game this for Middlesex. They're still in with a chance. They'd have wished they'd played against Durham at Radlett earlier in the week. Durham would have wished too, because they went all the way down there, a long way to sit and watch it rain. All leading edge, could have gone anywhere that. Leif Fernandez was looking to turn that into the leg side. It just popped up, but fell well short of mid-off. Still a chance of qualification. 4 teams locked on 8 points at the top of this division. Middlesex would go to 7 with a win. Durham play Hampshire tomorrow. One of those teams on 8 points. So it could go right down to the last day, which is great. That's what you want in a competition like this, as Fernandez is trying to push it into the offside, but it's straight at Rocky Flintoff at backward point. 4-0 run. What isn't great, I don't think, is the fact that the last group games finish on Wednesday. And what they're calling a quarter-final is sort of an eliminator, isn't it?
It's like a playoff type.
Pseudo quarter-final. Happens on the Friday. So you've got, in theory, from, say, 6:30 at close, you've got, what, 36 and a bit hours? Can't quite do the maths quick enough. To arrange a game, to book all your staff. Like, some clubs won't be able to open up the grounds because you just won't be able to get the casual stuff in, as Bailey is in, and that's driven by Fernandez. It was there to be driven, had a bit of width, but it's gone straight to Rocky Flintoff, so no run again.
Yeah, it's a quick turnaround, isn't it?
You haven't got time to shift the tickets. It's a real shame, because for a lot of these clubs, actually, a home quarter-final would be a pretty big draw. They'd get big crowds, seeing some decent crowds in.
It's still, I'd rather have it that way than like we've got in the Blast, where you're waiting weeks and weeks for your knockout game.
Bailey around the wicket. Fernandez is in behind. This is a good over from Bailey, good comeback. Just the one off this, he's got 0 for 16 off 2.5. He was a little bit expensive up front. The first over and then the first ball of his second over went for 4. but he's been good since. Yes, they haven't quite got the balance. Unsurprisingly, they haven't quite got the balance right. Go from one extreme to the other, to having 2 days to sort your quarter-final, to having 5 weeks. Which makes it actually a bit difficult for your overseas players, which is why a few sides, Lancs amongst them, had players playing the odd game at the back end as Bailey is in and Fernandez is defending. George Dockrell came in, ended the over 27 without loss. I think Somerset used Miguel Pretorius for a game just to make sure that they played a group game and so would be eligible for knockouts. It's a difficult schedule though, I do get that, and it's a long and dull argument that we will never solve.
Lancashire had George Dockrell in their side for a couple of group games for the same reason.
The batter George Dockrell these days, isn't he?
Yes. Actually, he did bowl, actually, I think, a little bit in the second game, but we were staggered because in his debut he didn't bat or bowl. But he managed to have a little go at batting in the second match he played.
You say that like it's a kid's game. He had a little go at batting. They let him.
There's Boyden in and bowls. Full ball again, driven down the ground by Cracknell. And Boyden gets something behind it and stops it. It's hit pretty firmly. Skidded off the pitch back towards the bowler. And there's no run. Looks like they're off for rain in the Yorkshire-Leicestershire game, but you see them underway at Edgbaston in the other group, Group B.
Couple of early wickets for the home side.
Boyden to Cracknell, thumped out towards the offside. Flintoff Fields at point, no run.
Big surprise there is 2 early wickets, but the king of the Metrobank One Day Cup, Ed Barnard, hasn't got one of them. He's bowled. Anand Dolby and Michael Booth, who's pretty sharp actually, Michael de Booth. Kieran Carlston and Will Smale, both openers gone.
You look down that Warwickshire side, there's quite a strong team, isn't it? Boyden's in. Cracknell whips it out towards the leg side. Green's there to mop up for Lancashire, coming round from mid-on. Signal for Cracknell, takes him to 18, 28 without loss.
Yeah, Chris Benjamin, there was a lot of noise about a year or two ago, wasn't it? And I've not seen him, but Hamza Sheikh is meant to be a serious player.
Yeah, I've not seen him either.
He was the captain of the England under 19s. But they do think he is proper.
Like Rob Yates, Ned Barnard, and Will Rhodes, Michael Burgess, Chris Benjamin, Jake Linton. Anand Dolby's playing. Driven down the ground by Fernandez, and Boyden off his own bowling, just able to deflect the ball. Again, Green there to complete the fielding, and there's no run. 28 without loss. We're into the 7th over. Live here from Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. And Metrobank One Day Cup fixture between Lancashire and Middlesex. 2-3-3 is the target for Middlesex. And Josh Boyden tears his way in, balls again, run away down towards backward point by Fernandez. Fonseca's there to field on the wide third boundary. Single to Fernandez, he moves to 6, 29 without loss. With one ball left at the 7th over.
I think Middlesex will be quietly quite pleased with this. It's always difficult to know when you've got a relatively low total. Probably how you're going to go about it. It's those 180s, 200s that are always difficult. Do you just try and chase it down as quickly as possible? Do you change your approach?
Here comes Boyden again, driven by Cracknell. One bounce to Venkatesh at cover, and that is the end of the over. 4 gone. Very good 4-over burst here at the top by Josh Boyden. Only gone for 13 runs. 7 of the innings for Middlesex, 29 without loss. 18 to Cracknell and 6 to Fernandez.
Yeah, brilliant start to his young career, and that's what this tournament is all about. It's giving people like him who wouldn't necessarily get a chance if this was a pure first team fixture, and certainly the young players wouldn't get the runs that they're being afforded. There's a Worcestershire lad called Jack Home who looks a serious bowler. Bailey is in around the wicket, tries to turn it into the leg side. Fernandez hits his pad. Cracknell was running him through for a single, and Fernandez was just ball watching for half a second, but it was comfortable enough in the end. Someone like Tom Bailey, would he be playing 50 over cricket if this was a pure first team?
Probably. Yeah. I think, I mean, Bailey and Williams tend to kind of rotate through the course of this competition. Yeah, I think probably. He doesn't play too much blast cricket for Lancashire, Bailey.
He's in now from the Jimmy Anderson and a leading edge again from Cracknell. Just looks down at his bat accusingly. Maybe it got stuck in the pitch. It wasn't in the air for long, so a dot ball. Still 30 without loss. Cracknell still got 18.
No Will Williams today. Jack Blatherwick, who's played through most of this competition and featured through the course of the Blast as well. Again, he doesn't feature, so it opens up the chance for Boyden to play.
He's the Notts boy, isn't he, Jack Blatherwick?
He is, yeah.
Which surprised me when I found that out, because if anyone sounded like they were from Lancashire, it is him. All beats the outside edge, a swing and a miss of Joe Cracknell. That flies through to George Bell, who offers a few words of encouragement to the man who is much his senior in age. 30 without loss. Yes, it's the name of a Lancastrian, Jack Blatherwick. Fielder down at third is Fonseca, and whoever the subfielder is down there is, we're showing him how to field. The subfield is on the pitch.
It's Will Williams.
Will Williams. He was the man on the pitch, and Fonseca was off it for a second as that's opened the face, and Fonseca is in action there, and he's into action quickly down at third. Just a single. The throw's not ideal for George Bell, just half volley for the wicketkeeper, who gives him the standard signal, the glare from the wicketkeeper, just to say, straight into me gloves, mate, or make it bounce 10 yards before me, but not on the half volley. They do make it look so casual, though, keepers. 31 without loss. 17 for Bailey. Round the wicket to the left-handed Fernandez, who's got 6 from 21. Bit of a slow start, he's now got 7 for 22 because he just pushed that to the right of Rocky Flint off at cover, who has a shy at the stumps, and Fonseca is backing up and needed to be. 7 for Fernandez. 32 for Middlesex. Pursuing 2-3-3 for victory, so 201 runs needed now for a Middlesex win. 230 for a tie. And a tie is a tie, isn't it?
A tie,
no wicket.
Yeah, no super over.
That would be fun, wouldn't it? Tom Bailey is in, and that's a wide, well gathered by George Bell. So it is now exactly 200 runs for victory. Be good if the teams could choose, or the away side could decide whether there was a super over or not.
Like when we had a toss and then didn't have a toss, and it was up to the away side and that. Yeah.
Ah, yes. They did bowl off, didn't they, in the Blast for a bit when it was rained?
They did. There was a bowl off here, yeah, in the indoor school actually.
What a way to finish a game as Bailey is in. That's a nice shot from Cracknell. Hasn't quite timed it. It was a back foot punch, and mid-off Josh Bohannon, the skipper, does really well. Keep it to a single. End of the over, 8 gone, 34 without loss.
It's in Somerset, I think it was.
So would it have been a quarter final, like a knockout?
Yeah,
game?
it was, yeah. That's a long time ago. I'm trying to
those were the days.
Remember the details of it, but I seem to recall that Lancashire, in their wisdom for that game, decided that it was best not to ask the bowlers to bowl in the bowl-off. And they got kind of all-rounders and batters to bowl, because I think the theory was, again, that's a long time ago, the theory was that the bowlers are so used to bowling just top of off-stump that their natural instinct would take over, and therefore they wouldn't bowl straight. Lancashire lost the bowl up. There's Boyden in, driven firmly by Cracknell to cover. There's no run. By Cracknell to Venkatesh at cover. There's no run.
Now, didn't he have a finger injury in the last game?
He did, yeah.
I hope that's not. I mean, that hit him hard. That's going to hurt your finger, even if it's not already injured.
Let's see if I can find the details of this ball out.
That does seem odd logic. If you had 3 stumps to hit, I would be going to my Premier Quicks.
I mean, in time, I might well have kind of embellished this a little bit. Here we go.
I remember that kit. Someone downstairs has got a Gary Keeley shirt on from that era.
Boyden to Cracknell. That's driven away towards point where Rocky Flintoff field is no run. Mark Chilton was one of the bowlers. He's downstairs. We should get him up and get him.
That would be great.
Get him to chat about this. VVS Laxman, Oliver Newby, Mark Chilton, and Stephen Cheetham.
Interesting. I'd love to know who was in that side then.
Oh, Parry's one of the bowlers. So they have Parry, Chilton, Parry, Laxman, Chilton, Newby, and Cheetham in the 2009 bowl out against Somerset in the indoor net.
Somerset at that time would have had Alfonso Thomas. I suspect he bowled.
Driven by Cracknell down the ground, picked up at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So we can find the... and there's the picture of a Somerset team celebrating the bowl out win. It's not the ideal way, is it really?
Had the Lancashire by Richard Ray, who was the Leicestershire. Is it that Richard Ray? Who was at the Guardian. Lancashire's overseas player, VVS Maxim, missed twice. Stephen Parry followed suit, and so did captain Mark Chilton. That made it 7 consecutive misses.
Boyden in, balls to Cracknell. Cut away for 4. He's not had much to work with from Boyden, who's bowled beautifully here, but angling it from over the wicket to the right-hander, just a little bit of width there, and he's played a beautiful cut shot, slicing the ball out towards the point boundary for 4. 38 without loss.
That made it 7 consecutive misses, by which time Pete Trigo, Charles Willoughby both hit once, Alfonso Thomas hit twice, and it was game over. Ben Phillips took his 2 goes, hitting once, but it was irrelevant. Justin Langer was the skipper. He gave a few quotes. Langer did, however, gently question Langer's decision to go with the players who had proved most accurate in practice, rather than those who did the most bowling in match situations. I was a bit surprised Lancashire went with Laxman, Chilton and the youngster, he said. Didn't even get his name, just said the youngster.
The young lad.
We decided to go with our best senior bowlers on the basis their action technique and temperament made them most likely to succeed.
38 without loss, bowls again. Cracknell drives to mid-off and calls Fernandez through for a single. Moves on to 25, 39 without loss.
So it rained for 2.5 days, which suggests Lancashire spent a good proportion of it out there in the back, going through the bowl out, and it was Chilton who must have been supremely accurate under no pressure with no money on the line. Nor a place at final stage.
What year was this?
2009.
2009.
Oh,
right.
the joy. Well, hang on, we've got a Chilton who, like Laxman, is anything but a regular bowler, was understandably disappointed. We knew a bowl out was a possibility, and we worked really hard on it yesterday, so we were confident in the 5 who went there.
Boyden into Fernandez, short ball, and Duxon sways away from that through to George Bell. End of the 9th over, 39 without loss.
We all had a go and whittled it slowly down to the 5 most accurate. You try to put yourself under pressure in practice, but it's not the same. I like that.
Come on, Chile. You need to get Chile up and see if he can remember this 2009 bowl out in the net. The commentary was like, you know, in snooker when you've got to be quiet, you commentate.
Oh, you did it?
It was like that. It was because you're in the indoor nets, and it was. So you couldn't like commentate at a normal level because it would just ricochet all around the indoor score.
So it's like at the golf when they're
whispering. Yeah.
You can't really go. And I do not know why on earth VVS Laxman is about to bowl in a bowl out for Lancashire. 39 without loss. Umpires coming together for a discussion. Not 100% sure what it's about. I don't think the Lancashire fielders know either, because Josh Bohannon took a couple of steps towards both umpires, but they've split up for the time being. And Tom Bailey is going to continue. 39 without loss. 9 overs gone here at Emirates Old Trafford. No slips anymore as Cracknell is opening the face. Plays it to George Balderson at backward point for no run, so he remains on 25. Fernandez non-striker's end on 7. He's playing one of those innings almost as a bowling side. You don't mind too much. Don't necessarily want to get him out. You keep going at a strike rate of 30. Very exciting player. He was the youngest centurion for Middlesex since the mid-1900s. Bailey is in. Cracknell opens the face. It's going to go wide of Fonseca, who's got a bit of work to do down at third. He does it well, puts the slide in. They come back for a couple. 41 without loss.
Yeah, it's Cracknell's done all the damage, isn't it? He's batted beautifully. He's set off very nicely here. 27 from 33. Fernandez doing a decent job there, just taking backing up and helping his partner out running too.
Here comes Bailey. And Cracknell is trying to push it into the offside, gets an inside edge, goes to mid-wicket for no run. Rocky Flintoff does the fielding. There he is on screen, turning his arm over for those of you watching on the live stream. I think we've got a decent game on here, if the rain stays away from us.
Well, that's the concern, isn't it? We just sent a little glimpse, haven't we, of the radar.
It looked okay. It looked like it might just be dancing around us.
That'll do us nicely. We missed a reasonably heavy shower when Lancashire were batting. I know they went off briefly, but looked like quite a big band of rain missed us.
Half a shout for LBW from Bailey. I think he was outside the line there. Cracknell may have been a little bit worried for a second. Bailey wasn't really interested. It was one of those you don't react to and you think, oh, I better just in case. Cracknell has started well. Get a bit of inside edge on that. Not sure. It's irrelevant. He's still there. 41 without loss. 27 Cracknell has from 35. Here's Bailey from that Jimmy Anderson end. That's a beauty. Plays down the inside of it, Joe Cracknell. Just feeling for that one. Leaves his front foot planted. And just gathers his thoughts, which will be something along the lines of, leave those alone, Joe. One ball shy of the 10th over, so the first power play will be done. I'd say relatively even. Lancashire would like a wicket. And they'd love a wicket. Here's Bailey. Into Cracknell. And he pushes it to the leg side and he says yes straight away. Rocky Flintoff was at mid-wicket. There was never a single there. Don't know if Cracknell's starting to feel under a little bit of pressure, having had that shout for LBW and had his outside edge beaten. It's the end of the over, 41 without loss. But he immediately said yes and was halfway down. And Nathan Fernandez started to go with it and then looked and went, I think I might be running myself out there if I go with you.
Well, at this stage, Lancashire 44 for 2 after the first 10 overs. Middlesex 41 without loss. So nothing much in it in terms of runs. A couple of wickets better off. Lancashire lost the opening pair. Well, Bell and Bohannon actually in the first 10, but relatively level in terms of where the team's at with runs on the board. Boyden's going to go again over number 6. This clipped away. It's in the air, but it might be 4. It is. It's a lovely shot by Fernandez, just leaning into it and whipping the ball up and over mid-wicket. Gets himself 4. Middlesex move on to 45 without loss.
Yeah, it's a lovely release shot that as well. He's been a little bit stuck in recent times out there in the middle. Fernandez, that's just taken him to double figures off 24 balls. And that will make him feel a little bit better about the innings he's playing.
Tucked it away nicely.
Yeah, he's quite strong off his legs.
Boyden back in. Asking for a little feather behind, and he's got it. Finger goes up and Fernandez departs, and Josh Boyden on list day debut gets his first wicket. It's a leg side strangle, but they all count for Boyden. Middlesex lose their first wicket. 45 for 1 in the 11th. Might not be exactly how he dreamt it of his first wicket in Lancashire's first team, but he'll celebrate it nonetheless. Bell takes the catch and Boyden strikes. 45 for 1.
Yeah, and it's a wicket, a decent spell, as just about deserved. He'll definitely take it. You can see how much it means to him with the celebration, punching the air. And Nathan Fernandez is difficult today. It was a little bit tricky. Felt like he's not quite at his fluent best. Has come to an end. And so we're going to see a former England opener. One of two former England openers, test openers in this Middlesex team. So it's a strong middle order. Sam Robson is the first man of those two to head out there, coming in at first drop.
Yeah, Robson and Stoneman's a pretty solid looking middle, isn't it, for Middlesex? Plenty of experience there if they were to lose a couple early on up top. International quality coming out in Robson, Stoneman to follow. And it's a good partnership. That's been, of the two, Fernandez was the one that seemed to be struggling a little bit more, albeit he played a lovely clip over mid-wicket for 4 with the first ball of the over. I think they should be pleased to have got themselves a breakthrough. 45-run partnership for the first wicket comes to an end, and Josh Boyden gets his first Lancashire List A wicket. Robson on strike.
Yeah, what a moment for him. Decent spell this as well, into his 6th over.
Yeah, I think he's bowled well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's bowled really well. Very few bad balls.
Robson just takes a moment, steps away to the leg side. He's ready now, settles into his crease. And that's onto the pads of Robson, and he clips it out towards the leg side. Bonderson on the square leg boundary fields. And Robson gets off the mark. 46 for 1, halfway through the 11th over. And Cracknell, who's been excellent at the other end, he's back on strike. He's 27 from just 37 balls faced. And he's been the heartbeat of the innings so far for Middlesex. Boyden to Cracknell. Again, a sharp single, just pushing it up towards mid-off. Bohannon sends it in towards the keeper's end. They've hurtled through for 1. Cracknell moves on to 28. And that's a good job. Sam Robson was pretty lively at the other end. 47 for 1.
Yeah, welcome to the middle, Sam. Just keeping you on your toes. He's, you know, there's a separate argument about him in the test team and whether England moved away from him a little bit too early with hindsight. But actually, this competition, I think he'd played something like 20 List A games in the first 9 or 10 seasons of his career, and in the last 3 and a bit years has played 25, 26. So it's given him, a player of his quality, the chance to play 50 over cricket.
Boyden to Robson, just onto his pads, and that's worked away behind square on the leg side. Fonseca coming up from the fine leg boundary. Robson doubles his total, he moves to 2, 48 for 1. Brings Cracknell back on strike. Yeah, it seems quite a long time ago that Robson played test match cricket. 7 test caps. When was his last test match? As Boyden's in, hammered away down to wide third by Cracknell just for 1.
Coming up 10 years actually. He's back in 2014.
Right,
yeah.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, the whole India series, the home series, and those 2 tests against Sri Lanka just before that. So yes, a long time. But he scored heavily in red ball cricket in recent years, particularly in the pre-current era, won't use the name, when he was passing 900, 1,000 runs at a time where batters weren't tending to score that heavily. His game, these days, of any chance, if he had an outside chance, that's gone now because of the style. They're more likely to... Rocky Flintoff is more likely to open the batting for England in the next couple of years than Sam Robson. That's just the way it is. And that's not me saying that Rocky Flintoff should open the batting for England in the next couple of years, or am I? But no. Tom Bailey. It's about to Joe Cracknell. 29 from 39. Sam Robson's got 2 at the non-striker's end. 1 short of a team 50. Now they have that team 50. It's a short ball, pulled away, down to fine leg where Josh Boyden does the fielding, very much in control of that, Joe Cracknell. Bailey into over number 6. Been really tidy since that opening couple of overs, which were a tad expensive, more expensive than he would have liked, certainly. Flintoff comes across to backward point for Sam Robson again. There's that V of fielders. And Katesh Iyer. Cover, an extra cover and a point. Robson leaves that one alone. Thought for a split second he was going to hang a bat out at it. Decides not to. Grey skies. Floodlights have been on for a couple of hours now. But crucially only a brief shower. That took us off what the umpires deemed was the equivalent of 4 overs. So what do? Did they do 6 minutes and over or something like that? So he must have lost 24 minutes. There or thereabouts anyway. As Robson is defending on the back foot, and a loud shout of no.
That's what we do have now, having gone through 10 overs is a game. So there's going to be a result. We're going to have a result. And whether that's required via the DLS remains to be seen. If the rain were to come and we don't get much more cricket or any more cricket, then DLS pass score at the minute looks good for Middlesex because they're above it at 50-1.
Bailey is in, and Robson is again defending. And so we've got a forecast of that's looking 40 odd minutes ahead. There's a big band that's coming a little bit later on.
It's quite a bit later on, isn't it?
Yeah, we might get an hour or two. Might be enough. There is a band that's going to pass to the northwest of Manchester quite shortly. I feel like a bit of a weather forecaster here.
Doing a quite decent
I
job.
should have a green screen behind me. I feel like I should be pointing. Probably have a suit, and I wouldn't get away with my shorts and my hoodie and my baseball cap. Although that would be a new approach for BBC News, as Bailey is in and Robson pushes it to Rocky Flintoff, who seems to be everywhere in the field. It's not even Rocky Flintoff, it's Chris Green for no run. And it's Chris Green, big smile on his face. I wonder if he will have a large role to play with the ball. The off spin of Chris Green. Didn't get going with the bat today, made just 9. He's been brilliant with the bat in the tournament. 50-1. 1 ball left in the 6th over. Just about 4 o'clock, 1 minute to 4. Half-time weather forecast and a talking clock. It's all going on. Leaves that one alone, a little bit of away shape. Good over from Bailey, just a 1 off it. 50-1. 12 overs gone. 2 free frees the target. That run rate required had just crept up to above 5s. They won't be worried about that, Middlesex, but there was a pretty strong start. They got off to a relative flyer, going at almost 6 and over. They dragged it back though, Lancashire. There's Tom Bailey with his faded cap. That is not this year's stash, unless they're doing retro caps. Tom Bailey, for those of you listening on a BBC Sport app, has got a hat that has been endured a little bit of weather, maybe a little bit of sweat. It's not the navy blue of the rest of the Lancashire hats.
It's well loved.
It is.
Bowling change. And Josh Boyden's opening spell has come to an end. It's 6 overs. 6 overs, 1 for 26. Boyden's debut spell. Nicely done. Balderson replaces him. Cracknell shuffling back and across and defending away to the offside, and there's no run.
So where is George Balderson in his career? Because as someone who sort of follows Lancashire from afar, I know he's highly talented. I see him in slightly different roles. Almost every time I see him, he's batting in a different position. Is he a bowling all-rounder? Is he a batting all-rounder?
In this format, he has been a little bit up and down in the batting order. I think where he is increasingly a really, really important all-rounder for Lancashire, especially in the county championship. Top order batter, probably bat at 4 in Lancashire championship side, and has taken the new ball. And in bowling to Cracknell, that's cut away. That'll be 4 down to wide third. And he's gone off to a lively start here as Joe Cracknell. That 4 takes him on to 34 not out.
Yeah, nice little shot from Joe Cracknell. So strong there. That's his V, almost from cover to third. If you feed him balls there, he'll tuck in all day. Yeah, I think I saw George Balderson make runs at Wantage Road last year in a championship game. Very patient runs. I could be making that up though. He's in now though, from the Brian Statham media end. Half a shout for LBW. Only he was interested in it. One of those where the bowler gets a little bit excited, a tinge of excitement when ball cannons into pads. Nothing doing though. Nothing doing whatsoever. So still for 1 here at Emirates Old Trafford, 54 for 1 in fact. Joe Cracknell has 34 of those. He is on strike to Balderson, who is in. He opens the face, has a look, goes to the right of the fielder at backward point, who isn't able to cut it off, and they come through for a single. .55 for 1. Sam Robson, 2 from 7 for him, coming in at 3, pushes it, it's a lovely straight drive, nicely timed. They come through at least 1, just a hand on it by Chris Green at mid-on. May have saved a boundary, at least saved another run. Josh Bohannon, the Lancashire skipper, with a little bit of thinking to do. He's quietly happy with this start. Could do with another wicket or 2. It's just a single. There's a fielder out there at deep backward point now. They come through for a single. 57 for 1. George Balderson takes his cap from on top of Neil Pratt's head. 57 for 1 after 13. Joe Cracknell is 36. And there's the worm. You can see pretty much, if you're watching on the Lancs TV, and for those of you on the BBC Sport app, pretty much neck and neck. It's just the extra couple of wickets. Lancashire lost a couple of early wickets. Middlesex got past the 10-over mark without losing a wicket. But steady run rates. There's been no real peaks and troughs.
No, there's not much in it. Little extra resources for Middlesex, just 1 down, but not much in it in terms of runs on the board. There's Bailey in. Cracknell a little uncertain as to where that ball had gone. Kind of tentative to get onto the front foot. Comes off the inside edge and somehow ricochets in between his legs. He needed Robson to assure him that there was a single there. Cracknell moves on to 37, 58 for 1. Bailey again from the Anderson end. Robson just trying to steer the ball down through backward point. Flintoff's there for Lancashire to field. And there is no run. .58 for 1. Robson on 3, here's Bailey to his 7th over. Balls to Robson, cushioned away off the pads out towards deep mid-wicket, where Jack Morley fields. Morley preferred to Charlie Barnard for this fixture. Barnard's played through the group stage so far, but a chance for Jack Morley. Not required just yet. Boyd and Bailey and Balderson, the 3 bowlers used by Lancashire so far. Short and pulled by Cracknell. Here comes Morley again from the mid-wicket boundary to field. Score moves on to 60 for 1. This is in the 14th over. Lancashire was 67 for 2 after 14. Even though Lancashire were ahead of, potentially will be ahead of where Middlesex will be at the end of the 14th over. Middlesex are ahead quite comfortably via Duckworth Lewis Stern. It's left by Robson, just pushed full and wide by Bailey. And The DLS pass scores 48 at the end of this over. 12-run cushion on that as it stands. Balls again. It's defended by Robson. It's back and across and guides the ball away into the offside where Venkatesh fields, and there is no run. Tidy stuff by Bailey, just a single coming off it. So that's 14 overs gone here at Emirates Old Trafford. Lancashire skipper Josh Bohannon helping his side, able to defend 233. Second over this for George Balderson. First went for 7. Turn to the leg side, and Bailey fields at mid-wicket. Him to Cracknell, just trying to run it away down towards backward point for a single. Harry Singh fields, no run. Cracknell coming into this game for Middlesex as their leading run scorer in the campaign so far. Has now gone past 200 runs in the One-Day Cup this season. 3 other batters have gone past the 100-run mark in the group stage. And push and go by Cracknell for a single. Takes him to 39. 61 for 1. And Nathan Fernandez, Martin Anderson and Mark Stoneman, the other batters who have got 100 runs or more through the course of this group campaign for Middlesex so far. It's Robson who's waiting, playing a late cut. And there's Singh buzzing around at short third. And there's no run. Tidy stuff for Balderson's second over, just a single coming off it so far. This led to it here off the back foot by Robson. Just nudged away towards mid-wicket for 1. Josh Boyden comes up from the boundary to field. The score ticks along to 62 for 1. One delivery to go. Balderson to Cracknell. That's worked out towards the leg side for 1. He keeps the strike. So 40 to Cracknell, 5 to Robson. 15 overs gone. 63 for 1. Nathan Fernandez, the 1 wicket to fall for Middlesex. Caught down the leg side. The bowling of Josh Boyden for 11. Robson and Cracknell batting here. You see some off spin. We are. And Chris Green there is going to replace Tom Bailey, who's bowled a 7-over spell. 7 overs for 26. Chris Green. Replacing him from the Jimmy Anderson end. So 3 spinners used by Middlesex. Leg spinner, left arm spinner and off spinner. Josh DeCare's got 5 overs, 1 for 17. Nathan Fernandez, 8 overs for 45. And Luke Holman, 10 overs for 2 for 47. And 3 spinners used by Middlesex. 63 for 1. Here's Green. Nudged out towards the leg side by Cracknell. He's picked his single nicely there because he just dropped it maybe 20 yards away to mid-wicket. Means that Bohannon's got a bit of work to do to get across to his right to field the ball. Scamper through for 1. So just a slight change here. I'm going to have second fielder inside the circle at mid-wicket. So you've got 3 inside the circle on the onside and 3 on the offside. And then deep extra cover, long on, deep mid-wicket. Cries of catch. It's in the air for a moment from Robson, who's shuffling down the pitch towards Green. He's managed just to weave it through the gap between the 2 mid-wicket fielders, Bohannon and Morley. He's also able to come back and run 2. Robson moves on to 7 with that, 66 for 1. Green to Robson. It's a good stop by Balderson. Green into Robson, hopping deep into the crease and working the ball out towards deep square leg. Flintoff loses his cap as he comes up to complete the fielding. Quite a strong wind actually, blowing down the grounds. It's blowing from over the top of this media centre and blowing in towards Chris Green. Bit of a headwind for him to skip his way into. Comes over the wicket to Cracknell. Chopped away into the offside. Be picked up by Josh Boydham. 1 for Cracknell takes him to 42 not out. 68 for 1. Final ball of the 16th over. Robson off the front foot in defence. Just dropped away towards the onside. There's no runs. We've had 16 overs here. 68 for 1. Cracknell 42. Robson's on 8. Target of 233. The other game at Edgbaston, Warwickshire Glamorgan, which is where there is some play. Not playing at Scarborough. The Yorkshire-Leicestershire match, but Warwickshire Glamorgan's in play. And Glamorgan batting first are 100 for 3. Sam Northeast and Billy Root batting for Glamorgan in that match at Edgbaston. It's been reduced down to 21 overs a side. Back here, Balderson sets off again. Bailey with a good stop, low down to his right. Cracknell looking to cut the ball, and Bailey just backward of point goes low down to his right. There's 2 fielders behind him at deep point and wide third, but saving some runs there for his team. Tom Bailey. Let's turn to mid-wicket where Harry Singh puts the roll in at mid-wicket to stop the ball down to his right, and again there's no run. Comes Balderson. It's worked down towards third man where Flintoff fields. Well, Cracknell wanted 2. Sent back by Robson. Probably a wise move. 69 for 1. Halfway through the 17th over. Bonderson from over the wicket balls. Back of a length, that's muscled away towards the leg side. That might be a boundary unless Boyden can get across, and he can. It's very good work. Good stop. She's back on the replay here. He's got across the ground, flicks the ball back. Nice work to save a couple of runs. It's been a while since we had a boundary. Let's run down towards short third man, where Bailey fields, and there's no run. Scrolling back to find the last time we actually saw Middlesex boundary. It's been really good tight bowling 4 overs ago. The last boundary. Cracknell 43, Middlesex 70 for 1. An appeal for an LBW there. Bonderson quite like that. Keeper stood up. There's little room for the batter to try and use his crease and get forward. It's pinned in front, but not going on to hit. Neil Pratt, the umpire at this end. And again, there's no run. This is really good tight bowling, this by Lancashire. It's been set up beautifully by Boyden and Bailey. And it's been backed up very nicely by Balderson. And early on here for Chris Green. Again, going to continue from the Anderson end. Very much an in-to-out field. This is 3 fielders inside the circle on the leg side, 3 on the offside, and then he's got a couple of boundary riders. Deep square, long on, deep point as well. Green to Robson. Oh, he's come down the pitch. Just couldn't quite get gloves onto that, couldn't George Bell. The pigeons are in the way. It's gone down for 4, and it's a wide, so 5 to the total. Just half a chance as Green dragged Robson forward, but Bell couldn't quite get gloves on it. $75 for 1. Green fancies another LBW appeal here. He's down on one knee. Just confirming with the umpire as to whether and why that's not out. Here comes Green and balls again. Green. Robson on 9 comes over the wicket and bowls, and that's worked away off the back foot again. Can't find a gap. It's just a little bit of a fumble by Fonseca, not picking it up cleanly. Will Williams on as a 12th man. Able to get through for a single. Robson moves on to 10. Comes Green, bowls. Cracknell takes a single again. Just work to square leg. Fonseca comes up to field. Joe Cracknell moves on to 44 not out. Middlesex 77 for 1. Green into Robson, hopping back onto the back foot and just easing the ball away through the offside where Boyden comes up to field. $78 for 1. Final ball of Green's second over. Again, Cracknell is leaning forward and steering the ball away to the leg side. Josh Bahan and the captain fields. And there's no runs. So Green's now bowled 2 overs for 12. Actually 2 overs for 13. Balderson 3 overs for 12. And Josh Boyden 6 overs, 1 for 26. And Tom Bailey 7 overs for 26. The ball is used so far. .33 run partnership between Sam Robson and Joe Cracknell. Reminded the Duckworth Lewis pass score 61. So 62 would win it, and the 78 for 1 just in case we see any rain, which you never feel like you're too far away from it under floodlights and thick cloud cover above us in Manchester. It's dry at the moment as Balderson continues. Target 233. It's Robson on 11. Waits for Balderson, who's over the wicket. Single down to fine leg. Fonseca fields. .79 for 1. Brings Cracknell back on strike. 19th over this. Balderson to Cracknell. Sharp single, but it's good running. He just dropped it square of the wicket. It means that Bailey, who's behind square on the offside, inside the circle, having to come round to field, then shy at the stumps, and it's a good job Green was backing up. That was hurtled towards the stumps by Tom Bailey. I think Chris Green just pointing out to Tom Bailey that the stumps are over there. It's very good backing up by Chris Green. .80 for 1. Another one thuds onto the pads of Robson. That's been great for Lancashire, Chris Green. His contributions on and off the pitch. Nothing but good reports about the influence he's had and the impact he's had on the dressing room. Back of a length up from Balderson, pulled by Robson. Boyden on the leg side boundary fields. And Robson moves on to 13. 81 for 1 now. Just ticking along at about 4. Just under 4 runs, sorry, it's under 4.5 runs and over. It's all right for the time being. Steady away by Middlesex as Cracknell gets forward and defends. Slightly angled back, just turned out towards the leg side where Harry Singh fields. And that's just 3 off the over. As ever from Balderson, pretty tidy stuff. 4 overs for 15. 19 overs gone, 81 for 1. Middlesex, a target of 233 to win. Cracknell with 45, his best score this season in the competition, 88. Twice he's got to 50. Fernandez and White and Stoneman, the other batters, have reached 50 in this group stage. It's Green. Robson off the back foot, trying to find a gap through the offside, carving the ball away. Stopped by Balderson, no run. Green again. Clipped away down to fine leg boundary by Robson. Fonseca chasing after it, but He can't get to it. 4 runs for Robson. Just helped it on its way around the corner, Sam Robson. Nice shot for 4. Partnership developing nicely here. 30. So actually, that 4 takes it to 40 run partnership between these two. Here comes Green. Comes in and bowls, and Robson off the back foot works it away towards the leg side. Bohannon Fields scoops it up and hands it back to Green. His sunglasses wrapped around the back of his cap, Josh Bohannon. It's not a sunglasser type of day, I'm afraid. Robson 17 waits as Green's off spin from over the wicket. Forward he goes, defends. Again, there is no run. Two to go for Green in his 3rd over. And just dabbed to the leg side by Robson. Final ball of over number 20 for Middlesex. Should get a single, they do. Just worked away towards Morley on the square leg boundary. And Robson keeps a strike with that as well. So Sam Robson 18, Joe Cracknell 45. 41 run partnership. And a bowling change from this Brian Statham end. See, left arm spin of Jack Morley. Coming into the attack. So Balderson 4 overs for 15. .23-year-old Jack Morley playing his first one-day cup fixture of the season. In fact, just his 2nd appearance in the first team this year. He played a T20 game at Trent Bridge back in June. And a lone spell at Derbyshire at the start of the season. Played 1 game in the county championship for Derbyshire, picked up 3 for 117. Starts left arm spin from over the wicket, rather around the wicket, defended by Robson, no run. And so played against Warwickshire here in the championship for Lancashire as well. Tucked away by Robson off his pads down towards short fine leg, no run. Morley in, bowls. Oh, it's a lovely ball. Robson beaten by one with a little extra pace from Morley. In again, bowls. This time plays forward in defence, no run. Robson 18, Middlesex 86 for 1. Change to the field. All he wants a slip in place. Good to see. Bowling left arm around the wicket to the right-handers here as the ball, if he does get some grip and turn, brings that slip into the game. That's driven away on the bounce towards cover. Bohannon Fields, Morley twirling in, bowls. Just run away down towards short 3rd for no run. Super start by Jack Morley, really good first over. Lancashire, I think, have bowled really well here. The young bowlers Morley to begin with the new ball, and then Boyden with the new ball, and then Morley introduced here. Excellent start. It's a couple of high fives from his teammates. Too much first team opportunities this season, Jack Morley, but I suppose when Lancashire announced the signing of Nathan Lyon, and that's going to limit some opportunities. And Lyon, of course, Hartley was available for the first little while of the season. The emergence of Charlie Barnard, who's I think bowled beautifully in the One Day Cup for Lancashire this year. Not short of left arm spinners, Lancashire. Pretty handy habit of producing left arm spinners over the years. Here's Green to Cracknell, who's off the front foot and defends as we start over number 22. 86 for 1. Gloomy skies in Manchester. And the balls swept away by Cracknell. Fonseca's at short fine leg to field, no run. Short fine, short third. Cover, mid off, mid wicket. 3 dotted on the boundary on the leg side. Sweeper on the boundary on the offside. Turn back to Green, who fields off his own bowling. Six for 1. Green comes bouncing his way back in, bowls again to Cracknell. Good stop by Green. He's going to cross to his right in front of Robson at non-striker's end to stop the ball. A tall lad, he got down low to his right. Just flicks the ball back and then scrapes his hair back with the fingers of his left hand and waits for the batter, Cracknell, to be ready. He's good to go now. He's 45 not out. Green in, bowls. It'll be a single. Play through mid wicket. Actually, probably more mid on, really. 87 for 1. Bring the mid wicket into the circle here, so 2 mid wickets inside the circle with Robson on strike. 2 on the boundary on the leg side as well. Green in and bowls, and Robson tries to work it through the offside and does. Just cuts the ball out towards Boyden on the point boundary. And keeps the strike as well. And it's 22 overs gone. Middlesex 88 for 1. Cracknell on 46, Robson on 19. Target to win 233. This is the only game actually in play anywhere in the country. The 100 matches are being delayed. The other 2 Group B games in the One Day Cup, they're delayed. Manchester weather, as ever, never letting us down. There's Morley's in and bowling to Robson. That's driven down the ground for a single. Robson moves on to 20. Yeah, Warwickshire Glamorgan, that was a delayed start anyway, and that's been reduced down to 21 overs a side. Well, Glamorgan are 135 for 4 after 17. Batting first at Edgbaston, and Yorkshire Leicestershire over in Scarborough. Yorkshire have completed their innings, 236 for 7 from 50. Cracknell off the back foot. Just punches the ball away towards cover, no run. So Leicestershire 237 is their target. Cut away and barely stops this one. Cracknell probably thinks that's 4 and 50 for him, but a good stop by Bailey at backward point. But that might get adjusted, that run chase, because of the delay at Scarborough. But 236 for 7 is what Yorkshire finished on from their 50 overs. It'll be a single to Cracknell. Played out towards the point boundary, moves on to 47, 91 for 1. And then the 100 games, we've had a complete abandonment in the match between the Welsh Fire and the Northern Superchargers in the women's 100. Not a ball bowled in that game. As Robson clips us up through the leg side, nicely timed for 4. Lovely shot by Robson. Roll the wrist, snaps it away towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. Robson to 24. And Middlesex 94 for 1. Delivery to go of the 23rd over. It's driven firmly into the ground on the bounce to Bahanan at cover. End of the over. 6 coming off that. 94 for 1 after 23. So yeah, the Welsh Fire and the Northern Superchargers women's 100 match, not a ball bowled in that. The Oval Invincibles against Southern Brave, the women's 100 fixture, that's been delayed at the Oval. 38 for 2 with Invincibles women's batting first. There's a delay in the game between the Welsh Fire men and the Northern Superchargers. And the men's game between the Oval Invincibles and the Southern Braves at 6:30 starts. There's no cricket anywhere else apart from here in Manchester. There's Green's in. And Cracknell clips the ball away off his hip down towards fine leg. There's a chase on for Fonseca down towards the fine leg boundary. And he's got himself 4 runs there as Cracknell. And that brings up 50 for the Middlesex opening batter. Glance away off his hip, down towards fine leg for 4. And Cracknell to 51 not out from 71 balls. And Middlesex a 98 for 1 in the 24th over. Nicely eased away by Cracknell for his 6th boundary in that knock of 51 from 71. 6 fours. Drives up towards mid-off. There's a fumble by Flintoff. And that allows Cracknell to come back and run 2. He moves on to 53. And Middlesex bring up 3 figures. Exactly 100 for the loss of just 1 wicket. With 2 balls into the 24th over. And 100 on the board for Middlesex. Lancashire got to 100 in the 22nd over. This is off the back foot and nudged away towards the leg side for no run. So again, there's not much on it in terms of runs. If anything, Lancashire just a fraction quicker, but in contrast, Lancashire were 4 down at this stage. And Middlesex just a one wicket down. Cracknell on 53. Here comes Green in and bowls. And that's stopped by Bahanan at mid-wicket. And there's no run, but a nice 53 by Joe Cracknell. So.
Yeah, he's a good player. A very good white ball player. This has been a slower paced innings by his standards. Just reading the game situation. Well, I've seen him hit some long balls. I saw him smash one into Old Father Time at Lord's.
These Green bowls and Cracknell hopping back, trying to force the ball away. 1 bounce back to Green off his own bowling, no run.
I feel there's a little bit of Chris Green magic here for Lancashire. He's the man that could break this open. 2 or 3 quick wickets, big ask.
Final ball of his 5th over. Cut away out towards Boyden on the point boundary. And Cracknell keeps the strike. So he's on 54. Let's have a little look at what Cracknell's been like through the course of this innings. He's set the tempo nicely here. He's the busier of the 2 opening batters, scoring a little bit more freely than Nathan Fernandez, carving the ball away for a couple of 4s. Little glance off his hip down to fine leg to bring up the half century. Nice little knock by Joe Cracknell. And we have reached the end of the 24th over. This is no longer a 50 over game. This is 48 overs per side. So a chance to have a little bit of a break. So 101 for 1, Cracknell 54, Robson 24. And this is the two umpires. They can have a little look. It's not great conditions, but it's certainly playable, which is unlike anywhere else in the country.
If there's one place in the country you can rely on,
you're quite right,
cricket weather.
Quite right.
It's here in Salford.
There we go. That's Scarborough, and that's Edgbaston. They're not bothering in either of those two games. The 100, that's been washed out today.
The complete day, the men's as well now.
Well, not really. They've got a delay there.
Well, they've got to hang around and wait because they'll do everything they can to get a... What's the minimum you can play, like 4 balls or something?
that would be quite fun. Yeah, they've not got underway. The Welsh Fire against the Northern Superchargers, delayed due to rain. The women's match was abandoned. They're not playing at the Oval. Beautiful in Manchester. Sam's got his shorts on.
It's glorious. I'm overheating, if anything.
I'm not surprised. It's too warm. Get the sun cream out.
Joe Cracknell, big smile on his face. Mark Stoneman's bringing him something out there. He's got his pads on, ready to come in next. Huge grin from...
Because nobody else can bring out a towel.
I think 12th was already down there. It's youngish and Kushal, but he was already down there, and they decided he wants a towel because, like us, they're overheating down there. It's so hot. And they are dabbing sweat with full-blown bath towels as well. We've not just got hand towels brought out here. Someone's been in and grabbed a bath towel. Mark Stoneman isn't going to have to take it back himself. He's just got the drinks to take off. That's a skipper for you, isn't it?
Yeah, that's good work.
It's like club cricket. I think he'll be out there picking up the 30-yard circles at the end as well. The discs.
The town from the hotel. The players in the hotel. Brought across one of the towels from the far side. Well, we've had a little bit of a breather. We've had a drink. It's so hot, we need a refreshment. And we're good to go. Lancashire need a couple of wickets here. Because Cracknell and Robson, with this 56-run partnership, got Middlesex into a good position. A couple of quick wickets can soon change it, but in a minute, Middlesex will feel pretty comfortable. They're way ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis par score, so if it did rain, they're fine. They're thick end of 20 runs ahead of that, so far so good for the away side.
Going to be Balderson then. Ball in hand, keeper up to the stumps. Joe Cracknell, 54 unbeaten. How you'd love to see this one through. There's a bit of hesitation there. Are they going to shy at the non-striker's end? They're not. Come through for a run. It was a good run, actually. Good call from Sam Robertson, who's got 24. Batting nicely. This pair. They just need to keep going. They'd have half an eye on the rain, but because we're already past that, where's the Duckworth-Lewis par score?
Top left.
Top left. Ah, there it is, 83, right, yeah. It's a long way away, and there are a lot of numbers on that scoreboard. It's very detailed. Turn into the leg side. Acrobatic bit of fielding from Harry Singh at mid-wicket. So Middlesex don't really have to keep that much of an eye on the weather. They can just keep batting. Aim to win it at this rate, probably in about the 40th over. Maybe a little bit later. And if the rain comes, which is it's looking more likely, but we've been lucky so far. Oh, inside edge. Could have gone anywhere, that. A little bit tentative from Joe Cracknell. Just prodding it one outside off stump. Gets his inside edge. Beg your pardon. Runs away down to fine leg for just a single.
Yeah, we've missed again a lot of rain that's gone to the north of us. Just looking back on the radar, a big band of rain going to the north of Manchester in the last half an hour or so.
I think it's because I saw Colin coming in from Badger and Coombs with a load of fans, and he's got his team down there just blowing it away from Emirates Old Trafford as it's turned into the leg side for no run. Good bit of work again there by Harry Singh in at mid-wicket. Gets done well for a big man.
I mean, as ridiculous as that sounds, that's probably something he'd try and do.
Yeah. It's working. Expensive on the old electricity bill, but worth it for a Metrobank 50 over game. This microclimate here at Emirates Old Trafford. Balderson is in, and Cracknell is defending. Another bit of hesitation. They'd run a couple of singles. They're direct hit, I think, by the look of Venkatesh Iyer, who's flipped his hat off and has his head in his hands, a direct hit. He was coming across from cover. He was throwing basically one stump at the non-striker's end. Robson called Cracknell through, and Cracknell was a little bit slow off the mark. That could be a nice little way back into the game for Lancashire. A little run out. One of these two set batters. Balderson is in, and that's maybe an outside edge that has gone into the gloves of young Bell. Maybe I'm being unfair there. It's not necessarily one of those you'd expect him to catch. A little dab down to third anyway, only a single. 105 for one, 25 gone. 233 is the target. Required rate 5.57. Wickets in hand though is going to be key.
Got plenty of them. Still with Stoneman to come. And Martin Anderson as well. He's had quite a good competition with the bat, hasn't he, for Middlesex. So yeah, they've got plenty of reserves up their sleeve. Jack Morley is going to replace Chris Green. 5 overs for 27 from Green from the Anderson end. Throw up towards the bowler's end. They've got through for a quick single. 106 for one. Robson to 27 with that single. Brings Cracknell back on strike. Wide signal by the umpire as Cracknell down on one knee, trying to just help it around the corner down to the fine leg boundary. Couldn't quite make contact. Umpire Treadwell says wide, and Morley bowls it again. Chopped away into the offside this time. Cracknell moves on to 57. 108 for one. He's Morley twirling in, bowling. A little bit of uncertainty as to whether to go or not. Just tucked away by Robson out towards mid-wicket where Harry Singh fields. There'll be one down the ground by Robson. Down to Chris Green on the long off boundary. Robson to 28. It's 109 for one. Cracknell back on strike, only the second player to get to 50 in this game. Flintoff making 88 earlier on. It's a full toss which is swept around the corner for 4 by Cracknell. Takes him to 61 not out, 113 for one.
Yeah, Morley was really frustrated to himself there because it was a gimme, a freebie.
Be a little tricky to grip potentially. He's having to dry the ball again there, isn't he, Jack Morley? Final ball of his third over, first back into the attack. Well, Cracknell wants one. Might be thinking of a second as a ball. He's flicked away towards backward square leg, just for one. Flintoff quickly up from the boundary. Keeps a strike, doesn't he, as well, Joe Cracknell? 62 not out. So 114 for one. 26 overs gone. Live on Lancs TV. The Metrobank One Day Cup from Emirates Old Trafford here on the BBC Sport website and app as well. Middlesex requiring a further 119 to win. 132 balls to do it.
Yeah, and Joe Cracknell's excellent tournament continues. Started off with 4 against Worcestershire, 56 against Derbyshire, 49 against Northamptonshire in that huge chase. 88 to steer them home in the chase against Kent, as that's pushed to cover by Cracknell, who's got 62. 61 unbeaten here so far, so could he be the man to steer Middlesex to another victory? A victory that would give them a chance of progressing to the knockout stages of this tournament. And top side from each group goes through automatically to a home semi-final. Sides placed in 2nd and 3rd play each other, 2nd place teams at home, as that's pushed off the back foot by Cracknell. He's called for a couple. He might get a couple more than that. It's going to be a good bit of work. It is a great bit of work out on the boundary by Jack Morley, left arm spinner. They managed to get back for free though. It was that well struck. It was good yardage that Morley had to make up out there at deep extra cover. 117 for 1. Cracknell moves on to 65 with that free. Robson's got 28 from 49 balls. Alderson into his 6 over, 0 for 22 for him so far. Can he find a wicket? He's in, keeper up. Opens the face, does Robson, but the shout is wait there, and that's because it's gone straight to short 3rd. Lancashire needing wickets, need a couple of wickets, something to change the momentum. At the moment, Middlesex cruising. Not too much to worry them out there. Bit of magic required. In comes Balderson, and it's driven by Sam Robson. It was just to the left of George Balderson. Half a chance. And he may have slipped on his follow through. He's just got up and he's moving a little gingerly, is George Balderson. We saw a bit of sawdust go out to this end, actually, the Brian Statham Media Centre end in the 1st inning, just after that rain break. Ethan Bamber, and that's for a little bit of sawdust. And Balderson just inspecting his right knee, see if he's lost any skin. He's got a limp on. It was probably half a yard away from his outstretched left hand. It was up-ish, but it was still quite low off the ground. I don't think we can really call it a chance. Well, we definitely can't. I don't think we can even call it half. Somewhere around 20%. Balderson in, Fuller driven by Robson this time along the ground to Josh Bohannon. It's punched firmly to him though, so they aren't able to take a single. Score remains 117 for 1.
It was a bit of a hard fall, wasn't it, by Balderson on his knee.
He'll be all right. Quick bowlers. They're quite resilient. Balderson in. Oh, he makes himself some room there. Sam Robson steered it wide of Tom Bailey at backward point. I think they come back for a couple. There's a fielder down at 3rd who is able to come back and cut it off. So they get 2. End of the over. Wonder if there's just a few spots of rain about, is there? Maybe not.
See many brollies up.
No, maybe not. Maybe
It just looks like it is, doesn't it? Yeah, it just looks a bit miserable, really. A bit wintry.
27 gone, 119 for 1. It does look a bit wintry.
Partnership between these two now. 74 of exactly 100 balls. There's Morley. He's got through Venkatesh at point, and Boyden comes round to complete the fielding. Single for Cracknell, takes him to 66. You can see the bowler having to dry the ball. Every time the ball's touching the grass and skipping along the surface, picking up a little bit of moisture that's in the air. It'll be tricky for him to grip this, Jack Morley, working hard to try and keep it dry and give the spinner the best chance he can. Robson's on 30, Morley balls again, that's forced away through the offside.
It's not an afternoon to be fielding, really, as much as we've been talking about how glorious it is. We're in early August, you've got the wind blowing across you, you're having to dry the ball as someone who's relying so much on their grip as a spinner. It's not quite the dream that they were sold as youngsters.
No, if you're listening and not watching the pictures, there's Morley's in and bowling. Through they go for a quick single. Then our reference to the sunshine is laced with quite a large amount of sarcasm.
I'm not sure I've seen the sunshine since yesterday evening, when the sun set.
1, 2, 2 for 1. Robson 31 not out. There's Morley in and bowls. Jabbed away into the offside by Robson. Bounces up towards Josh Barnum. He uses his shirt to try and dry the ball. Lobs it back to Morley. 2 balls left. Morley tries to get a firm grip on that ball as he's in and bowling to Robson again. And there's Josh Boyden. There's plenty of the fielding on the cover boundary. A nice opening spell. Josh Boyden picked up the only wicket to fall. 6 overs, 1 for 26 on his debut opening spell. Dismissal of Nathan Fernandez, strangled down the leg side. Since then, Cracknell and Robson. Middlesex on course. Down the pitch comes Cracknell, hit in the air, but to the left of cover and out towards the boundary. And 4 runs for Cracknell. He moves on to 70. And it's 127 for 1. It's the end of the over as well. 28 gone.
Just a little bit easy for Middlesex at the moment. Not being asked many questions. Joe Cracknell able to play within himself, and most of his boundaries have come in that area between cover and backward point where he's so strong. Getting the odd ball fed to him there. And not really having to think too much about it. Something needs to change here. It's difficult for Lancashire. It's been a tough tournament and you shouldn't underestimate confidence or a lack of it as Balderson is in, and that's thrashed away. And Morley again does brilliant work out at deep extra cover. This time they only get a couple. Robson struck that one firmly. Morley had to make a good 10-15 yards, put in a tumble. 2 to start the over.
That's a good start. It was a good throw into, wasn't it, to Balderson right by the stumps.
But you can just almost feel that lack of confidence in this Lancashire side at the moment. Fuller driven straight. Josh Bohannon needs to get something on it. He does get a little tickle, a little tip. Is it going to be enough to slow the ball up? I can't quite see it, but I don't think it is. No, Chris Green, it was enough to chase it all the way. Josh Bohannon ends up on his knees, looks down into the ground. It's almost that sinking feeling he's had as a skipper in this tournament. It was a full toss, really. Robson struck it firmly enough. It almost felt like either Bohannon was going to have to stop it there or it was going to race away. The hand was just enough to tease Green. 133 for 1.
No, it's tricky, this, isn't it? It's not particularly pleasant conditions. Lancashire out the competition.
Balderson in. Keeper up, flicked into the leg side as a fielder out a deep square leg, but that is a lovely shot from Sam Robson. There is a deep fine and a deep square leg who's probably is pretty square, and it's gone 5 to 8 yards to the right of that fielder out there who's Kesh Fonseca, and he had no chance of cutting that off.
Not pleasant for bowling here. You can see Balderson almost squinting, isn't he, as the wind and the mizzle that's swirling around into in his eyes.
They would never properly think this, but there'll be a little part, I reckon, of some of these Lancashire fielders thinking, come on, just rain.
Just chuck it down.
This is done. And that's not a criticism of them, it's just human nature to want the pain to end as that one's driven. This time it is stopped by Bohannon, but he slides and it escapes him and they take a single.
Again, that stop, isn't it? You can just see there, he's skidded across the grass a little bit, hasn't he? I mean, we're playing, which would suggest it's dry. I think it's that kind of very fine, kind of little bit of mist in the air type thing, isn't it? It's not enough for us to go off, but there's a little bit of moisture around. You can tell the bowlers are working on the ball, trying to get it dry. You can just particularly pleasant conditions.
138 for 1 again. Driven, Josh Bohannon is in the game this time. He does the fielding and he fires it back towards George Belt. So no run, 138 for 1. Cracknell's got 70. Robson has 43. Just having a look at the DLS score. So it's 103, and that tells you the state of the game. Middlesex well ahead. They need 95 to win off 115 balls. At exactly 5 and over. Even I can do that math, though I didn't need to because it was on the screen in front of me. Balderson in to Cracknell, 138 for 1. Flicked into the leg side. This time it's straight at Kesh Fonseca though on the boundary. So they come through for a single to end the over. Cracknell moves on to 71. His list day best, by the way, is 87 against Yorkshire in this competition last year. Chance of 100 for him. That will start to come into his mind at some point. And Josh Bohannon has decided it's time for a change. He's gone back to Tom Bailey. It feels like this is the point where they've gone, right, we just need wickets. And we need a couple quickly. Has a quick look around. Who is most likely to take him? Tom Bailey is the man he's turned to. All that experience, been around for so many years. 7 overs, 0 for 26, which is impressive in any circumstances, particularly impressive. I think he'd gone for 16 of his first 7 balls or something of that like. He's got 3 overs left, and what Josh Bohannon has said is, oh, come on, Bells, pick us up a wicket or 2, give us something, give us a way back in. Cracknell on strike, defending on the back foot, keeper back to Bailey, 139 for 1.
He's got 3 left, hasn't he, Bailey? Boyden's got 4 to go. These Bailey and Boyden that started the whole thing off. Actually, I thought it was a good opening spell from both bowlers.
Yeah, there was just that one. The Bailey first over was a little bit, got Middlesex off to a bit of a flyer. But that aside, I thought they were both excellent.
Here he is. To Cracknell is on 71 not out, in and balls. And picked up by Green just at backward point, no run. 94 to win, 112 balls left. Cracknell's on 71 not out. 139 for 1. Bailey in down the leg side to Cracknell. Wide call by the umpire, 140 on the board. 140 for 1.
Ooh, they're back on at Scarborough.
In comes Bailey, bowls again to Cracknell. That's whipped away down towards fine leg. Oh, they're going to hurry back for 2. And the dive came in by Cracknell. Well, could have been tight, that second one, couldn't it?
He is quick though, Joe Cracknell. I think he might have been all right. Maybe.
Looks a bit filthy, doesn't it? He's in the dirt.
What's he need? A new pair of gloves. Probably got dust in them.
Needs a new lot, new everything by the looks of it. He's got a bit of dirt everywhere. New top, new trousers, new pads.
I'm sure Mark Stoneman will be obliging right now. He'll be up into the changing rooms to grab a new set of kit to bring it out for him. If he's not, what's he doing? Sat there waiting to bat. Well, he's making himself useful.
Well, the gloves are off. Yep, needs a replacement gloves required.
I mean, they can't be nice at the best of times, a sweaty pair of gloves, once you've got a little bit of dirt and dust in them. No, thank you very much.
Have a quick slurp while you're at it.
Drop the gloves, get it wet. Yeah, life's good if you're Joe Cracknell at the moment.
Yeah, he's batted very nicely. 73 not out. 1-4-2 for 1. Bailey Bailey balls again. Single for Cracknell, just nudged away off his hip. Out towards deep square leg. Single there, 143 for one. It's Bailey to Robson. Just a single again, worked out towards square leg. Morley comes up to field. Robson moves on to 44. It's 144 for one. Mm, 89 more needed. Bailey in and balls. Nudged away by Cracknell. Singh comes up to complete the fielding. I don't think Bailey's that happy with his footmarks at that top end either.
There's the sawdust.
Another. You can see the grass and the turf that's in and around the spikes there of Tom Bailey. Be a little bit soft, those footmarks, and tired pitch here, and drizzle and mizzle around, and floodlights are on, teams getting beat. There's not a great deal of room for positivity, but they're toiling away as best they can. 144 for one.
Yeah, that side life's good. George Balderson is going to continue over the wicket to Robson, who's got 44. Driven in between Bohannon and Chris Green. Chris Green knows the result there. He gives up chasing. 4 runs. Nice shot from Sam Robson. He's just starting to pick up the scoring rate a little bit. Moves to 48 from 62. With that, moves the score on to 148 for one off 30 overs.
They might look to try and win this quickly if they can. That's a century partnership, because with it being so congested at the top of the group stage, I mean, there's 4 teams on 8 points. If Middlesex do knock these off and win it, that takes them to 7. It could come down to net run rate, the qualification positions for Middlesex. So they might, with wickets in hand here, it's down to double digits to win the game. What's it now? 85 to win. It'd be worth just taking a few risks and trying to win this quickly if they can.
Turned into the leg side just for a single. Boyden does the fielding left. And yeah, they finish. Oh, the next game, sorry, is I think it's Sunday. I think they have a very rare game at Lords. A rare Metrobank One Day Cup game at Lords. They play a bit of Championship cricket and a bit of T20 blast there, as Chris Green is just suggesting to the umpire that that ball might be either too wet or a little bit out of shape.
Just generally looks a bit knackered.
Don't think the umpire, Neil Pratt, has bought that one. You tend to see that a lot more. There was that period a couple of years ago where balls were getting changed all the time. That dodgy batch. These days I see a lot of times fielding sides, usually when they haven't taken a wicket for a while, don't tend to want to change it when they've got a flurry of wickets. As Balderson is in to Cracknell, is defending. Still on 74, score is still 149 for one, target 233. So 84 needed now off 105 balls. So should be victory at a canter unless something dramatic happens, which would be fun, unless you're a Middlesex fan. And they finish with 2 home games. Somerset on Sunday and then Hampshire, 2 sides also up in the mix, so almost in their own hands, you'd imagine, Middlesex. On the leg side, it's going to be wide. George Bell gets a pad on it. And they come through for an additional run. Kesh Fonseca does the fielding. I think that brings up the 150 for Middlesex, 151 for one. Halfway through the 31st over still, what with that being a wide. Yeah, so if they're playing Somerset and Hampshire, both those sides have 8 points, and this is assuming that Middlesex go on and win this game, that is. Middlesex go on to 7, should they win this. Guided, behind square. Call is 2, I think they're going to come back for 2 relatively easily. So Jack Morley out there still, he's had a lot of work to do. Oh, at a deep cover, and that is Sam Robson's half-century. It's a bit of a lean tournament by his standards, but 51 from 64 balls. It's been a nicely tempoed innings. There's been a couple of glorious strokes. Came to the crease a fair while ago. Now these two are put on over 100, but showing his class after a couple of low scores.
Having a look at the ball again here. Maybe Chris Green's managed to sweet talk the umpire into potentially looking to change it, because they're going to have a closer inspection. Green's charms worked on this occasion. Potentially. Close inspection of this ball. Yeah, looks like we're going to see the umpire head towards the box of balls and dig out a fresh one. Yeah, it's good 50 that from Robson, isn't it? It's been a really good partnership, really calm, kind of great authority between them both. Kind of a bit no frills really in a way, just steady, got on with it and built very nicely. This partnership has put them into a position where they should go on and win the match.
Yeah, I've almost assumed they are going to, but it's just, there's something about Lancashire this season. They just look off it in this competition, and the confidence of some quality players has been completely sapped. You've got Lancashire, who's not got going yet. Chris Green, who has, in fairness, proven decent value. Bahaman. There's some good cricketers out there. I know some of the young, but George Bell. You've had Aspinwall and Stanley available from the 100 at various points. George Balderson is a first-team cricketer. Tom Bailey has played a lot of cricket. So it's not like it's a side that have got a handful of first-team appearances that you can see why they're struggling. Bit of a mystery, really. But confidence, or a lack of confidence, seems to be a real issue. Is that one? He's played off the back foot. It was just back of a length. Tried to roll his wrists on it. Young Harry Singh does the fielding at mid-wicket. There was a little cameo from him that suggested he can play. Kesh Fonseca was really impressive at the top of the order as well.
Yeah, Fonseca and obviously Flintoff are kind of
yeah,
the real positives that Lancashire are going to take from today.
Yes, you having watched Flintoff, you just don't class him as a young player, even though he's 16. He's defending on the front foot there, Sam Robson, because he looked like a player who'd been doing it for 10, 15 years. So 153 for 1, but yeah. It'd be interesting to see what counties do back end of the season. Do players who've impressed in this tournament, these youngs, as someone like a Rocky Flintoff, get a first-class debut? Here's a couple of highlights of that. Sam Robson, half-century on your screen. Nice little knock from him. He's had some low scores as well. He's a deft little player. He's not really a power hitter. Had a couple of ducks and another low score before today. Best of 32 in this competition. But he's doing all right here. 51 unbeaten. It'd be a nice time for him to come into a little bit of touch with potential quarter-final or even a semi-final on the cards.
Well, sawdust is required. George Lavelle with the task of doing a few running repairs. It's a big bag of sawdust. Well done, George. Good effort. Ground staff say, go and do it yourself. There's the sawdust. Crack on. Go on, lad. 153 for 1. It just beats the dive of Blackwell Point, picked up by Fonseca at third man. Shuffle through for 1. 154 for 1. Bailey back in to Robson, cracked away. Good looking shot through the covers. Dive from Boyden. Excellent work on the cover boundary. It's hit firmly by Robson. Absolutely nailed that away through the covers. And Boyden from, well, like he was out of the game really. It's so much grass to make up. Away to his right. He's fielding almost at deep point, and Robson hammered that away through the covers. So great fielding by Josh Boyden. Saves 2. Denies Robson another 4. Moves on to 53 with that. 1-5-6 for 1. Bailey, and again it's short and pull down towards fine leg. Just for 1. 54 not out now, Sam Robson. 157 for 1. Bailey halfway through his 9th over. Comes bounding his way back in again. Short again, swatted out towards backward square leg by Cracknell. Moves on to 76. 2 fielders on that leg side boundary there for Lancashire. Paulison and Morley. 1-5-8 for 1. 32nd over this. 75 to win. 9 wickets in hand. Stoneman due in next. Robson currently on strike. Bailey to Robson, plays off the front foot, just gently, calmly defending away to mid-wicket. Harry Singh fields, and there's no run. Lancashire have got a trip to Northamptonshire to come on Sunday, and then back here on the following Wednesday for the final group match. So 2 more one-day fixtures. No knockout cricket in this format for Lancashire this year. Robson, little bottom edge on that, almost dragging that back onto his stumps, at least for a second. He had a slightly nervous look over his shoulder. But to his relief, the ball was some way past the off stump or wide of the off stump, and it bounced down towards George Bell. And that completes Bailey's 9th over. 158 for 1, Cracknell 76 and Robson on 54.
A little bit brighter, actually. Sounds odd to say. I mean, it's all relative. We're going to have a change of bowling. Venkatesh Iyer has got ball behind in hand. Have we seen him bowl in this tournament much before?
He's bowled at Derbyshire, but it wasn't for very long. But then again, Derbyshire didn't need very long to win the match. But I think he sent down at least an over or 2.
Well, he's going to send down at least an over here, all being well. He is in right arm medium pace to Cracknell, which is pushing it to cover, looking for a little bit of magic from their overseas. So I've got 23 list A wickets in 45 games. This is now number 46, best of 3 for 55. The average of 37.35 suggests his batting is the strong suit. It's a slow trot of a run up, really. Big delivery stride, and that's pushed almost straight to extra cover. I think it fell just short of Harry Singh.
I think it did, yeah. It just dropped, didn't it? It's to Singh at the last moment. Forcing that away, Cracknell off the back foot. Almost straight to cover.
Almost, but not quite. Just trying to break their concentration, maybe with a part-timer. Maybe that's a little bit harsh on Venkatesh Iyer. Very fine cricketer, known for his batting. Very upright, tall man. Front arm comes out. Cut away, just 1, I think, to Morley. So 159 for 1, the score is. Cracknell moves to 77.
I spoke to Dale Benkinson, Lancashire's head coach, about Venkatesh, and Dale said obviously he brings a lot of batting experience and a lot of firepower to their middle order, and we might be able to get him to bowl a bit if we can convince him.
Oh, okay.
So I managed to obviously convince him to do a little bit. He bowled 2 overs at Derby last week.
is in. Pulled in front of square, all the way along the ground. Nice shot from Sam Robson. He hasn't really got the pace to be digging it in like that on this pitch. Venkatesh Iyer and Sam Robson was able to swivel and hit it straight to the boundary. 163 for 1. Robson in that crouch position, just watches it. He knows as soon as he's hit that. That's flying off for 4.
Yeah, just dropped too short, didn't he? Saying that not got the pace really. Sat up nicely, didn't he, for Robson? Hammered it away for 4.
Couple of balls left then in this Iyer over. Defended. Iyer thinks about doing the fielding off his own bowling. He jumps across the pitch. But no run. No run going.
It's been a great luxury for Lancashire to have 2 overseas players for the One Day Cup. They've had Chris Green and Venkatesh Iyer. I think Green's only missed 1 match. He got a 100 call-up, a 1-game call-up for the Trent Rockets. So he missed a One Day Cup match, which played in the rest of them.
All that kit printed. Back of a length into the offside. Misfield by Harry Singh. At cover, Josh Bohannon tidies up. Well, he doesn't tidy up because the throw is a bit of a nap one that bounces right in front of George Bell. Fortunately, Cash Fonseca was backing up. He was alert down at fine leg. End of the over, 6 from it. 164 for 1. Middlesex are after 33 overs to claim victory here, which would be their 3rd consecutive win in the tournament. They need 69 runs from 90 balls with 9 wickets remaining.
Yes, he went from starring for the Trent Rockets in the 100, where he picked up wickets and scored runs and took a spectacular diving catch. And then 2 days later, he was playing in Blackpool in the One Day Cup against Kent.
I'm sure that was via a trip to Lords, wasn't it, for a bit of TV work?
It was quite possible, yes. Never too far away from seeing Chris Green on the telly. Barely to start his 10th and final over. Let's run down to 3rd man by Robson for a single. And he moves on to 60. 165 for 1. 68 needed. And comes Bailey again to Cracknell. That's defender back to Lancashire's bowler. So well put together 77 this from Joe Cracknell. Great chance to try and go on and turn this into 3 figures here for a Middlesex victory. Bailey to Cracknell, forced away into the offside. Venkatesh comes up from cover.
87 is his best so far. Against Yorkshire last year in this competition. As you say, you won't get many better chances.
No real pressure in terms of having to score quickly and against an opposition that know that their competition's done. Short, pulled, it was in the air. Oh, it's got through Moley's fingers. He may have just come in a fraction too far. It's gone for 4 runs for Cracknell. For a minute, he's in real danger. You could see on the grimace of his face that he feels like he's got away with one there. As he went to pull that, more of a thickish top edge. Morley just come in from the boundary and just came in a fraction too far. Through his fingertips, it's gone for 4.
Yeah, I think he misjudged it from the shot. He almost ran in, scuttled in a couple of paces, and then realised there must have been a moment where that ball's 10-15 metres away from him where he realises, we can see on screen, he throws his head back. Tom Bailey's got a smile on his face.
He's quite chilled out.
He knows that it's just one of those tournaments. They just need to get out of it, Lancashire. I know you shouldn't say that with a couple of games left, but...
Bailey in to Cracknell. It's 1 run for him, clipped out towards Morley at square leg. Cracknell to 82. If that was half a lifeline, then maybe you could actually see the smile on, well, the grimace almost on Joe Cracknell's face. He knew as he hit it that could be a chance squandered to try and get to 3 figures. And he's got a great opportunity to try and make the most of that little bit of good fortune, perhaps. 170 for 1. Final ball for Bailey today. And Robson wants 1. Just nudged away to square leg. So Bailey with the ball completes 10 overs. 43 runs from his 10 overs. Could have had a wicket. Wasn't quite to be for Bailey and for Morley, and gives Cracknell the chance to go on and try and get himself 3 figures. Alongside Sam Robson, these two have got the run chase in absolute utter control. Partnership worth 126. Robson 61, Cracknell 82. Within 62 runs of victory here, 14 overs left to get them. 171 for 1.
Rain stayed away as well. Lancashire still has ball in hand. You can see subfielder or whoever's running the drinks on for Middlesex has got a coat on. Not quite a woolly hat, but it's definitely not, which is weird because we've had about 2 weeks of mid to late 20s, and it's going to be the same again tomorrow. So this odd day in the middle, short and wide, cut away, just be a single though. Jack Morley is out there doing the fielding, so Robson moves to 62. Lancashire staring down the barrel of what will be a 6th consecutive defeat. Is that right? Or if they're one rained off?
I've stopped counting. Hang on.
They've got 2 left, so must have played 6.
Yes,
must have had 1 rained off.
6 on the spin.
He's in and pulled by Cracknell into a gap between deep mid wicket and fine leg. 4 more to him. He moves on to 86. Score moves on to 176 for 1. It's just too easy. This for Middlesex at the moment. He's almost used his trump card already. Bohannon has gone to Tom Bailey. He said, can you find us a wicket or 2? Answer, sadly, try as he might, is no. 57 to win now. It's almost remarkable. It feels like we're going to get a full game of cricket in here today. Played with a straight bat to Chris Green at mid-on. They take him on and they win. Chris Green is quick. He's got a good arm. He's after one of those flicky underarms. But he's just a little bit deep. And it's Joe Cracknell sharing a laugh with his former teammate. Saying, I know you, Chris. Yeah, it's pretty slow there at mid-on. I'm always taking you on. 87 for Joe Cracknell. His equal best list A score. Here's Venkatesh Iyer. Into Robson, slower ball, pace off. Robson just waited and flicked it over the head of Chris Green at mid-on for another boundary. Middlesex getting on with this.
Yeah, well, this is the time, isn't it, now, with Venkatesh sending down some gentle medium pace. Game's done, really. This is the time. If they want to try and press on, win it quickly, win it well, could be an important factor for Middlesex, then got to jump in here, haven't they, and take this opportunity with wickets in hand. Could come down to a net run rate for Middlesex if they're going to try and qualify.
Cut away, but Jack Morley is out there, just a single. Robson moves to 67. On 87. In fact, his list A best can't be 87 because he scored 88 in the last game. So whichever profile I was looking at, it's clearly not updated. Tight into him. Harry Singh does the fielding at cover. Cracknell's annoyed with himself. Well, he got it past him. End of the over, 35 gone. Remember, we're playing a 48 over game here, so there's only 78 balls left, but Middlesex need just 51. They're 182 for 1.
Yeah, 88's his highest list A score.
He's nearly there.
Yeah, be looking beyond that, won't he? 13 more needed with Sir Rocky Flintoff get to 88. Looked nailed on for 3 figures. Had another over or 2 potentially. Well, plenty of time here for Cracknell to try and get himself 13 more runs. Chris Green's going to return with Bailey bowled out. Green 5 overs for 27. And Robson's on strike on 67. They're back underway in Scarborough, where Yorkshire are playing Leicestershire. This has all been reduced because there was quite a lengthy delay to the start of Leicestershire's reply. So they've got a Duckworth-Lewis Stern revised target to chase. It's dropped by Robson to the offside, towards mid-off for a single. So Yorkshire made 236 for 7 from 50 overs. Leicestershire are currently 61 for 1 in the 8th, and they need 89 more runs to win from 14 overs. And they're back off, or still off actually, at Edgbaston for rain. Warwickshire Glamorgan 143 for 5 after 18, Glamorgan. It's Green's bowling for Lancashire. Cracknell off the front foot defends back down the pitch, and there's no run. .183 for 1. Up and over the top by Cracknell. Out towards cover boundary for a single, takes him to 88. Joint top score in the match. 184 for 1.
Equalled his best List A score.
Robson taps the bat as Green loops the ball up from one hand to the other and balls to Robson. Dab back down the pitch, and there's no run. The Northern Superchargers men are 18 for 5 after 20 balls in their game against the Welsh Fire.
It's not a great score, that. I presume it's a shortened game.
This is worked out towards the leg side for no run. Yeah, 25 balls it's been reduced down to. Stokes has gone for 2. .184 for 1 here. Final ball for Green. Nudged up towards Flintoff for no run. End of the over. 49 to win. 72 balls left. Cracknell 88. Robson 68. 184 for 1. This is how it's looking. Run rate. We've crept above in the last few overs. Middlesex is scoring a fraction quicker, having kind of bounced along at a similar rate to Lancashire for most of the innings. What they've not done is what Lancashire did, is lose wickets at pretty regular intervals. This partnership's been excellent for them. Middlesex were able to keep chipping away at Lancashire's batting, sneaking out wickets. Well, these two have put on now 139 runs.
Yeah, and those wickets in hand, that's why Middlesex have always been in complete control of this chase. Very few alarms. The Venkatesh Iyer experiment, the ball is over, it lasted a couple of overs. Jack Morley, bit of left arm spin from the Brian Staven media centre end. Joe Cracknell on strike on 88. What's he going to do? What is he going to do? Is open the face and push it out to deep cover for just a single. 185 for 1, 48 to win. 71 balls left. It had to be about wickets for Lancashire. Middlesex were allowed to bat time. They were always going to get there. Well, we say that. We were thinking, oh, could it be a decent score?
No.
Turns out it was under par. This is a decent pitch. Not been too many demons in it, really. They open the face. Think about a single to Tom Bailey, who's swooping a backward point. Distinguishable because of his cap. Has perhaps seen better years. It's certainly not 2024 issue, as I was saying a bit earlier. Robson's got 68. Bahanan is just tinkering with his field. Shouts to Kesh Fonseca to move a little bit squarer at short fire leg. As Robson is up onto the back foot, pushing away to the offside where Chris Green, the sweeper, it's a big old boundary out there. Chris Green does the fielding, so keeps it to 1. Middlesex keep it ticking over, slowly but surely. And they're moving towards another victory. A victory that would, as we were saying, keep them very much in the chance. Half a shout by Jack Morley for LBW. Cannons one into the pads of Joe Cracknell. Not really that interested. Joe Cracknell gets on with it. Rehearses the shot he was trying to play, which was flicking it into the leg side. Here's Morley again. Just dabbed into the offside to the right of Josh Bohannon at cover. Does the fielding with his feet, but not before they take a single. Cracknell into the 90s. Let's find out how nervous they are. 90 from 112 balls. Doesn't look nervous, just swivels the bat in hand. No need to be nervous, really. 187 for 1. 2 free to win. Last ball of over 37. Fuller ball. Almost turned into a full toss by a little bit of foot movement from Sam Robson, but he's belted it straight at Lancashire skipper Josh Bohannon, who rather than throwing it back to his bowler is throwing it at the umpire. Any chance? Neil Pratt hasn't even looked at it, he's got it in hand. End of the over, 187 for 1. Cracknell's got 90. Robson has 69.
Yeah, just 3 coming off the over, which is fine, I suppose, for Middlesex, just to bounce along towards their target. 142 run partnership. Green lobs the ball from one hand to the other again. 90 to Cracknell. Green's in and bowls, and Cracknell down the pitch. Good stop by Venkatesh, low to his right. Nice diving stop, kind of goalkeeper style, isn't it, low down. It's a good palm on that. There's probably 4 if he gets under his body. Green in and bowls to Cracknell. Just tucked away off the hip, down towards backward square leg for a single. So 143 run partnership. That's a new record for the second wicket for Middlesex against Lancashire. The previous highest second wicket partnership for Middlesex against Lancashire was 142. It's whipped out towards the leg side. Oh, and it's gone for 4 when it should have been stopped on the mid-wicket boundary. It's managed to find a way to creep itself under the body of Jack Morley. And that 4 takes them to within 41 of victory now, 192 for 1. That previous record was between Joe Denley and Paul Sterling at Lords in 2012. That previous highest second wicket partnership for Middlesex against Lancashire. I remember it pretty clearly that. There was playing right to the left of the square as you look from the media centre. And it was a pretty high scoring game with a particularly short boundary. As Green is in and bowls, Robson goes back. It's cut away towards the offside for a single, and Robson moves to 74, 193 for 1. 40 to win now.
Yeah, Middlesex tend to get that at Lords, those shorter boundaries make for high scoring games. I always forget that Joe Denley plays for Middlesex. It feels like he's just always been at Kent.
Got up left, could he? Too long after that, I don't think. Green in to Cracknell. Happy to take 1. Takes him to 92 not out. It's 194 for 1. 1 ball remaining of the 38th over. 39 more required. It's a slow and rather painful end to the game from Lancashire's point of view, but it's fine for Middlesex this. They're going to win the match and they're going to keep themselves well within the shout of qualifying from the group. And one more for Robson. Moves to 75.
The cry was maybe 2 immediately. To which Joe Cratnell said, no, Robbo. No, thank you.
150 partnership as well. 195 for 1. We've got 10 overs left, so that's 60 balls to go. How many of those 60 balls will it need to get 38 more runs to win? Cracknell needs 8 for a century. Robson's on 75.
Chance for both of them to reach 3 figures. If they were to manipulate it that way, I'm sure they won't. They will be much more concerned with winning this game of cricket, a win that would put them in a cracking position. Always a nice away trip to come up here. As Morley is in, bowling his left arm spin, and it's turned into the leg side for just a single. Sam Robson manipulates his way on to 76 from 89 balls. 196 for 1. Joe Cratnell on 92. Sam Robson just having a look across at the scoreboard. Maybe working it out in his head, just doing the math. Is it possible? It's possible, Sam. Morley in. Cratnell using his feet. Tries to get it past Morley, who puts in the dive. Goes down almost in slow motion, but gets 2 hands on it. Here he is. Again, Morley almost spearing one in. Joe Cratnell turned into a Yorker by using his feet. 92 from 118. He's been patient, Cratnell. All of his boundaries came early on. It's been a lovely innings from him. Looked in complete control. Has controlled the tempo. Moved the field around. Morley just getting... So Morley was trying to do the fielding off his own bowling, and in fairness to Sam Robson, he was just stood there, and he is allowed to stand there at the non-striker's end. And actually, by not moving, he was trying to do Morley a favour and not be accused of getting in the bowler's way, but actually did get in the bowler's way, and they do take a single, to which at least one person booed beneath us. But I think it's sort of fair enough, and it's also irrelevant, one suggests. As Morley is in, it's a good over from him, patted back at him by Sam Robson. Just 2 from it, but it's not dot balls, it's wickets. They desperately need. And by desperately, I really do mean desperately. And they need them immediately. Hand off the bat, wasn't in complete control of that, Robson. Single out to Chris Green at deep extra cover. 198 for 1, 39 gone.
Yeah, Lancashire staring down the barrel of another heavy defeat. I mentioned Sam before about confidence in the Lancashire team and how big a part that's taken, or how big a role that's taking in their one-day cup campaign, because it's not like they're losing tight games, they're getting battered in games, and that, I suppose, does take its toll, and I guess trying to do the right things and keep going as best they can, but they know game's gone, the competition's gone, and the suffering a string of pretty heavy defeats. Can't be easy to take. Robson 77 not out. Meanwhile, for Middlesex, who are enjoying a much more fruitful campaign. Cut away towards the offside for a single. Robson moves on to 78 not out. 199 for 1. Cratnell 93. He's got boundary riders on the leg side, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square. There's also deep point as well. Chris Green is nattering away to Venkatesh as he clutches the ball towards his chest. Slowly creeps in and bowls, and defended by Cracknell. I think just about made that last as long as he possibly reasonably could. He's always got a big broad smile on his face, Chris Green. In again to Cracknell. Single down the ground. Looks like he's pretty content just to keep ticking along and doing it in ones. Takes him to 94. It's to 200 on the board. We need 33. Robson's back on strike. He's 78 not out. And remains in 78, just hopping back and just nudging the ball away to the leg side where Singh fields. Could be 4. It's a lovely shot. It is. Gorgeous shot by Robson. Created a bit of room for himself. Carved that away through the offside. Takes him to 82. Still got half a chance here, Robson.
At least half a chance.
$29 to win. Cracking on these 6 more. Robson needs 18. And he adds 1 towards that potential 3 figures. Tapping it out to the offside, and quite fortunate for Robson, he keeps the strike. So he's on 83. Cracknell's on 94. 205 for 1. Eight overs remaining, 48 balls to get 28.
Of which Joe Cracknell needs 6 for his maiden list A century, and Sam Robson, who currently has 83, therefore needs another 17 to make what would be list A century number 4. For him, as Morley is in, fires that one in, and Sam Robson now needs just 16. I promise I won't count down every single run. 206 for 1. 27 to win, 47 remaining. It's felt like, and it has felt like this for a while now, that it's a bit of a last rites for Lancashire. Hit hard and straight, and I think that's going to be a boundary for Joe Cracknell. Yes, it is. Just on the back foot, he hit it so hard that the fielder at long on, who can't quite see who it is, had no chance. Let's have a little look. I think it might be Venkatesh Iyer down there on process of elimination. Would make sense. You tend to have your tall fielders as well at long on these days. It's very much a position where you're there for the catch, but still can't see. I can't see him anywhere else. Uses his feet on 98. Yes, it is. He's just come into my line of sight, away from the balcony. He's usually in the covers somewhere. George Bell swinging his arms, keeping a little bit of warmth in that body. I don't think it's that hot out there. It's certainly not hot. 210 for 1. Joe Cracknell 98 from 122. Jack Morley is in. So Cracknell, who is gone, I think. Yep, he's going to be stumped. Joe Cracknell looks back at the umpire. He looks at his feet. I think the feet did just lift. There was definitely a tumble. He lost his balance, and Joe Cracknell is completely dejected. He's got his head down. It's a very slow walk, and I think in fairness he is just so disappointed. He just falls and it turns away from him. It's a decent delivery from Jack Morley. It's the first time he's almost been caught in two minds. George Bale whips the bails off quickly, and he has to go for 98 beautifully made runs. Joe Cracknell so disappointed, but he is taking his team to the cusp of victory.
Yes, it's a shame for Cracknell. 2 shorts of 3 figures. He's batted really well. He deserves to have gone on and got a couple more and get to his century. Just dragged forward a little bit by Morley. Front on replays. Certainly the first one we saw front on with Cracknell's body blocking the view is quite difficult to see. Be interested to see a side on replay, but Umpire at square leg reckons he's just been dragged a little bit too far forward, and that back boot just either lifting up or just straying over the line. And nice work by George Bell. Wicket for Morley.
Brings Martin Anderson to the crease. In at 4. Middlesex have been, I was about to say messing around, I don't mean that's quite the way of changing their batting order, and across the competition. I just think credit to Morley, it was a lovely bit of bowling actually from a slow left armer. You pitch it on middle or off stump, and a right hander knows they have to play it. They can't risk it going straight on. And he just lost his balance. It's the first time almost in the innings. So he was put down, wasn't he? Well, that catch went actually over Jack Morley as Martin Anderson is off the mark for a single. It was a few runs ago. I can't remember exactly how many he's made. Maybe it was in the 70s. It was that pull shot, and Morley just misjudged it off Tom Bailey. Ran in, trying to take the catch, and it ended up sailing over his head. So a little bit of revenge. I'm sure once the disappointment has gone, and it will sit there for a while for Joe Cracknell, I'll be delighted with his day and his team's work. That's another good over from Jack Morley. Wicket off it, big wicket of Joe Cracknell. Probably, almost certainly too little, too late. 211 for 2 after 41 overs. Middlesex need 22 for 42 balls. Sam Robson has 84. Martin Anderson is fresh out there and has 1 from 1.
Yeah, I was just saying, nice piece of bowling from Morley. Cracknell took a bit of getting off the field, didn't he? Not so sure he was certain that he'd overstepped that. No, he wasn't. He did that little thing where he had to look back and looked up, and just a bit of disappointment. Yeah. His the foot, we couldn't tell. You couldn't tell front arm, could you? It was difficult to tell front arm. Certainly the first one was so difficult. Then we saw a slightly wider front and angle, which looked like Cracknell probably was right to feel a bit of miffed. The foot move probably is the split-second decision when you haven't got TV. If you see the foot flash, I don't quite know how umpires are able to sort it out in their heads quickly enough. Well, Josh Boyden is in to end as he started. 6 overs to begin with at the top in the new with the new ball and the power play, and bowled very nicely. He's got 4 left. 22 needed to win. And that's 4 of them. Walloped out towards the leg side by Anderson. Middlesex almost there. 215 for 2. Batting out of his crease, Anderson set up nicely for him. Hammered out towards the leg side. And it's 18 now to win. Anderson on to 5 with that. A very impressive performance by Middlesex. Not just the run chase, but we were uncertain at the halfway stage whether or not that would be a half-decent score or not. Their bowling was excellent. They've been terrific in the field. They've outplayed Lancashire from first ball, really. Is that a little edge behind? And he's given it. So a second wicket for Boyden. Anderson goes, caught behind by Bell. One of the few positives, really, for Lancashire to take from this game today. Boyden's performance with the ball on debut, along with Fonseca and Flintoff, certainly are some of the highlights. Boyden gets his second wicket. Caught behind Anderson. Bell takes the catch. 3 down now, 215 for 3. And a bit like Joe Cracknell, I'm not sure Martin Anderson is massively pleased with that decision. I couldn't quite see on that replay, but his head goes down. There's certainly not a guilty look back. There's a head going down of a player who's played and missed at one and is telling himself, I don't know. We will never know. The umpire's finger went straight up. Josh Boyden, sorry. Loved it. He's bowled well. He's deserved it. He's been a bright spot. George Bell has a couple of catches and a stumping. Mark Stoneman, who earlier on in the innings was bringing towels on for his fellow batters, he's out there to finish it off. He probably was sat there with Martin Anderson and turned to Martin and said, oh, go on, Martin, you have a go. Being the selfless skipper, but really not fancying going out and thinking, well, 20 to win, these boys can see it off, they can win the game. It's good for their experience if Martin Anderson goes to win a game. But no, he and Sam Robson, who have made so many runs together at the top of the order in the last couple of seasons in red ball cricket, are out there looking to finish this game off. You never know though, Scott. Stranger things have happened. Not many, but be a bit disappointed, wouldn't they?
Middlesex?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a... It's a fair
a bit
assessment.
upset.
What I'm about to have to do in about an hour's time, if that, would change significantly. The line of questioning and the mood of it all.
Yes. So the skipper's out there now, try and get the job done. Here comes Boyden in. Force that ball away. Jack Blatherwick's out there for Lancashire. Let's come onto the field. There's plenty of positives for Middlesex, as we've been talking about it at length, with really good performances with the ball in the field and with the bat. Not too many for Lancashire, but he's one of them. Boyden bowled well here on debut. He's picked up 2 wickets, and here he comes again from the Jimmy Anderson end. Stoneman trying to force the ball away, cracks it firmly away with the covers. Blatherwick scampering after it, and gets to it, pushes it back, and then the throw comes in by Harry Singh. And Mark Stoneman's run 3. So 15 more now required for Middlesex. Robson's back on strike, 84 not out. It was Brooks with 4 wickets, 2 for Holman, 2 for Bamber. Bamber bowled beautifully for Middlesex at the top and right at the end of the innings as well. Two, 3, 3. That was revised down by 1 run.
Ah, yes, because they had 2 overs left to bat, so the natural thing to do would be to
deduct them a run.
Deduct the run, yeah.
So it was 2, 3, 3 to win. And Middlesex have made pretty light work of this, in truth. There's Boyden. Robson might want 2 here. He's forced it out towards the leg side, but Blatherwick's got a strong arm from the deep there and sends it in towards the gloves of Bell, so they don't risk coming back for 2. Robson moves on to 85. And 14 more to win, with 6 overs remaining. 2:19 for 3 here at Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV. And we're on the BBC Sport website and app for the One Day Cup fixture, where we've played, apart from a short break, 10-minute break, the whole lot under floodlights since about 1 o'clock this afternoon, mind you. We've got through a full game.
It's quite remarkable, isn't it? Quite remarkable. Sam Robson's got 85. Morley, the left arm spinner, is continuing. Sam Robson will have 86 now because he's cut that away for a single. 13 to win off 35 balls. Few starting to leave, get ahead of the traffic. Scott Reed is amongst them, only temporarily, I must add. Quick radio update for him, and it won't be a pretty one for the listeners of BBC Radio Lancashire. Not nice listening. Morley is in to the left-handed Stoneman, who is trying to reverse sweep and then almost gets run out. Well, it doesn't almost get run out, but a bit of confusion. A little rush of blood to the head, although the reverse sweep is a pretty standard shot these days in white ball cricket. 13 to win. Just turned 6 o'clock at the Emirates Old Trafford. Stoneman has 3, Robson's 86. It was Joe Cracknell's 98 and a huge partnership. Oh, and they've got another wicket. He's danced down the track. Stoneman looking to finish it in style when he has had his leg stump removed by young Jack Morley, who's got half a smile on his face. Just turned back into the left-hander, who didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, clipped the top of leg stump. And Middlesex are 4 down, having lost a trio of quick wickets. Could they? They could. It's unlikely. But what was a very handsome victory, a victory that looked like maybe being 9 wickets at one point about 10-15 minutes ago. Suddenly at best is only going to be a 6-wicket win. A win's still a win. Joe Cracknell was stumped by young George Bell off the bowling of Morley for 98. Then Martin Anderson was caught behind by, again, George Bell off the bowling of debutant Josh Boyden for 5. And Mark Stoneman, the Middlesex skipper, has just been bowled by Morley. So from 210 for 1, they've slipped to 220 for 4. So a little bit of gloss taken off what we assume will still be a Middlesex victory. 13 needed, 33 balls. Robson still got 86. Morley come back into the attack this last over and a half, replacing Venkatesh Iyer, who just had a couple of overs of standard medium pace. He gets a pat on the back from skipper Josh Bohannon. They've got half a smile. It's been a difficult tournament for Lancashire, this one. Jack Davis, the left-hander, is on strike. New batter in. Young wicket-keeper batter who's played a fair bit of first-team cricket before this season, but since John Simpson headed south down to Sussex, he's become the first-team wicket-keeper. He's doing a fine job. Got a chance to win a game of cricket for his side. And turns it into the leg side for, I think, just one. They'll think about a second. Rocky Flintoff out there at deep square leg does really well. Keeps it to 1. A dozen to win. Morley into his 8th over. 2 for 36 he's got so far. Bailey's bowled out. Josh Boyden bowling at the other end. He's been really impressive on his debut. Oh, that's a beauty again. It's that line to the right-hander where it just pitches on middle, turns away from Sam Robinson. Sam Robson, I keep saying Sam Robinson, it's now in my head. George Bell whipped the bails off quickly, asked the question, the answer was no. Robson's feet didn't move. No chance of that one being given out. But you never know. I do know it's not going to happen. But it's a bit more fun. A few smiles for the Lancashire fans that have stayed till the end. A little bit of excitement. They did get the joy of watching Rocky Flintoff make a wonderful 88 earlier on. As George Bohannon puts himself right in the line of sight of Sam Robson, who's defending to Chris Green. So there have been a few bright spots on a gloomy day. End of the over, 2-2-1 for 4. We've had the 88 from Rocky Flintoff, the 42 from Kesh Fonseca on debut, who bowled, batted absolutely brilliant, and then Josh Boyden on debut, left arm seamer.
Maybe it's the way that these two have, well, the way that Middlesex have tried to go about this run chase. They've not at all tried to take any risks. They're not trying to force it, trying to win it quickly. None of that's come into their mind. So maybe it is a type of pitch where if you do try and play shots and do try and be aggressive and try and score quickly, you get yourself into a bit of bother maybe. Because the approach from Middlesex has been really cautious, hasn't it? They've just wanted to play pretty steady, take very little risk. That might be one, because the run rate's manageable. But also, two, maybe because they feel that if you try and win it and try and score quickly, you might get into a bit of bother. And 12 away from having the job done, even with a little bit of a wobble, as Davis, again, right forward, making sure that nothing untoward happens. He defends up towards mid-off, where Bailey fields no run.
And the thing is, we were 40 overs in, they were 210 for 1. Without taking any risks, and that just shows. Yeah. Like actually, if they just batted normally, said they weren't chasing for another 10 overs, it's a 58 over game. You get to 250, 260 without taking any risks. So to get to 300 isn't actually, you don't have to charge it from the off. 50 overs is a long time to bat.
It's Boyden to Davis. That's turned out towards mid-wicket. And Venkatesh fields, no run.
You get teams regularly getting 200 plus in 20 overs. So if you think you have that again, plus another 50%. You can get to 300 just by being pretty sensible. And use on a used pitch, which most of these pitches are, unless they're at outgrounds, and 300 it tends to be a pretty good score.
2-2-1 for 4. Boyden balls. That's driven away by Davis. And there's no run. Lancashire have got plenty of fielders inside the fielding circle now, trying to save the ones and twos. 4 on the offside, 2 on the leg side. Short cover, which is Singh, and there's Flintoff and Balderson either side of this. The umpire who's at point. There's a mid-off as well. Boyden in. It's turned up to mid-on, where Bohannon fields, no run. Certainly Josh Boyden will take an awful lot from the way he's bowled. Hit the ground running in his opening spell. He's picked up 2 of the 4 wickets to fall. Sets off again. Davis on 1. In and balls to Davis. Slashed away towards the leg side. Green fields. Davis moves on to 2. 11 more required now. 222 for 4. Sam Robson on strike. Final ball of Boyden's 8th. Hustles his way back in again. Robson drives. Very good stuff from Josh Boyden. Just a single off the over. And collects his cap. High five with his captain, Josh Bohannon. A bit of a round of applause from the Lancashire supporters and from the experienced Tom Bailey, who was watching on from mid-on. 2 for 35 from 8 overs for Josh Boyden today. 222 for 4. So 24 balls left, 11 required to win. Davis 2, Robson 86.
Jack Morley, left arm spinner, has got 2 for 35. He's bowled all right, actually, Jack Morley. Picked up a couple of wickets late on. He is going to continue to the left-handed Jack Davies. Bit of a conference going on between skipper Josh Bohannon and Boyden. Just looking to sneak another wicket or 2, add a bit of respectability, gain a little bit of confidence. They have got another wicket. There we go. Has to go. Jack Davies. Josh Boyden, he is on fire. He falls for just a couple. Shake of the head. Suddenly, a flurry of wickets, playing a reverse sweep. He's been bowled. You can't really say it's a non-standard shot because it's an orthodox shot. But you just feel that at this stage in the game, with 12 needed, just take no risks. Just pad it around for a couple of singles because suddenly, Middlesex from nowhere are 5 down. Morley has 3 for 36. You just never know.
Well, they're enjoying a bit of fun here. They've not had too many reasons to smile, really, through the course of this group campaign. Lancashire, but enjoying the prospect of making this far more uncomfortable for Middlesex than it ought to be, really. But Morley's bowled nicely. The reverse sweep, which you say, is a fair shot, isn't it? But the bat ball, with a bit of grip and turn coming back into him, slid underneath the bat. And it ricochets onto the stumps, and Luke Holman coming out to join Sam Robson. 23 balls left, 11 needed.
5 wickets in hand. And at 210 for 1, I wouldn't have, well, I'll be referencing how many wickets Middlesex have got left, and I still can't see them losing this game from here. They need to think about this. Sam Robson's still out there, 86. If he wasn't there, maybe 11 needed. Morley's got a big smile on his face. His fortunes have changed just a little bit. He's in. Driven to cover for no run. Harry Singh doing the fielding. And they'll put a bit of pressure on with dot balls as well. 11 from 22. 9 times out of 10, 98 times out of 100. This game would be won from here. But that's 5 overs, 23 for 4. That one's driven hard, and that's beaten the fielder. Luke Holman, if he was feeling any pressure, he certainly hasn't showed it. Hits his second ball to the boundary. We're down into single figures for the Middlesex victory. 226 for 5. Luke Coleman takes a couple of steps down the wicket. He knows that's going all the way. 7 runs required now. Morley gets the towel out. Has to dry it off. 3 balls left in the 45th over. Morley is in. Opens the face. It was a bit of a Yorker, and it's going to be chased by Fonseca. They're going to come back for 2. I think they'll settle for 2. Definitely don't want to run out at this stage, Middlesex. 5 to win now. Luke Coleman has sat there for the last 20 minutes and gone, lads, what are you doing? You're making an absolute hash of it. Well, he probably hasn't actually. What he has done is moved from his quite comfortable position in his shorts and with his feet on the balcony to have to put his kit on. And he's probably said, lads, what on earth are you doing? Yorker again. Opens the face, picked up a single out deep backward point, 4 to win. Last ball of the 45th over. It's close now. Middlesex very close. And we're starting with a couple of defeats. It was looking pretty bleak. They had a terrible Blast campaign. I know it's a different side, but they've been struggling in white ball cricket for a few years. And they've won their last 2. Chases against Northamptonshire and against Kent. Rain-affected game against Durham. Well, rain impacted. End of the over, dot ball. Jack Morley has finished his night. Probably going to be his last as well. Shouldn't, or probably won't get over number 10, with just 4 to win. Game against Durham rained off, but they're on the cusp of completing a 3rd consecutive chase, which means the next skipper to win a toss against them probably won't say we'll bat first.
Shows that shaky start that Middlesex have, and they've lost a game through weather. You lose 2, you lose a game through being abandoned, and you've only played 5 and still in with a chance of qualifying. Shows that even with a small group campaign, even with only 8 group fixtures, even if you lose a couple early on, you can still catch up, can't you? You can still make you finish in those potentially in those top 3 positions. Lancashire had a slightly shaky start last year, and they got to the playoff quarter-final stage of this competition. So Middlesex, an example that even with a couple of early defeats and a washout last time out, just a couple of wins just keeps you in with a half a sniff, doesn't it? And this would be a 3rd win from 6 games. It would take them to within a point of the 4 teams above them, who are all level on 8: Somerset, Hampshire, Worcestershire and Derbyshire. So they're still in with a possibility. They'll have 2 games remaining. Harry Singh, potentially the final over of the match, because it's 4 required to win. Rob and Holman's on strike, and Singh to bowl some off spin from the Jimmy Anderson end. And he's starting with a wide.
He's turned that.
Green at first slip's got a terrific grin on his face, hasn't he?
George Bell didn't help him by standing with his left leg right on the outer edge of the crease for a while, just showing how much he'd moved.
3 to win. In and bowls. Holman works it out towards square leg to take them to within 2 of victory. 131 for 5. Maybe Robson will be there to hit the winning runs and get the job done. 86 not out. 98 for Cracknell. The highlights of the innings for Middlesex. Then some low scores. 11, 5, 3 and 2. In amongst those 2 big scores, Lancashire's Rocky Flintoff making 88. Kesh Fonseca 42, and Bailey's 30 at the back end gave them 233 for 9. As Robson hops back and defends, just drops the ball into the offside. And there's no run. Everybody inside the circle now. It's that they half think of a single, just tucked away to square leg where Flintoff fields. A little bit of a yes-no about that, but we agreed that there was no run. 2 more needed. In comes Singh, forward goes Robson and defends.
It's going to be a really high release point, isn't it? Because Harry Singh is a tall man. I suppose Chris Green's a tall man for a spinner as well. Shoaib Bashir.
bowled, and Robson tried to chop it out towards the offside, but Boyden's there to field. And there's no run. So he's had a wide with the first ball, and a single and a few dots on the back of it. And no run there. That's worked up towards mid-on. And that is the end of the over, so that's 12 balls left. And still the elusive one more run. In fact, I've got one run on the screen to my right and two out on the big screen inside the ground. Two, see the, now we've agreed now. 231 for 5, 2 to win, 12 balls left.
2 to win. To level the score there. Lancashire got. Just having a look at that 100 game, they were in real trouble at 26 for 5, or 25 balls. They've got out of trouble because after just 2 balls of the Welsh Fire innings, it's been abandoned due to the rain. So I think the Welsh Fire and Luke Wells will be very disappointed. Having sat around all day, the crowd will be absolutely fuming. Can you imagine? Probably got just about enough cricket in to save them from refunding as well.
Probably, yeah.
Probably need 25 balls, to which we've had 27, ideal. Not that that's ever taken into account. Right, but I said that Jack Morley wasn't going to bowl again. He is going to bowl again. 2 required still for victory. 11 balls left. You'd look at the scorecard and maybe think it was half close. It hasn't felt like that. Morley in to the left-handed Holman, who hits it firmly at Venkatesh Iyer, but they decide not to take a run. Every dot ball being cheered by this home crowd now. 2 needed, 10 balls left. Robson's batted beautifully for 86, Joe Cracknell for 98, a little bit earlier. Change in the field. Kesh Fonseca, no, he was going to come across to the offside. He's now to the leg side. He's now being kept where he was. Josh Bohannon and Jack Morley are locked in debate as to where they want the field. Bohannon comes really straight at a short mid-on, which means Sam Robson has to go a little bit wider. And that's pushed down the ground for a single. So scores are level, but they're not really level. In fact, Middlesex are 1 behind, but because we lost a couple of overs, that 2-3-3 that Lancashire made, which would have set 2-3-4 to win, was revised so that effectively Lancashire made 2-3-2 and Middlesex need 2-3-3, and all that is a very long-winded way of saying Middlesex need 1 run to win. But I think I've confused a few people in the process, so mission accomplished. I knew what I was talking about, and I think if you listen back very slowly 10 times in a quiet room, you'd realise I was accurate. But scores are level, but not level. Everyone's up in the 30-yard circle. In comes Jack Morley to Sam Robson, who's batted beautifully at 86, comes down the wicket, gets it away, past Rocky Flintoff, past Fonseca, who've been 2 of the bright spots. Flintoff was in this sort of 2 minds as to whether to chase it to the boundary, and actually slowed up. It does get there. So I think Sam Robson is going to go to 90 unbeaten, and Middlesex have claimed victory here at Lancashire by 5 wickets. It's their 3rd successive win in this competition. It's their 3rd consecutive chase, having started the tournament with 2 defeats, and their prospects are looking much, much brighter than the Manchester sky.
Well, that's not difficult.
True.
But yes, they are. Congratulations to Middlesex. So 7 points, a point away from the top 4. Well, crucially at the top 3, but there's 4 sides level on 8 points. But yeah, despite a little bit of a wobble, for a wee moment, a little bit of a wobble, they've comprehensively been the better side across the day today, and Lancashire have lost another one-day cup campaign, so it's 60 feet from 6, I'm afraid, for the Red Rose, but it's Middlesex that leave Lancashire, leave the Northwest with a pretty comprehensive win, really. Cracknell's 98, Robson's 87 there, the heartbeat of the innings. They did the job together despite 3 wickets for Morley and a couple for Josh Boyden. For Boyden, that will be a day which he'll remember, certainly. Bowled very, very nicely with the new ball on debut in the power play. 6 overs on the spin. Picked up a couple of wickets in total. 2 for 35. If we'll see Lancashire's batting card or not, but Lancashire's innings with Rocky Flintoff on 88 and Kesh Fonseca making 42. There's Lancashire's batting card. That certainly will be a day to remember for young Kesh Fonseca on debut. 42 for him, and Flintoff's 88 was a real highlight for Lancashire as well. But it is a victory for Middlesex. They've got themselves to a victory. It wasn't a thrilling one-day cup fixture, Sam, was it? But for Middlesex, I suppose it's job well done.
Yes, it's pretty one-sided, and Middlesex would have feared actually after that washout on Monday. I lose the days. Whenever it was, I think it was Monday at Radlett, they'd have looked at the forecast and gone, oh, are we going to lose our chances of qualification to a couple of rain, well, not even affected, but just rain cancelled games. But no, the weather has held firm other than those brief showers, and they've been very good. They were very good with the ball. Ethan Bamba was excellent. Luke Holman, despite refusing to smile, was brilliant. Angry every time he took a wicket. I loved that from him, and they were very good. They controlled the chase. I know if you looked at it now, you'd think, oh, were they ever in trouble? Nah, not really. They were 210 for 1. Huge partnership between Robson and Joe Cracknell, who got a tight stumping decision. He wasn't that pleased with it. It started a little flurry of wickets, but yeah, runs for Robson and Cracknell, and just a job well done for Middlesex. They'll be delighted.
Cheers, Sam. Thank you for joining us today. To everybody involved, congratulations to Middlesex, who have won this game. 5-wicket win via the Duckworth-Lewis Stern method. This is always very exciting to say. Congratulations to them. Lancashire lose again. Played 6, lost 6. We'll try again at Northants on Sunday. From everybody here at Emirates Old Trafford, enjoy the rest of your day.
Welcome to Corner Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's
How's that?
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Mistoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. What is the story of the Mistoria Group?
It actually started in 2008, had two buy-to-let properties. So I was dealing with an agency. I was really getting frustrated. And in 2009, I decided to start my own accountancy firm, property company and estate agency, which was named as Mistoria, and that's how we started.
Sounds a pretty dynamic, exciting company, to be honest.
It is. We're going places. We have all sorts of different things that we actually do. So we deal with sales, we deal with rental properties, HMOs, where a lot of other agencies like to stay away from. Overall, every person that works in each of the teams are determined to make it a success, and that's what we like about Mistoria.
You offer basically a one-stop shop for landlords and tenants?
Very much so, yeah. I think we're quite unique in terms of an agent because we do a bit of everything really. Whichever element of property you're interested in, we've pretty much got somebody within the business who can help you.
Each and every person that we have on our team has seen, if not all, the worst. So we could advise people what to avoid, so people could learn from our experience. We are happy to lead people or guide people. We are happy to teach people what to do.
It feels as though you've got a very sort of family-orientated type of value system.
I always believe it's a farmer attitude. We need to, not a hunt attitude of doing a quick sale. We have to build a relationship and ensure that the person wins at the end. Because of that, we will win as well. It's a mutual beneficial relationship. I want to be conscious that we go that extra mile to ensure that we have done our very best for the person who has sought our advice in their property journey.